Namaste. Hello, everyone. A very warm welcome to this inaugural session of the International Conference on Business Environment Post-COVID, Disruptive Technologies, Impact on Industry, Education, and Employment. A hearty welcome to our luminous guests, Honorable Chancellor Dr. Sandeep Bakshi, Vice Chancellor Professor H.N. Verma, Chief Guest Mr. Manu Chuk, President Public Affairs and Member Group Executive Board, Mahindra and Mahindra Limited, Guest of Honor Mr. Gary Cohen, Executive Chairman, Inventive Healthcare Solutions and Invigor Group, and Dr. Suren Shukla, Conference Chair and Head Center of Excellence, Jaipur National University. Jaipur National University extend a hearty welcome to everyone who has joined today, be it researcher, faculty, students. And I am Dr. Rana Zaidi, really excited to take you through this inaugural session today. Without further ado, let us move on for the celebration of an enlightened learning. Let us be ready to join the auspicious lighting of the lamp. A lamp emits such a light that makes our path bright. Dispelling the darkness illumines the sight. On this illuminating note, ladies and gentlemen, I would really like to request our dignitaries, Honorable Chancellor Dr. Sandeep Bakshi, Vice Chancellor Professor H.N. Verma, to mark the beginning of a sacrosanct conference of learning. I request all of you from wherever you are to join this palpable communion from your respective places and just let us pray to the divine to shower his blessings. Post-COVID, a sense of gratitude for all we have survived and gathered today. I request you, sir, to kindly proceed for the lighting of the virtual lamp.
ब्रह्म विचार सार परमा आद्यां जगद्व्यापिनी वीणा पुस्तक धारिणी अभयदा जाड्यान्धकारापहा अस्ते स्फाटिकमालिका विदधती पद्मासने संस्थिता वन्दे तां परमेश्वरी भगवती बुद्धिप्रदां शारदा शुक्लां ब्रह्म विचार सार परमा आद्यां जगद्व्यापिनी.
Thank you very much. Thank you, dignitaries. Within a few weeks of the outbreak of COVID-19 pandemic, the WHO declared it as a global pandemic, as the global economy was disrupted, demobilized, and shattered. The world came on the threshold of apocalyptic warning, yet battled the virus together. Since it's time to rethink and create a new edifice of a new world, let us move ahead. Someone has rightly said, in the face of adversity, we have a choice. We can be bitter or we can be better. So we decided to get better. So let us now decide to move forward and take you forward to the inaugural session. And I'm ready to invite Dr. Suvain Shukla, Conference Chair and Head, Center of Excellence, Jaipur National University. Dr. Shukla has a sound work experience of 35 years. He has worked on automation, resource optimization, and efficiency enhancement for more than 100 healthcare delivery organizations in India and abroad. He has worked with the world's largest healthcare IT projects. And I'm really glad that I want to request you, sir, to kindly extend a welcome address and an introduction to this wonderful conference. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Rana Zadi, for a wonderful intro. Welcome all the guests. I think for last 1 year, we are so in the pandemic situation. We have gone through ups and downs. We are almost a year now in the pandemic. If you look at the history of 1 year, initially, at least I used to look at least I had the word corona meter every day. Where are we? And I think in last few months, I have stopped seeing where are we. 100 million cases, 2 million deaths, 70 million recovered cases. And if you look at the India, 10 million cases and 1.5 lakh recovered cases. I think the story is, it has brought ups and downs, reshaped the business landscape across the country. People started doing which was not imagined or thought. Business pressure, changing consumer and market behavior, disrupted supply chains. During the lockdown, everything was on halt, I think across the globe. Keeping employees safe and healthy, people came forward, the businesses came forward to support the employees and their families in many ways. Dealing with unique government programs and various states or countries, etc., and ever-changing guidelines. I think the policies and the guidelines changes happened in a year in our country, never happened before, never happened in any country, I believe. So pandemic has steered business disruptions through disruptive innovations in ideas, business models, and use of disruptive technologies. And I think the disruption happened in last 1 year. It has created, it has ignited minds of many people. People, even the youngest of the youngest, has started thinking of coming out with some idea to tackle the situation, whether it's at a home front or in the business front. Predictions, what is going to happen, and that's where the big data has played a role. Digital and internet economy has played a role. Newer ideas started coming in every business line, business vertical in an organization, whether in the manufacturing, supply chain, or sales, marketing. I think the new ideas, the people got together and new ideas have created avenues for the growth and many lessons learned. And even in the education, if you look at the online education, which was a dream or never thought of, and we are going through being a university, I know, and across the globe, I think the online education, online examination, online assessment, online training, and even the corporates are providing some of the trainings to the students they hire. They are providing training and engaging into different knowledge sharing activities. So these are the many lessons learned. And if you look at, I think in many cases, I have been in touch of the people. There are online universities are under discussion, and you never know, the world's largest online, yeah, largest university could be online. That's in times to come. And that's what a pandemic has created. So the further market is going to be highly dependent on technology. Hence, the conference which is we are having today, one-day virtual international conference on business environment post-COVID. Disruptive technologies, I think the disruption is required. And due to disruption only, I think we have moved forward from, leaps and bounds in the technology era. Impact on industry, education, and employment, the three areas. And the objectives of this conference are some of the objectives like alterations in current business strategies, process and operations. Many organizations have altered and significantly altered their processes and operations during the pandemic. Explore the impact of disruptive technologies and predict the future business environment, how it is and what is going to be. Even, the big data and some kind of data analysis, the people have started thinking in the direction of, predicting the pandemic in the future. And that's on the card, looking at the, the kind of polluting environment and we have created across the globe. So this conference is divided into 4 themes, and the 4 themes will be covered by distinguished 25 leaders across the globe. And these 4 themes are, the very apt in the today's context. One is the manufacturing and the supply chain. So we have focused. The first theme is disruptive technologies in manufacturing and supply chain. And these industries, the manufacturing, supply chains, sales, marketing, nothing is, without the people. So the second focus session is on the human resource post-COVID, how it is going to be. And the third is the healthcare. Unfortunately, the pandemic is a health issue. And that's where the disruptive technologies are required and its impact on healthcare industry. And the fourth is, I think, being an Indian economy, agrarian or agriculture-based economy, focusing on agriculture industry is a very important topic. And these 4 themes are being covered today in this seminar. And I'm thankful to Dr. Sandeep Bakshi, the Chancellor, and Professor Dr. H.N. Verma, the Vice Chancellor of Jaipur National University, Jaipur, for giving me the opportunity to organize this conference. And I'm so happy and glad and thankful to Shri Manoj Chugh ji, who has agreed to be to participate in this event or mega event and bless the conference as chief guest, and our from the Far East, Mr. Gary Cohen, he doesn't need any introduction, a business leader, a world leader, and the technology leader has joined this conference. And I'm very thankful to everybody who has helped and worked for this, making this conference successful. Thank you so much. Done.
Thank you very much, sir, for sharing the quintessential knowledge about the conference. And indeed, it is a moment of true delight when our guest and chief guest and guest of honor and the dignitaries and so many learners, the ardent learners, have joined on this moment. It is also a true JNU, Jaipur National University trait that whatever the circumstances are, And a few days back, when the world was just walking nowhere with the albatross around the neck, and we had nowhere to go, but we were going in the straight direction towards learning, towards our destination. That is the true spirit of Jaipur National University. And I'm thankful to the authorities for letting us have such immense empowered confluence of learning. Professor H.N. Verma, Vice Chancellor, Jaipur National University, is a distinguished scientist and the state president of the National Academy of Sciences. His intelligence and confidence has always impressed and influenced millions of people. On this note of respect, it is my proud privilege, ladies and gentlemen, to invite our Vice Chancellor, Professor H.N. Verma, sir, for an address. Thank you.
Chancellor of the great multidisciplinary university, Dr. Sandeep Bakshi, directors of the various schools, faculty members, ladies and gentlemen, and my dear students. A very warm welcome to all the participants. I'm greatly honored and delighted to address this international conference in this prestigious university, which is also a seat of excellence of learning. Jaipur National University is the first self-financed university in Rajasthan having medical college and multi-specialty hospital. We are running around 114 programs through 16 different schools, such as the School of Engineering, Management, Pharmacy, Life and Basic Sciences, Law, Agriculture, Mass Media, and Journalism. We have recently established our community radio center also. We have students all across India and abroad also. And I must say, as Dr. Shukla has said, that during COVID, we continued with our online education, our sessions running as per normal schedule, our research programs in the various schools are related to societal relevance. Recently, we have established an incubation center also, and these incubation centers is helping the young researchers, and they are being nurtured by the various experts in their efforts of their various startups. I'm really happy to virtually see the presence of many eminent personalities here, including a large number of think tanks located in different parts of the country and the world. I'm sure this will certainly provide this conference an added profile. I would like to compliment the organizers of the virtual conference, particularly Dr. Suren Shukla and his team, for their initiative and different efforts to make this a memorable event. We always have a desire to strengthen cooperation and explore opportunities across the entire spectrum of potentialities that exist. We wish to work together today with an eye for tomorrow. We are proud to have you all here at this meet. a unique distinction of bringing together such a large number of distinguished speakers from around the world for a vibrant and intense exchange of views, knowledge, and experience. I would also like to thank all the senior chairs, distinguished speakers, and moderators for joining us. They will be sharing their valuable experience and ideas today in the 4 sessions as told by Dr. Shukla. On this occasion, we are honored to have the guest of honor, Mr. Gary Cohen, the Executive Chairman, Inventive Healthcare Solutions Private Limited and Invigor Group Limited, Australia, and Chief Guest, Mr. Manoj Chugh, President, Group Public Affairs and Member Group Executive Board, Mahindra and Mahindra Limited. They will address it during the inaugural session and bless the conference. Sir, I extend a very warm welcome to both of you on behalf of myself and Jaipur National University. We are indeed thankful to you that despite your very busy schedule, you have taken time out to be with us. Our sincere gratitude to you, sir. This conference is taking place at a time when a slew of historic reforms in India are laying the foundation for greater formalization and digitalization of the economy, creating the right institutional milieu for markets to work as the instrument of growth, efficiency, and inclusion. A whole gamut of new yet interesting, positive, and informative questions are taking the center stage. Sharing of experiences will help to stay up to date, design better strategies, and optimize enforcement and advocacy efforts. Business in today's world is dependent on not to a particular country, but it has no geographical boundaries now. Hence, international cooperation is vitally important for all of us, and I feel that this conference will provide several such opportunities. With these words, I once again welcome you all. Sessions and the breakout sessions have been well thought of. We compliment once again the steering group for their efforts, planning, and putting together topical issues for brainstorming. Conference, I'm sure, will be an opportunity to draw lessons and best practices from one another. As I conclude, I wish you all a pleasant and enjoyable day. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Vice Chancellor, sir, for your words of wisdom and information. We always look forward to your immense learning words. Executive Chairman of Inventive Healthcare Solutions Private Limited and Invigor Group is also the principal of Marcel Equity, a strategic corporate advisor company. With a diverse experience as a lawyer and a corporate financer, Gary was the CEO of iSoft with an independent and in-depth, profound knowledge of the healthcare sector. He is a genius in his own way. Ladies and gentlemen, invite Mr. Gary Cohen, our guest of honor for today. Let us welcome Mr. Gary Cohen. Sir.
Right. Let me make this work. Hi. Just share this second.
Yeah, Gary, he can hear you.
Okay, I'm just going to put this PowerPoint up. I just want to try and share something. 1 second, and then. Okay. Firstly, welcome everybody. Firstly, Dr. Chancellor Bakshi, Vice Chancellor Verma, and Dr. Shukla, thank you very much for welcoming me to your conference. And I thank you and the board and the faculty for this opportunity to speak to you. I thought it was interesting that you asked me as an Australian to speak to you, particularly this week, because I was going to talk to you about cricket and how we were so good at our cricket affairs until your amazing win this week, which made that approach difficult. So this time, I have to stick to other technological matters. The first one is I want to speak to you about when last time I was in Chennai. I walked past a very large shopping mall, just like this one. And next to it was a very small store, like this one. And I noticed that the small store was very, very busy, and doing lots of trade. So I decided to go to the owner of the small store and to find out the secret of his success, because he was right next to a very large department store. And he shared with me that it was all in the name. So I asked him what was the name, and he said Main Entrance. So the reason for this story is that everybody has opportunity to take change into their own hands and to make with it some form of success. We can either accept the change and the challenges, or we can let the change and challenges take control of us. Which one do we decide to do, and how do we take it to our advantage? So today I want to speak with you in the theme of the conference about disruption and change. Disruption, in particular, in the last 30 to 40 years in particular, has been caused by technology. And many of us have had to deal with it and understand how to deal with such disruption. But now we are dealing with a different form of disruption caused in a health crisis caused by COVID. Disruption and change give rise to challenges in our life and our business environment. And this is the purpose of our conference today. However, disruption also provides us with opportunities that previously lay dormant and new opportunities that didn't previously exist. About 50 years ago, a futurist by the name of Alvin Toffler published a book called Future Shock. It was an interesting book because it predicted that the world was going to have significant change. So in that process, he predicted that that change would in particular lead to great concern by many people, and that that change people would find it difficult to adapt. He also predicted that the rate of change was accelerating every year. Fortunately or unfortunately, his predictions were uncannily accurate. They were better than one had experienced, and at the same time had, we believe, ended up being more real than what we actually thought. So what I want to share with you now is my experiences from moving from law and investment banking into the world of technology and healthcare. And in doing that, I needed to understand, as Bob Dylan had said many years earlier, that the times are changing. And so I sought out some books of which I wanted to just share with you what I read and what I learned from these and how I included in my approach. And these books were What They Don't Teach You at the Harvard Business School, which was by Mark McCormack, who was a sports promoter and a lawyer by background and training, but ended up forming a very large international marketing group called IMG. The next book was called First Break All the Rules, which then looked at a lot of mistakes managers make with their management of people. Who Moved My Cheese was by Dr. Spencer Johnson, about change. And then two other books that I found very useful were The Black Swan by Nassim Nicholas Taleb and First Things First by Dr. Stephen Covey. So let me just take you through what I think. Stop sharing. What I thought, let me get rid of this. So I appreciate there are many books that one can read, but I've chosen these that have helped me decide some key principles around disruption. And they're as follows. 1, don't be afraid of change. Actually embrace it. And by doing that, you can learn to adapt and grow from it. The book, Who Moved My Cheese, basically, although it was done in the sense of a mouse and his cohorts trying to find where someone put the cheese, was a parallel example, or a parable, as one would say, of about how people need to learn to adapt when what they're used to changes. I recall when we acquired iSoft, which was a group that we had nearly 2,500 people working in India. We also had a very large operation in Germany. And when I went to the German office, I noticed that everyone was not prepared for change. They had their way of doing things and they were very frightened. And that caused great uncertainty amongst the team. So getting to know and dealing with that change was a very important part of what one had to deal with. The second thing I learned was that you need to expect change. This was the essence of the book called The Black Swan. Originally, it was thought that there were only white swans in the world, and this was very much the English view, until they went to Western Australia and discovered that actually black swans existed. So the view that there were only white swans was very much displaced when they found black swans, hence the name of the book. And what that book teaches us is that just because you have a pattern and a history of predictability of things, some events will happen that change the world or change the environment. Obviously, that is what happened with COVID. But he gave the example of the turkey that had been fed for 100 days in a beautiful lifestyle, which was fine until the day before Thanksgiving, when that unfortunately ended in a tragic event for the turkey. What he was pointing out is you just cannot predict always based on the historical events, and that you need to prepare for the unexpected event which will change one's life and one's environment. Who would have predicted that 2020 was going to turn out the way it did, with mass disruptions to the way we lived and worked and to the global economy? Third, don't expect that everyone will be able to adapt to the change. There are those that have a natural ability in areas that people not only survive, but thrive within. Others find that certain environment difficult and fall by the wayside. The book that I pointed out earlier, First Break All the Rules, basically points out that some people are just naturally talented in certain areas, while others struggle to adapt. This is interesting in that it highlights that don't expect that because someone is good in a particular area, he will be good in another. A top salesperson, for example, won't necessarily make a good manager. And someone who found life okay pre-COVID may not find life easily and adaptable as in the post-COVID era. The fourth thing I learned is that when change happens, it's important to focus what is important. That was what the Stephen Covey book was about in terms of first things first. That is, for example, if the house is on fire, it's no point worrying about the plans or worrying about what is going to happen next. You've got to put out the fire. The thing that you have to do, the first thing you need to do, is put the fire out. And so when change happens and there's lots of disruption, you need to ascertain what is the first thing that you need to do to make sure that you can continue to exist, that you have cash flow, that you're solvent. They may be some of the things that you need to worry about, or you need to cut staff so that you can survive. Which brings the next point, is that when change happens, one needs to act quickly. One needs to be part of the front runners of the change. You need to, if we look at who were the early adopters in the online revolution, you know, was the Amazons, the eBays, the Facebook. These were the ones that came out on top. These were the parties that survived. And these were the ones that ultimately became very strong in the ensuing years. So my lesson here is that during the post-COVID era, where there is lots of disruption and change, those parties that adapt, make the changes and see the advantages created by the change will be the ones who will be the new winners and the ones that will grow and survive, while others will go by the wayside. The next thing I learned is that you need to be prepared to take risk. Complacency and inaction may be fine in certain environments, but when change happens, these are like a cancer. And inactions may lead to being swept up as part of the tidal wave of the change. The next thing, and the one that I would certainly encourage, is to do what you enjoy doing with the people you like and the people you trust. The founder of Netflix famously once said, "Don't suffer bright jerks, as they can be very dangerous." In other words, surround yourself with people you trust and like, and who you feel are going to be on your side. Some people who won't adapt to the change, or be frightened by the change, or be affected by the disruption, or be trying to protect their own patch, even though that's under significant threat. You need to basically ensure that you can deal with that. But you know, don't surround yourself with people who are going to bring you down. So there might be the bright people, they might be the brightest people, but ultimately they need to be with you working as a team. So these were the principles that I applied, and I think they apply as much during the post-COVID era as they do in the pre-COVID era. In the, I'm going to show you a, so there was a survey done amongst top managers, and that they asked who led the digital transformation of your company. Was it the CEO, the CTO, and the most common answer was COVID-19. So not really a joke, where you would expect the CEO and CTO to be leading the digital transformation. A lot of people said that COVID-19 actually led the digital transformation. And that is probably the message that I want to give you today. And what the essence of this conference is that COVID is making changes to our lives and what we believe was the norm in ways that we now have to adjust and adapt to. And rather than accepting that this is something that just happens and we can't do much about it, I am suggesting that this is something that we can take advantage of and actually mold for our benefit. So what have we got to realize in the post-COVID era? The first thing I will say is that the post-COVID era will not be like the pre-COVID era. Certain industries, certain behaviors, certain lifestyles are permanently transformed and affected. You all have seen that with education, with tourism and travel, and leisure industries. Many of these industries have been permanently affected as borders are closed. We only saw today the announcement by the President of the United States, Biden, in basically requiring now that travel in the United States will be done differently, and people coming into the United States will have to quarantine before and be tested for COVID before they enter. Healthcare, therefore, and associated areas of healthcare are going to become far more important and far more involved in terms of the government spend and the way the gross domestic product is allocated in the years ahead. Many of you probably don't realize, but the amount of money that is just going on in many of the developed countries on testing are in the billions of dollars each week. Not millions, but billions. The cost of testing in England, in doing 100,000 tests a day, are costing literally, millions, hundreds of millions of pounds a day. So the complexity of the healthcare crisis has forced a big problem for the way many countries now spend their dollars in the economy. And healthcare is going to become far more important, as I'm sure that you will see as part of this conference. E-commerce will be a major beneficiary, and video conferencing and remote engagement learning will become the norm. I'm sure this conference will teach many of you about a lot of the changes that are occurring and how best to prepare and adapt for them. So my message today and for the days to come is for you to master the changes and challenges rather than for the changes and challenge to master you. Thank you. Enjoy the conference.
Thank you very much, Gary, on your empowering and motivational words. And true adaptability is magical. It is the key to life. It is key to success. And adaptability means moving forward. Thank you so much. And now, moving ahead with our special speakers, Dr. Sandeep Bakshi, Chancellor, Jaipur National University. Jaipur National University and Jaipur National University Institute of Research Sciences, Medical Sciences and Research Center, including the GNU Hospital. They have been the artisan of weaving impeccable services to the society in all these years, growing in myriad ways with a new age dichotomy, and they hold the service lantern to carve a niche in the society. Under the dynamic leadership and iconic leadership of Chancellor Dr. Sandeep Bakshi, who has sculpted successful stories by heralding a new age vision and innovations to meet the 21st century competencies. He has made GNU unique for its learners. The moment they come here, there begins the metamorphosis. Truly, John Paul Warren has said, a true dreamer is one who knows how to navigate in the dark. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a great pleasure and honor for me as I invite Honorable Chancellor Dr. Sandeep Bakshi for a special address today. Thank you.
Thank you, Rana. Members and in this virtual meet today, Mr. Chugh, Mr. Gary, Vice Chancellor of the University, Mr. Shukla, and all other speakers. It's in fact was very enlightening to hear Gary speaking, and the Vice Chancellor has already spoken about the university. I'll just share a vision with you, like Gary shared with us, that what did he think before he transformed from one industry to the other. The vision of this university, Jaipur National University, has always been and believed in accepting changes. From the very inception of its, on the first day, we went for hybrid courses which were totally industry based, because we understood that the content and the material that the industry requires has to come from the academia. We also understood that if the product is useful, in our terms, the students who are becoming the part of the industry later on are trained and acclimatized to the industry, then their acceptability and their perception about the students is far better. So with my team, from day one, we concentrated on the fact that there has to be a very close knit between the academia and the industry. And because of which the results have shown that the industry has very well accepted our students, knowing the basic practical aspects where we are involved. Just to give you two examples in the matter, the food technology industry, for example, for us, where students in the second and third year were going to the food industry, whether they were breweries or they were the bread making factories or wherever, and according to the national norms and the international norms, they needed a food technologist. Now these students, when they went for internship, were already acclimatized for the need of the industry, and because of which, even before they passed out the final semester, they were hired as and where they went for training. So this was a very good example for us to learn from. Talking about the COVID and the post-COVID area, I think JNU has had a wonderful experience learning from this, that when everyone thought what we should be doing, and we did not wait for any further instructions, we discussed in the core team and finalized that we are going to hold the online exams. As you all know that there are differences of opinions, there is a different school of thought in the whole process. But we stuck to our guns and we conducted the online exam, which was first in the country among the universities to be conducting. Not only were the online exams conducted, but before that, prior, not even a month later than 23rd of March, we started with the online classes. We gave the students ample input for the exams. We kept them occupied. We kept them away from mental strain. So what we were talking about, the disruptive technologies, the technologies have helped the university in a great way. And we've learned, like Gary said, three things that I really appreciate what he said. The first was acting quickly. It's not deliberations and deliberations that have to go on. You have to decide, take an action in which it involves risk also. But you should be sure, because no decision can always be perfect. So the capability of the university to act quickly, to take risk, and also to adapt itself to the changing environment was made us realize that the post-COVID area or pre-COVID area or the COVID area was as educative for us and also gave us a great strength. To mention again here that today, because of the COVID area, normally conferences were held at one place where everyone gathered. But today we have people all across the continents sitting across, talking to each other and having this virtual conference. So this is the reflection of the post-COVID. And one more thing that the speakers spoke about was the healthcare. India has taken up a lead. India has stood as a leader in the COVID regime. And we at JNU also believe in the national building. During the COVID regime, when only the government hospitals were operating, we were the first ones to take up and establish the COVID lab. We were the first ones to start with more than 330 beds taking care of patients. So positively, with that, we learned that you cannot run away from a situation. You have to fight it out. You have to be strong enough to face it, the challenges. And that helped us to emerge as a leader in healthcare. And today, the learning out of that was that we have decided at the university level to start with the online treatment for patients also who are not capable or who are hesitant to come to the hospital. So this has given us a new dimension. And I think out of anything that emerges, you have to look at the good side of a situation. And so did we. And that is the reason that today, even after the post-COVID, where people are scared to go to the hospitals, our beds are practically full because people have faith in us. People know that if we could fight an enemy which was unknown, we can do better when the real time comes. And I appreciate my team members who have taken this initiative to hold this virtual meet and assure that wherever and whenever JNU is required to take up a challenge with this forum, we would love to do so. I'm thankful to Mr. Chok, Dr. Gary for accepting our request to be a guest in the conference, and I look forward on a long-term association with all of you. I use the opportunity to extend an invitation to ask you to visit Jaipur, which is a golden triangle, and see what we have done in the healthcare. I would also like to share that in India, and to begin with in Rajasthan, after the government hospitals, we were the third hospital to start with the vaccination. And with the grace of God, the vaccinations here have shown tremendous results and have also shown that there have been no side effects. So this has helped us in building up our research and development also, because we believe that no institution can survive unless there is a research and development. And this message I would like to give to my colleagues and my faculties also, that never fear, because there is always a lining in the sky which tells you that there is a brighter day that is going to come. And during the COVID period, I've realized that if you are determined, if you're focused, and you're ready to take risks, you can positively move ahead. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to share with you my thoughts and the vision of the university. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much, sir. Thanks a lot. Because, ladies and gentlemen, we here know that how the noble ideas of a leader have lit up the society, because it is all about giving to the society, as we have taken a lot as we come to this point of life. And thank you very much, sir, because you have extended the invitation for our speakers and delegates across, because once you come here, you're going to see this beautiful world of noble ideas and pure and sublime thoughts. Thank you very much. Our chief guest, Mr. Manoj Chugh, President, Public Affairs and Member Group Executive Board, Mahindra & Mahindra Limited, is also being credited with being the pioneer of internet revolution in India, generating around 100,000 networking professionals. He has been bestowed with accolades and awards. He has been on the executive board of the American Chambers of Commerce in India for 6 years and also served as the vice chairman of Storage Network Industry Association of India. A fountainhead of illuminating ideas. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome and listen to the wonderful thoughts and words of Mr. Manoj Chugh. Sir, please. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, madam. A very, very good morning to all of you. Dr. Bakshi, Chairman, Jaipur National University, Dr. Verma, Dr. Shukla. Indeed, it's a great honor and pleasure to be with all of you this morning. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm truly honored. I think after listening to Gary, I was wondering whether I should take my ego and lock it up in a cupboard or dig a hole and put it there forever. Because essentially what he did was he poured water on all of us, and I would say a cold pail of water on all of us, saying that actually a non-living object could achieve what all of us cumulatively have believed that we would be able to, which is drive digital disruption. So Gary, while you didn't want to talk about cricket, I can assure you that you've certainly pricked the balloon of ego of many, many executives around the world today. So thank you very much for the wake-up call. The topic for our conference, business environment post-COVID, and I think we are still living through COVID times. Of course, as Dr. Bakshi has to bring a closure to COVID based on the wonderful work you are doing around vaccination, starting in your own hospital. So congratulations for that, sir. But for the rest of us who are a bit less fortunate to be behind in the queue, I think we still have to live with COVID for a little bit more of a period of time. So what is business going to be post-COVID? What are the disruptive technologies and what's going to be the impact of these technologies? I personally think there couldn't have been a more apt topic to discuss this morning. I think as I begin, let me take a few minutes and actually go back in the past. And I want to really talk about what I would say the resilience of the human spirit. If we go back to about March 2020, many of you would perhaps remember that it was only towards the later part of March that in India, we really saw the impact of COVID. But if you go back to about the February, beginning of March 2020, and you look at all the data from that period of time, what you will find is something very interesting, that actually the world was supposed to cruise at a per GDP capita across 160 countries, which would be significantly better than the period prior. So essentially, we were all looking forward to a great 2020. I think for a lot of folks of my generation who thought we had seen it all, when COVID hit us, we were almost at the point of arrogance in terms of perhaps the kind of challenge we would have to face, because we felt we had seen it all. And we felt there couldn't be anything worse. The woes of what we saw in India pre-liberalization, the Asian crisis of the 90s, the tech wreck of 2000, and then more recently, the financial crisis of 2008. And then we, of course, saw the economy wobbling here and there every few years. We thought we had weathered it all, and there was nothing new for us to see. and life was almost turning out to be quite boring. Yet, we hit this perfect storm, a health pandemic, which all of us know, catalyzing a financial crisis. Now, I don't want to take everyone through the big challenges that we all faced. I can only tell you that I learned how to mop the floor, clean my dishes, which I know in Australia everyone does, and they are quite at it. But in India, many folks like me are quite challenged in doing those kind of activities, using our hands to do work at home. And importantly, I think I make the best tea in town now. So, but let's talk about what we want to do today around digital disruption. So, as this perfect storm hit, I think I salute the human spirit, because what all of us were able to do and what all of us were able to achieve is that we were almost seamlessly able to move to a new way of working, a new way of learning, a new way of studying, a new way of entertaining ourselves, and a new way of partying, if you will. So the speed at which we were able to transition to the new world, if you will, has been fantastic. And it happened almost like a heartbeat. In fact, we were all taken aback because we never knew that in India, we had such significant broadband capacity. Imagine everyone was at home. Dad was working from home. Mom was working from home. The kids were studying from home, and the grandmom was watching movies from home, and everyone was off working through the same network. And yet we survived. So I think a lot of people, even in the telecommunications sector, were pleasantly surprised that we had such significant bandwidths, which we were able to unleash, and we were able to make sure that we continued to work. So I think that it was not surprising that when in March 2020, IMF had turned around and said that the per capita income of 160 countries would be rising, a month later, they were forecasting that 180 countries would actually see a decline in terms of per capita GDP. And yet, just a few months later, as we move to July and August, we suddenly find things kind of coming back as different countries began to unlock. So I think the rapid acceleration in terms of deployment of technology, and as Gary said, we have to give credit to COVID for this massive acceleration in digital disruption, which allowed millions of people to work seamlessly from home, which allowed students to take exams from home, which allowed us to shop online, and which taught customers across generations how to search, order, and pay for stuff, right? When they almost did, many of them just did that physically, is absolutely amazing. So I think the mobile phone became our best friend as we entertained, as we shopped, as we connected, as we partied. I'm sure many people enjoyed connecting socially through Zoom and have become experts at those Zoom parties. As we move forward to July, August, what did we find? We found that the projections in terms of growth of the economy started swinging back. So from negative 5%, they said it's going to be positive 5% as we looked out at the global economic situation. In fact, closer home, many of you would remember that in December, the Reserve Bank of India projected a negative 7.5% contraction in the Indian economy from a prior projection of a contraction of 12 to 14%. So I think technology helped us to survive, is helping us to survive, has taught us many new lessons. And one important lesson, and I refer to the book that Gary just spoke about, Who Moved My Cheese, was relating to productivity. I think employees have worked much harder, recognizing that things are not going to be the same. I have seen organizations where the collaboration quotient has moved to significantly higher levels, and organizations have started delivering superior outcomes. And what better than by looking at corporate performance? And I'll speak about that in a minute as well. I think the other interesting thing that we have seen from a digital disruption perspective is brick and mortar businesses embracing technology at a much quicker pace, because they recognize that they needed to understand their customers' needs intimately. and their customers were not walking into their stores anymore, but they were engaging with whoever they had to using the mobile phone. So I think that is the other big positive that we have seen, that in these anxiety-filled moments, there have been great examples of how traditional brick and mortar businesses have embraced digital technologies. I think if I were to go back to April of last year, there was doom and gloom. Whoever I spoke to, didn't even want to forecast the number as to where the GDP would go, where the economy, corporate performance. I think everyone was very focused around safety and health of their employees, and that was the right focus to be. Today, I think as we are witnessing a complete U-turn, or should I say a V-shaped recovery, who could have imagined that in April 2020, nobody was even willing to forecast or put a number in terms of where the world would be going? I spoke about corporate performance. Yes, there has been certainly an impact in terms of top-line performance. The pandemic has not hit everyone equally. Some industries certainly have got more challenge than others. But if we kind of agglomerate corporate India's performance in Q2, while there was a revenue decline of 10%, operating margins actually grew by 38%. And the reason why corporate performance did best was because organizations had embraced digital disruption. Technology helped drive optimization, whether it was supply chains, whether it was in terms of costs, whether it was in terms of efficiency, productivity. Organizations had embarked on their digital journeys with vengeance. And I think that the results were starting to show. So clearly, I think digital disruption impacting newer revenue streams, providing opportunities for that, helping reduce costs, improved overall productivities, and certainly helped improve corporate margins. I think if we move ahead to FY 2022, what we will see is that a quick turnaround, which a bounce back in about a 6-month period. Typically, in our own careers, whenever there has been a downturn in the past for whatever reason, the turnarounds have tended to take more than 2 years. So I think this time we are hopefully going to see a double-digit bounce back of the economy in terms of growth in a relatively much shorter period of time. I think the amazing speed at which we have seen vaccine development, and I am no expert in this subject, many of you in the conference are, something which traditionally I'm told takes 7 to 10 years, and that's what we hear from our friends from the medical fraternity, I think has happened in a year. So I think COVID has motivated us to look at disruptive ways of doing things at great speed. I would tend to think that organizations, countries are ready to reboot. In fact, many surveys have shown that 70% of the businesses view significant positive impact on their businesses, particularly now post the vaccine. And disruptive technologies are going to stay forever. This change is here forever, and we all need to accept it. If some of us think we can go back to our bad old ways, if you will, I have bad news for you. Many folks are never going to go to office again. They're going to continue to work from home. Even if they go to office, it'll be more like a hybrid environment. We've all learned to work better when we are at home. So I think many of us should start accepting new protocols in terms of our work environment going forward in the future. Many of us will entertain ourselves more online than going to movie halls going forward in the future. Don't if the invites to the Zoom parties continue to come in, even post the COVID period. Many industries are undergoing transformation right now. And the way people are shopping, that habit is not going to change. The way we are getting educated, I'll not be surprised if there are hybrid models there as well. Healthcare, and we all know what significant changes we have seen. I could never imagine that I could actually online. We always liked the feeling of physically going into a doctor's clinic and being examined, and then had the psychological satisfaction that we are being treated properly. In the COVID period, many of us engaged with our doctors online, and the results have been phenomenal. So we've all got surprised in terms of how technology has been able to help us lead happier lives all through online mechanisms. From a business point of view, there has been a significant shift in global supply chains. And I think that countries are going to see new ways in which they are going to engage with their ecosystems. I also think on the manufacturing side, manufacturing 4.0 or industry 4.0, as we all call it, is going to get mainstreamed. And I think, again, the COVID period has taught us that these are technologies, these are disruptions that we need to embrace. I would tend to also end by almost saying that societal view on values that are important will change, and those will get reprioritized. And I'd like to call upon some of them. The first is the value of health, and therefore, more people are going to be more concerned about making sure that the habits, the good habits that they have learned and imbibed during the COVID period, stay with them so that they can stay healthier for longer periods in their lives. The second, I think, is value of human relationships, family and friends. And I think that we all really, if at all, missed anything, if I were to put it right on top of the board, if you will, it was just the fact that we missed getting together with extended family, with our friends, with our co-workers, and suddenly felt that we were almost marooned on an island. And the value of relationships, I think, is something that struck many of us. For guys who keep working 18 hours a day, I'm sure that there was a good lesson out there. The third was that each one of us lives to serve a higher purpose. And I think the belief that we have as individuals that we should be caring not just for ourselves, but for society, I think that's another big revelation, realization that occurred to many of us. I think for businesses, it was going back to rethinking about their core purpose. Why do they exist? Which areas should they continue to invest in going forward in the future? Where should they disinvest? What should they continue to do? What should they stop doing? And last but not least of all was concern for the environment. And I think that one major thrust that we're going to see is the big shift to focus on the environment. So I think are going to change the fundamental way in which we work, live, play, and learn. And I'm sure that Jaipur National University will play an incredibly important role in making sure that in the post-COVID world, as young leaders join the workforce, as young entrepreneurs come in to unleash newer opportunities, people will get the opportunity to reskill themselves, learn new things, and basically make sure that they are ready to take on the future with great optimism and great hope. Thank you very much and enjoy the conference.
Thank you very much, sir. It was indeed such a pleasure to hear from you that COVID was such a good teacher. And talking about, I think this was a great learning to our student researchers that, how workaholics, as you mentioned, and how shopaholics and so many have survived because we adapted, as Gary said. It's amazing. It's wonderful. It's a beautiful vista which you have opened for all of us on a very empowering note. Thank you so much, sir. And thank you so much, dignitaries and speakers. And we really wish this conference to be a slice of worthy academics. And it should be full. The session should be replete with the galaxy of intellectuals, suggestions, and interactions. And researchers, I request you to learn a lot from this conference. And thank you very much, everybody, for joining us today. Have a great learning experience. Stay safe and thank you very much. The next session start at just after a while. Thank you very much.
Namaskar, Rajiv ji.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning. So we just finished our first session on time. So we kept a margin of about 10 minutes.
Yeah. Is my video coming okay? Everything is fine. Can you hear me clearly?
Yeah, perfect. Sandeep, good morning.
Very
Sandeep,
good morning. How are you, sir?
Good morning, Sandeep. Rajiv here.
Very good morning.
what is the clock showing, Sandeep? Sandeep is in Canada right now.
Oh,
What is the clock showing at this moment? Is
It's India time 10:55.
no, the Canada time is showing.
Canada would be 12:25.
It's showing. There's a clock behind you. I'm trying to read it.
12:25. It's
That's the
12:25.
irony.
Yeah,
The so-called developed world is behind India.
Yeah, true. Yeah, Rahul also has joined.
As the session moderator for this event. Let me introduce her with a brief profile. Dr. Savita Sivani heads the Department of Computer Science Engineering at Jeffrey National University. It is under her guidance that the school has scaled newer heights in last 5 years. She is also a member of IQAC Internal Quality Accreditation Cell at Jeffrey National University. She has over 2 decades of academic and administrative experience. Around half a dozen candidates are currently pursuing PhD under her guidance. I welcome you, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you, Sarita ma'am. A very good morning to everyone.
Good morning.
I consider it a great pleasure to extend a warm welcome to this August gathering for the session on manufacturing and supply chain focus, impact on industry and employment. As we know that pandemic crisis has reshaped the landscape of businesses across the globe. It resulted for urgent interventions by the organizations to overcome the devastating economic, financial, and emotional consequences of the manufacturing and supply chain in business environment. The leaders of the companies have been under great pressure to handle many things at once, including changing consumer and market behavior, disrupted supply chains, keeping employees safe and healthy, dealing with unique government programs of various states or countries, and so on. So pandemic has steered business disruptions and posed new challenges to all organizations. Even though it seems that the economic revival will be slow, some sectors have transformed this threat into an opportunity and are ready to see immense growth in the post-COVID era. Today in this session, we are going to talk about the impact of pandemic on the changes in manufacturing technologies and supply chain in coming months. We have amongst us eminent supply chain leaders from industry experts, Mr. Rajiv Anand, ex-executive chairman, Goodyear India Limited. He is serving as a strategic business advisor with strong roots in manufacturing and operations. He is having active partnership in social venture partners community in India since 2019. Sir will also act as session chair for session 1. Next panelist in this session, we are having Mr. Sandeep Tiwari. His work experience include Usha International as President Marketing and Customer Service. His earlier experiences include Samsung Electronics as Director Marketing and multiple positions at LG Electronics, including the position of Chief Marketing Officer. Sir has also received the winner of Leadership Award in individual category for excellence in marketing, advertising, and media by International Advertising Association as the Marketer of the Year in 2013. Next panelist we have in this session is Mr. Ratan Srivastav, Managing Director, Bauer Group Asia. He is a senior executive management consulting professional who has a proven track record in government, consulting, and industry across India and Southeast Asia with a wide network across stakeholders. We also have with us today in the session Mr. Rahul Shankar, Chief Operating Officer, Modi Care Limited. He is having over 23 years of extensive experience across leading organizations like PepsiCo, Wrigley Mars, Philips, Avon, Modi Enterprises, with critical leadership roles along his way. I welcome all the esteemed panelists for the session 1 discussion today. May I now invite Rajiv Anand sir to share his thought for this session as session chair. Rajiv sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Shivani. Good morning to everyone on this session. I am really honored to be a part of this esteemed panel joining me in this session, and we'll try our best to share as much information or our experience or learnings pre and post COVID era with the participants, and I do hope that everyone will draw some value out of this discussion and the interaction. Before I set up some context and share my views, I'd like to quickly share the sequence which we'll follow. So I'll share my views initially, then I'll like to invite my esteemed panelists to share their thoughts or views for maybe 5 to 7 minutes each. Dr. Shivani, I believe Mr. Ashok Kumar is on the panel or not? I missed his
sir,
name.
he is not there, sir, for the session.
Panelist alongside, right?
So we have Mr. Sandeep Tiwari, sir.
Yep.
We have Ratan Srivastav, sir. And we
Mr.
have Rahul Shankar, sir.
Correct.
Yes,
correct.
sir.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So after that, we'll have some preset questions which we have received or which we thought about. We'll discuss it amongst ourselves as panelists. And then, Dr. Shivani, I'll request you to, in the meantime, take some audience questions or which come up, and accordingly we'll try and answer those questions.
Sure, sir.
Okay, so just to set the context, like Dr. Shivani said, that this has been a big disruption which nobody anticipated, COVID. And I must say that these pandemics, they are not usual or traditional business disruptions which we face or which we are used to of facing as industry leaders, which generally have clear time cycles or which can be either mitigated or can be countered. But in this case, we were all caught unaware without knowing anything and without understanding the consequences. And even after a year today, I don't think we are absolutely out of it or we know how to get out of it. But what we have learned during this last 1 year plus now, the recent pandemic, it has impacted the world and challenged us personally and professionally. I would say it was a big disruption, as I said earlier. It has become a new normal for us, the way of life. And the crisis management, which we all had worked on or prepared ourselves on in the past, probably that did not come up to handling this crisis as efficiently as we would have probably liked it to be. Basically, we have responded. The organizations, the system has responded to recover as quickly as possible, to restore the normalcy as quickly as possible. Do we really know how to prevent such kind of pandemics? Answer is maybe no as of now. It will continue to happen, these kind of disruptions, since it is going to be a new normal. But how do we prepare the industry? How do we prepare our organizations? How do we prepare ourselves to handle such crises and such severe, what you call surprises in our industry and cause probably a little disruption to our overall process? It is what it is likely to do. The COVID related measures is likely to accelerate already established trends such as deglobalization, automation and sustainability, and reverse decade-long trends such as international mobility and urbanization. So all the mega disruptors or factors we used to consider earlier, probably they will also, some of the factors might change, mega trends. Health fears will continue to, bog us down, continue to give us hesitation in open global traveling, open face-to-face meetings, and this is going to be probably continuing for some more time in the future. So business as usual may not happen very quickly. What probably is a good answer or good strategy to counter such pandemics or such disruptions is our ability or agility, I would say, and resilience. These are the two probably best countermeasures which can help us succeed in our responses also in different industries. And I have personally experienced that in the last 1 year, that how quickly we were able to respond and get back to at least a reasonable, normal way of working was due to our agile response. And we were able to probably contain the impact to a certain level. It is an operational risk which will continue. And manufacturing and supply chain, the title which has been chosen for this discussion, it is going to be largely, we'll have to take a look and largely reset our manufacturing operations as well as our supply chain operations to be more agile, to be more resilient, and to be more responsive going forward, to make sure that the business continuity is not impacted. Coming to what are the three themes, I would say post-COVID environment, what are the three themes which come to my mind? like I said, it will be operational resilience. We'll have to continuously keep a very close watch on our cost and the cost transparencies and the expenses, of course. And of course, we'll have to prepare the organization to be more agile. So these are the three areas probably we'll have to continuously strengthen ourselves on and to be able to handle any such crisis. So with these words, I would like to close my initial thoughts on this topic. And may I now invite Mr. Tiwari, Sandeep Tiwari, to share his views, please. Mr. Tiwari?
Sir,
Is he on
your
Sandeep, I think you are on mute.
Hello.
Yes.
Dr. Sir, I would like to have a right to share the screen. I have a document to share. Can you extend that to me, please? Very good morning, everyone. I think this is one word, disruption, which we have heard perhaps in the last 10 odd months, perhaps the most. And we have used along with this word, unprecedented. Perhaps thinking that this is for the first time we have experienced something of the kind, a disruption of this scale. Genuinely speaking, this is a great window of opportunity, and I have a reason to say that. India has experienced this economic disruption not once, but thrice. In 1947, in 1991, in 2020. Each had a different nature, different scale, different perspective. But it was something which, again, unprecedented. Before we speak of 2020 and beyond, let us learn the mistakes we made in the past. Around the year 1947, three countries experienced the same disruption. Each responded very, very differently. The three countries were Korea, who got independence in 1945. 1947, we got independence in India, and China, who got independence in 1949. Just after World War II, three countries of different scale, different complexities getting independent. And if we may say, independence is perhaps the biggest socio-economic disruption a country can ever witness. What happened? Nearly at the same time in 1940, when three of them got independent, each selected a different path to economic progress. If we see the graph of GDP growth, it almost moved parallel to each other for a period of 40 years between the time of independence, if we were to ballpark take as 1950 to 1980. Nothing significantly changed between each other. But things metamorphically changed after that. What happened? Korea and China, around 1980, changed their approach from protectionism to export-oriented manufacturing economy. While India continued on its path of protectionism, it was only in 1991 that we partially started liberating our entire way of working, but still remained in that overall realm of protectionist as well as self-reliant approach. And the graph, if we were to see, what we saw for both China and Korea was a typical hockey stick rise. Whereas for India, it became much better, but nowhere comparable. We have always been speaking and comparing with China, and perhaps somewhere say, okay, that's a communist country, we are a democratic country, we are very different. We take a lot of pride in ourselves, but let's compare ourselves for a change with a small country like Korea. Let's take a deep dive here. If we were to compare a small country with population less than 5 crores, has got a 1.13 trillion in terms of GDP, as against India's 1.84 trillion. The significant one is the one in the red box. Out of 1.13 trillion, 552 billion is coming from exports, as against India, where it's only 300 odd billion is coming from export. Now that has resulted into a significant difference into GDP per capita for India, which is ranging around 2,600 as against 24,000 for Korea. A remarkable difference. Let's go deeper. So what worked for Korea? The answer lies in the Korean philosophy itself. This is a broad translation of the Korean philosophy. Dream bigger than you wish. Let's go deeper. What happened with this wish? A small country created monster of companies. Companies of the order of $206 billion. That's what Samsung is. Roughly $54 billion. That's what LG is. These global conglomerates who originated in that period of 1980 and today is something which the entire world has never witnessed before. The philosophy goes deeper. It says, whenever you want to draw a cat, what you will get is a mouse. Hence, to get a cat, you'll have to draw something bigger. You'll have to draw a tiger. But what we need is actually a tiger. So hence, we have to dream even bigger than a tiger. And hence, perhaps an elephant. Now, that's the first learning. Always dream big. And then only that wish will come true. Second one, incremental would not be good enough. We, as a country, a culture, we believe in incremental change. Even in dream, we see ourselves as a developing country and perhaps take pride in it. We have to move towards a fundamental change. We have to make those fundamental changes in our approach. We really have to shape the population of the size 1.4 billion. Learning 3, we have to go beyond our boundaries. We have to stop seeing inward. We have to stop seeing India as the opportunity. The biggest problem with entire corporators, we see inwards. We see products for India. We see things being done for India, services for India. Most of our working and thought process is inward looking. We have to see the world as an opportunity, and that's what Korea did, that's what China did, and that's what we have to learn from them. This is what the world perceives about us. The world thinks India is NATO. What is NATO? As they often say, no action, talk only. Now this is a huge area of concern. We believe speaking a lot and doing very little when it comes to really rolling things down. Learning 4, make in India, make for the world. From a consumption-led manufacturing, we have to move over to export-led manufacturing. This will result into 2 elements. 1, economies of scale, and more importantly, a sensitivity towards quality, which is so very important if we have to really change the economy and really take the world and the opportunity which is arising. Next learning, by building the brand equity of made in India. Today, if we were to really ask, we generally believe in cost cutting in terms of specs going down or the quality going down to meet the price point. Now, this is a typical manufacturing way we have been doing, and that also, if I may use the word, it's manufacturing is generally assembly. It's not really a true manufacturing. Now, this cost reduction to a value addition approach is what the world will be expecting from us. We really have to become a substitute to a China or a Korea or any other manufacturing-oriented economy. So the third disruption, let's come back to the main subject, 2020. There's an Oriental philosophy which goes across China, Mongolia, Korea, everywhere, that whenever there's a catastrophe, the world order changes. This is the law of regeneration. It's somewhere in Indian mythology also, and this is something very, very important. Every such endemic or such catastrophe results into an opportunity, and that's what we have to pick up. What we have experienced is a social disruption and an economic disruption, well taken. But there's an opportunity here. There are fundamental changes which are taking place on teleconferencing, on education, in home and office automation. There'll be things changing in automobile, there'll be things changing in healthcare, and mind it, This telecom revolution is not specific to these industries I spoke now. It's going across every touch point which we will go through. Home security, entertainment, energy management, remote services, you name the thing, everywhere will get an impact of an IoT, and we are going to see that in the last 10, 12 months, what we have experienced. Perhaps we'll see manifold coming years. So the road ahead for Indian manufacturing, the world is looking at us. Now the onus is on all of us. How do we respond? They are looking at a second sourcing destination. They are realizing that there's an over-dependence on China, but it will not come on platter. It has never come on platter, it will never come on platter. We have to be ready, we have to make changes, we have to be receptive if we have to really capture this particular disruption to our advantage. So the challenge one, only three I'm covering here. Challenge one. China has been a global sourcing destination. It has been a global sourcing hub, no doubts about it. The Western world has realized they're dependent on China. They cannot get out of it. They want to, but they cannot. Challenge one for us is we have to change this mental transition from so-called Atmanirbhar to making the world Nirbhar on us. किसी भी तरीके से how can we make the world dependent on us? Now this is a big change. That pride of Atmanirbhar is not about making our economy isolated. We are an integrated economy. We cannot really remain isolated. How can we ensure that everyone else in the world is dependent on us? We have to scale ourselves up to that level. Challenge two. We have to move up the value chain from a typical OEM to the Western world, where our cost of labor is low. From that mindset, we have to move to ODM, to a brand business. Now, this evolution is a very, very important evolution. Otherwise, we will continue to be at the lower end of the value chain and will never really move up the value chain the way we are expected to. The top 100 brands globally, not a single brand is there from India, not a single. Okay, let's look at the Indian brands, top 40 brands which figure over there. Let's dissect this. The top brand, when did it originate? It originated in 1868, pre-independence. In fact, out of these 40, 12 of them were originated pre-independence. Shocker. Let's see what we did after independence, phase 2. We did some work, something happened. Let's see what we did after the next disruption in 1991. The last brand which came into this list of top 40 originated in 2004, 16 years back. It speaks, this data, these so-called rating, these brand values, they speak something very significant. Whatever we speak in the third box, in the phase 3, are also invariably in financial sector, more or less each one of them. So the challenge 3, the biggest one, what we need is a strong corporate leadership to shape the status quo. And the corporate world is looking at the new breed which is coming into the corporate fold. And that's you. What the Indian cricket team, the young Indian cricket team did just a couple of days back is exactly, it's your game. And what we expect the young leaders to carry a large heart and tough mind and be willing to make the changes and make it happen for us. This is a great opportunity. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sandeep. It was very, very insightful. And if I may sum up what you said, is largely you divided the disruption different eras or years. Then you compared largely India economy and the growth of Indian economy or GDP versus Korea, which is the right example. We normally, you are absolutely right, end up comparing ourselves with China. And in my experience of last 12 years, we have huge operations where I was working Goodyear in China, and I used to visit them at least 5 to 6 times a year, going to Shanghai, and got so much of insights into how they work and how Chinese economy is working, and the kind of changes we would see every 3 months the speed with which they would execute their actions,
Absolutely.
it was mind-boggling. In fact, I would wish that we could create a flyover in 6 months or a 4 months time frame, because every 3 months I would see a flyover coming up there somewhere in the city. So the speed was really bothering, but Korea is a good example, and I think the learnings which you highlighted, dream bigger and outside in approach we should take rather than inward looking only and getting satisfied, which I think is very, very true in the current situation. And our manufacturing value add, and it should be export oriented specifications, and the mindset should be like that. So completely agree with you. And then I think Atmanirbhar to world suppliers, it's a good thought. What we are trying to do now is, I think India has done well. I would say, I will not take the credit away from our seniors or our industry leaders, that in the last 70 years, we have come a long way. I would say we created enough food for our people. We created enough, what you call day-to-day required commodities for our people. But now this is the time that we have to leap forward and look at becoming some world suppliers. And you rightly said that our brands do not appear, Indian brands, in the top 100 or 150 top brands of the world. So I think it was a good insight. Thank you very much for your insights. And definitely all this will be possible if we have good leaders and the skilled leaders at the top and in the industry. So thanks a lot once again for your input. May I now request Mr. Srivastav, Ratan Srivastav, to share his thoughts, please.
Thank you, Rajiv ji. It's an honor and a privilege to be here at this session 1 on manufacturing supply chain focus and its impact on industry. Very, very honored to have the company of titans like you moderate this and add wisdom to this discussion. I'll start with a very simple question, right? So what is a disruptive technology? And we've been talking about disruptive technology bringing an impact. And as a management consultant, I start from the basics. What is a disruptive technology? So we know that disruptive technology is defined as emerging technologies that result in a step change in the way we do business, make manufacture products, and it dramatically changes the way we are used to doing work in the traditional manner. COVID-19 was one such event which gave us an opportunity to adopt technology because of this disruption. And as Sanjeev said earlier, this is not the first time that we've had this opportunity, but I think this is the first time we've made use of this opportunity. Historically, we have not been able to make use of such an opportunity which presented to us. Whether and in India, especially in India, because India found that disruptive technology, such as including, I would say, in digital, in AI, in 3D printing. 3D printing is something which actually got accelerated because of this disruptions, because traditional manufacturing took a beating, especially in precision manufacturing, such as space and aerospace technologies, the industry that I belong to primarily. Robotics, blockchain, 3D printing have really been accelerated in this industry. It would have taken more than 10 plus years for this to be adopted by the industry. This experience of acceleration of disruptive technology was able to foster growth and maximize impact just because we have no other option at that point of time. Change, we all know, is not easy, but this pandemic gave us no choice but to adapt. Adaptation went through several iterations. It was not one size fits all, as we have seen, and these iterations were typical and peculiar to several industries and services in which the disruptive technologies were adapted. For example, the disruption in the traditional e-logistics, the traditional logistics chain, the last mile deliveries, the e-commerce was different from, let's say, healthcare, in which contact tracing, for example, took a completely new track. This was something that we've never done earlier before. We've never had this kind of a pandemic where we had to do contact tracing. But this was possible only due to the disruptive technology, the adoption of cloud, the services, each and every service industry was suffered minimum disruption because of cloud, because of telecom technologies which were able to keep pace. We saw remote work happening. Remote work is again a huge disruption, and we all know that remote work is not something which is a temporary solution. Remote work has led to lowering of cost, more productivity also. Remote work would continue to be a long-term solutions. It will help companies not only reduce cost, but it will also give flexibility of employment. In fact, it has opened a new vista of employment for people who hitherto were not able to, use their professional acumen for for being a part of the employment force. Uh, for example, women who had to leave employment because of motherhood or stuff like that, but they have been able to join the force because work from home is reality today, and this reality is not going away anyway. If you look at something as simple as in manufacturing, as simple as PPE, know, till when the pandemic began, India was nowhere in the manufacturing of PPE. Today, we are one of the largest manufacturers of personal protective equipment. We are not only self-sufficient, as Sandeep just spoke about self-sufficiency, Atmanirbharta, but also export. So we are the largest exporters of PPE in the world. This is something which has been forced to us by the pandemic. As far as vaccination is concerned, again, disruption. Vaccination, our cost of vaccines is $2.73. $2.73. I mean, $3 is the lowest cost ever possible for vaccine to be manufactured by any country anywhere in the world, and the kind of mass vaccination that we've embarked upon has been possible only through the disruption. The disruptive technologies have given us this opportunity, the adoption of the adoption of the apps, for example, development of app for not only tracking the pandemic but also tracking people who are infected with it. And now with vaccination, with the COVID, using the platform that was available to us, even platform which was available to us on the NIC, to use Covin as a as an app, as a methodology of tracking who have been vaccinated and what is the impact of vaccination on the people who have been vaccinated. This is all, I mean, examples of the disruptive technology which has changed the way we interacted, we worked, and we were used to doing things. Digitization, I would say, about about supply chain, about the manufacturing supply chain and the internal operations. A McKinsey study says that there is a range of 3+ years to 10+ years in different economies and different cultures for adoption of the technologies, the adoption of the technologies and the digitization of the manufacturing chain, depending upon the maturity of the economy. So today, when we are talking about Asia, we look at the leapfrog being almost 10 years. It would have taken 10 years for the adoption of these technologies. Whereas in matured economies, it could have taken from 3 to 4 years. This digitization of the supply chain and the internal operations, uh, you should know, started with temporary solutions. When we were hit by it, it was just temporary solutions. We had to find a solution to the problem that we are into. And who would know this better than titans like Rajiv ji and Sandeep ji, who have steered their organizations through such crisis earlier as well. But through a range of measures, which started as a temporary solution, today we are looking at a long-term adoption of these technologies, because these have not only accelerated the adoption but also lowered costs. And cost, as Rajiv ji said in the beginning, we will have to watch costs not only today, we'll have to watch costs tomorrow, and we'll have to see how we spend whatever we have. So this is something, a range of measures which will be longer term, and this will make business priorities different from what the business priorities were earlier, and the business priorities going forward. Travel. Today, business travel is almost nothing, but continuity is there. Business continuity is there. I mean, we are doing this conference virtually on a platform, WebEx, which we would have not done maybe a year back. We would have possibly all traveled. There would have been a cost to traveling to Jaipur, the logistics involved, and maybe not available. I mean, we may not have been available because of our schedules. So I think the adoption of technology in not only in the supply chain, but its impact on the industry and on the services is something which is long term, and this is going to stay, because this is something which most companies are looking at as a longer term, as a corporate strategy. But this also leads to a question about data security. With so much of data roaming around in the internet, because everything is internet enabled, how are we going to step up this aspect? Because this is an aspect of security, data security, and also the last mile. For example, the individual laptops that we are giving to people working from home, they have enormous company data. How are we going to secure this? This is going to lead to, I think, definitely newer vistas and adoption of newer technologies, and maybe development of new technologies which will be easier to adopt and will be cost effective as well. One last thing I would say is this, that how have the governments actually taken to adoption of this technology? Governments across the world have also been impacted, just as the industry has been impacted. I think it's an opportunity not only for the private sector like us or the institutions, but also for the governments to really step up their game and uh, lead from the front in the adoption of technologies. Certain governments, certain forward-looking governments, for example, ours as well, have been able to use this. But at the same time, this has to be seen in the context of a region. If one country adopts, the other country doesn't adopt. For example, in our SAARC region as well, how do we put it into Asia or the ASEAN region? ASEAN and Asia, as you know, are the emerging economies and would lead the way forward. And a very good comparison was made by Sandeep ji with India and Korea, and I'm very happy that he did that, because everybody talks India, China, India, ASEAN, but there's a new perspective. We have to see how our other Asian nations are coping and how they are reacting to it. Japan, of course, has reacted very well. Korea has reacted very well. But then this is something which is new, and I really congratulate Sandeep ji for bringing up this, aspect of Korea. However, Korea has not been as agile in adoption of disruptive technologies in AI and digital as Japan has been, and Singapore has been. So we have to see this as a perspective, and we have to grow as a region. I would close this by saying that we started up with disruptive technologies as a temporary solution. We never knew last March or April where we will be going. And today we know it is here today, and it is a longer term measure, and it is a part of the corporate strategy, and how we do business forever will change. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Srivastava. This was really great insights, and the topic you picked up on disruptive technology and digital and adopting the new technology to safeguard our interest and continuity of the business support. I think that was very appropriately taken. You touched upon a few very important areas like data security challenge. Of course, it is going to be a big challenge. And definitely offline working has become a new normal for all of us now. And rightly said that most of our last 1 year meetings and even the board meetings and recording of the board meetings, I remember we had a few glitches in the first couple of meetings, but after that it all got sorted out. And today it is as smooth as like face-to-face meeting you're doing.
Absolutely.
But yes, somewhere I do feel, coming from probably my generation or old schools, that face-to-face meetings, that touch and feel is missing somewhere. And I do hope that sooner than later we get out of this pandemic situation and we are again able to travel normal and meet normal, at least. So one point before I go to Rahul, Mr. Rahul Shankar, I like to say that in operations, we'll have to probably calibrate ourselves and all. And I've got a couple of items here or steps we need to take. We will have to do some step change, customer-centric developments of products, services, and the customer service model. We'll have to probably develop multiple solutions of manufacturing which are closer to your hub, to be more agile and to be more resilient. We will have to probably look at some M&A kind of an approach to create some rapid value in the system, in the process, and probably try and look at means to create sustainable manufacturing and operations model, rather than continue to work and react to a situation. So I think reimagining a sustainable operations and supply chain model will give a competitive advantage to everyone. So with these closing remarks, thank you once again, Mr. Srivastava. And may I now invite Mr. Shankar to share his thoughts, please. I think you are on mute, Mr. No, can't hear you. Hello.
Rahul, you are on mute. Yeah. Oh, you have again.
I am actually trying to come on the phone now. Once again, I think from the computer it's not working. My apologies for this. Am I visible, audible?
Yes, please. Now very clear.
Fantastic. My apologies for this technical snag.
Not at all.
Good morning. Good morning to everybody. Good morning, and some amazing views from my co-panelists. It was really fantastic. I think the views from all of us are quite. So I resonate quite a lot with whatever's been said so far. And since I have to stick to the subject, so I'm going to try and do that. I've got a lot to talk about the pandemic and the way businesses have really gone about navigating, during these tough times. When the pandemic really started, somebody said, what, never waste a crisis. There were some of us who were being a little cynical about it, to say, come on. I mean, the world is going through such a rough patch, and somebody saying never waste a crisis. This. I think about 7 or 8 months later, when you look back at what we've been able to do as businesses, and the transformations that have come about over the last 7 to 8 months, I would look back and say, well, somebody said it right. You actually need to focus on making the crisis work for you. Businesses, if you look around, businesses or industries that have managed to do that are really having a pretty good trajectory right now. So I agree, there are some industries that were on the terrible side of the pandemic. Let me put it this way. Some of the industries like travel, they were on a very rough side of the pandemic. Uh, my sympathies really with those industries, but most of the industries on the consumer side, if you look at their graphs, it's really been a hockey stick, and it's been, and this is what I tell my team, all my the heads of departments, that there were actually two very critical functions that made us sail through. Of course, every function played its role, but two of the most critical functions really were supply chain and and the digital side of the business. Interestingly, that's pretty much the subject today. When I really look back, I straight away draw an analogy with Formula One racing. And why I say that, is very interesting, because even if you don't watch Formula One racing, is fine, but you would know of Formula One racing. In a Formula One race, the only place where you actually have a good chances of overtaking the others is the bend, right? Because when the track gets straighter, it's just very difficult for you to pace up against the others, right? And whoever really recognized this, whether it's an individual or an industry or a company, really made it large during the pandemic. So if you realize that the bend is where I'm going to hold the steering tight, I'm going to press the pedal right and at the right time, then I'm going to go past the others. When the road sort of straightens up, which is bound to happen, and we are seeing that happen, and inshallah that should happen very soon. We're all crossing our fingers for that. When the road gets straightened up, you realize that you've really picked up momentum, and that's what I am seeing many businesses in a similar spot at this point. A little bit about some of the disruptions that have really happened. Now, who would have really imagined that in the FMCG sector, you'll have organizations working from home and still managing to sort of, deliver growth? Absolutely unimaginable till about a year back. If this point that just got made about meeting people in person, the touching and feeling sort of in businesses being so important, I completely agree. And in FMCG, we always used to say, this business cannot really be run from home. You need to come 5 days a week. You need to have these long meetings, inside a room, lock yourself, brainstorm, fill up those whiteboards and, make those, long presentations on strategy. But this can only be done in person. Look where the FMCG industry is today, and it's all work from home. Look what has really happened on digital. Look what has really happened on cost efficiencies across organizations. And this is not FMCG specific, but across the board, regardless of, company, industry, right? I can very clearly see in my business, the disruption on the digital front and the supply chain front that has happened in the last about 6 to 7 months is perhaps something that was not going to happen even in the next 6 years. So what we've really been able to do is an accelerated transformation on the digital front, and this bodes very well for businesses. Sandeep made this point about Atmanirbhar, and I completely agree with you, Sandeep, on this whole acronym called NATO. While we've been talking a lot over the years, over the decades, about India going global, etc., and it all started from 1991 when the economy opened up. But I won't say we've done nothing, but we've countries done a lot. But if you look at what some of the other countries have done really in the emerging markets, I think there's a lot of ground to cover when you look at the potential of India, and its people versus what we've been able to sort of, deliver to the world, right? And export really. I mean, if you look at the Chinese story, it's really been all built on exports. A significant chunk of Chinese GDP growth has been contributed by exports, and that's where India has got a big deficit. So this whole theory of Atmanirbhar Bharat really needs to be accelerated, and I'm happy that we've got youngsters, the young leaders of tomorrow, right here on this WebEx, watching us. My message to you guys: uh, this is really your moment. This is your moment. Just seize this opportunity. Uh, India is going to go global, and we need to have that kind of outlook. Uh, if I just go back about 6 to 8 months on the various challenges that we saw in our business, on especially on the supply chain front, uh, it was like a mountain. I mean, if you look at we had about 54 factories from where we were sourcing our products, about 630 SKUs. The cost of production was moving up because obviously there was labor shortage, there were other restrictions from the regulatory bodies and so on. If you look at the entire sort of movement of goods, we know there was a massive disruption that happened. In the middle of the storm, during those 1 or 2 months, during the crisis, the kind of action that really happened. When I look back now, this has made the entire supply chain so agile. The cost of production, which we call as the conversion cost, has actually come down across most of these factories that we source from. So it actually went up by about 30-40% during April and May because of the reasons that I just mentioned. But when I look at the conversion now, with the economies of scale picking up, it's actually come down from the levels of March by about 8 to 10%. So that's and that's happened also because the manufacturing has got more agile, more digitized. The entire sort of end-to-end supply chains got massively digitized. Manufacturing organizations have actually gone back to things like the old-fashioned ZBBs or the zero-based budgeting, and they've sort of stopped their leakages. They've become much more cost productive and so on. So my view really is that this is really the defining moment for India. Of course, we've all been through a crisis. Every company, every individual, every organization's been through this crisis. Every industry's been through this crisis. But now, what I can see as leader of my business, this year and beyond, is a lot of light at the end of this tunnel. So, of course, the tunnel's been long. We're all in this tunnel. The tunnel's not over yet, but the light that I see at the end of the tunnel is enormous. I'm very, very positive. I'm very, very positive about the times ahead. And God willing, I think India is going to be shining. We've been talking about India shining for a very, very long time, but I think India's time to shine has come now. And it's really going to depend on the youth, on you guys, on you all, to really sort of pick this up as an opportunity and just run with it. Do not worry about employment opportunities. There are going to be immense employment opportunities. We've all been through the stage that you're in right now, thinking about what's going to happen to the job market. Are there going to be lesser jobs, so on? But trust me, do not worry about that, because there's huge consumption happening out there, and the consumption's picking up. When the consumption picks up, organizations will need people, but organizations will need people with skills. So focus on your skills, and then just leave the rest to really application. Thanks a lot. I'm not sure whether I've taken too much time. Maybe I have. My apologies for that. But back to you, Rajiv ji.
Thank you, Mr. Shankar. I think that was a great talk, straight from the heart, and you didn't take longer than you were supposed to be taking. So thank you for that. We still have 2 more minutes for this particular session, then we move to the next one. But before we move, I think your talk was very positive talk. You gave a lot of optimism and a good message to the youngsters. I think you rightly said that built upon your skills now, given the current situation, and as long as your skill set is high, you keep on adding skills to your stature, to your personality. The more skills you have, the more opportunities you will be able to encash on. That is the mantra, which is true not now, it will be true forever, I believe. Relevance is the key word, that as long as you are relevant to a particular task or a business, you will never go out of demand. So continue to keep thinking like that. And your analogy on Formula One racing, I think that bend gives you the opportunity to overtake or the overpass. Similarly, these disruptions, like you said, one should take it as an opportunity to probably take advantage if one can do it. And that comes again with resilience and how quick you are on your decision making. You also touched on a good subject of cost, that costs have overall become a little more efficient. I completely agree with you, both on the manufacturing side and even on the front end of the business. The costs have become efficient. If you look at the fixed cost, probably today is the opportunity for us to look at how to reduce the fixed cost, which is generally not the component in the industry we try to look at, because generally the fixed cost is not easy to reduce. Money, which is like your depreciation and your fixed compensation and components of some production costs and some engineering costs or energy costs, which are fixed components. But then the variable component, which has caused this 8 to 10% reduction, which you talked, I think most of the industry has been able to reduce the variable part of the total cost, industry cost.
That's
one aspect which I would like to probably take up before I close my talk is on the inventory management. I think this is another area to reduce the cost of working capital for industry and for everyone to look at is, can we work more efficiently with the inventories? We were used to of keeping in the market like 45 to 60 days of inventory, dealership or distributor inventory. Probably we are now looking at 25 days or 20 days inventory. Can we work with that? So that will be a huge advantage on the working capital management. Similarly, in process inventory on the shop floor, people are used to, and I have seen industries with 2 days, 3 days work in process inventories. I am less than a day's work in the process. So that is a huge money available to you. So these are the 2 points I'd like to make here, alongside what you have said, rightly said.
Absolutely. I completely agree with you, Rajiv ji.
Yeah. So with these words, thank you once again, Rahul. Thank you once again to all the panel members. So moving on to the next part of the discussion agenda, may I ask Mr. Sandeep Tiwari, may I address you, Sandeep? And ask you to give your thoughts on, like a question is, what are the various manufacturing and business continuity strategies perceived in your opinion and should be implemented during COVID-19 pandemic times? Maybe a few words on it.
I think first and foremost, we shouldn't be seeing them as in continuity to what we were doing prior to March 2020. So that's for sure. Two, when we are looking at things, we must be looking more holistically in terms of not just manufacturing or cost reduction. We generally tend to make our balance sheet look much better by doing those, cutting those corners, reducing the investment which we were supposed to make for long term. But these balance sheets, what we are seeing whether whatever performances we are seeing in stock market are not true reflection of the status of the economy. We must make those changes and investment in terms of more investment into manufacturing, sourcing, supply chain, and automation of each of these from a global perspective. Somewhere people are looking at mitigating by putting the point across, let's reduce our dependence on China, let's look for a local sourcing. That's not the answer. We have to have both the aspects going together. And that's what I would like to submit if we really have to make a difference in the marketplace.
Thank you, Sandeep. I think that is quite meaningful. Basically, you talked about how to sustain and also not fully dependent on our in-house manufacturing abilities, but we should look at multiple sourcing from wherever we can create a sustainable solutions. Thank you. Moving on to this question I have is for Mr. Srivastava. Can you hear me, Mr. Srivastava?
I can hear you, sir.
Yeah. So the question is, can you share, sir, some industry initiatives in adoption to disruptive technologies which you talked about that have helped organizations in building agile manufacturing and supply chain systems? You did talk about digital, you did talk about some disruptive technologies adoption, but maybe elaborate a little more, please.
Thank you, sir. I would go back to again the industry with which I'm more familiar than others, and that's the aerospace and defense industry. In the aerospace industry, so we have seen a real big leap towards adoption of two technologies, which possibly would have taken a longer period of time had we not been in this pandemic situation. One is additive manufacturing. Additive manufacturing would have taken a much more longer period of time to be adopted as a technology of choice for manufacturing of aerospace components and space components. And the other technology that has really taken off because of this disruption is 3D printing. 3D printing in manufacturing of precision components for aerospace and space, which is not only light, much more lighter than the traditional components that we have been using, but also it is much more stronger than the components that we use and materials that we use for those components, and also less prone to fatigue as well as less prone to failures. So I would talk about these two technologies, additive and 3D.
Okay, thank you. That's. I hope that 3D technology or printing technology is adopted in more industries, but I think for bigger components, it's still not that practical. Am I correct?
Yes, sir. As I said, it is more useful in precision components and components which require a high degree of reliability and less fatigue.
Correct.
And for space, I mean, in space and aerospace, that fits very well. But of course, in larger components and machinery, it will still take some time, and also whether it is cost effective, because today everything is about costs. So whether it's going to be cost effective.
So let me ask you another, relative question to what you're just saying. That we say that we want to be a preferred manufacturing nation. We compare ourselves with China on mass production, our ability to produce in large quantities and mass scale production, and the cost effectiveness. We do say that we have lower labor costs and all. But somewhere we do, when it comes to real comparison and when it comes to really taking advantage of the opportunities globally, we are not that preferred. So given the technological advantages which you just talked about, can we probably say that the investment in technology could be a solution in future for India to become a global player?
This is again a very interesting question, sir. Investment. I mean, you would know, having spent much more time in the industry and having much more experience than us about having about just investment in technology not being the only factor or the only accelerator, to bring investment and manufacturing and more, I would say, cash on the table. That's one of the enablers, I would say. But for example, a favorable policy environment, ease of doing business, apart from, of course, investment in technology and disruptive technologies, everything contributes. It cannot be one factor which is most important. It is a combination of factors which will enable it to happen. um, One thing which comes to my mind is the new policy that we have, PLI policy, that is the productivity linked incentive scheme of the government of India, which has found many takers in the electronics industry. So, as we have seen, uh, Apple, for example, has shifted a lot of its manufacturing to a plant near Chennai for manufacturing of the iPhone 11 and 12 components, and also iPhone 11 purely for export purposes. I would say this is again an investment in technology and enabling environment provided by a policy change which has made this happen. So I think it's a combination of everything rather than just one thing, to make it happen.
Agree. I think you have answered it well, and I'd like to just add here that probably a policy making is not directly in the control of most of us as corporate people. What we bring on the table is, in our own respective industries or our product line which we are looking at, can we bring in the newer products and the most creative solutions we can provide and take it to the customer, probably at a cost effective product at a good competitive cost. Probably we'll be able to not only help the customer and bring the new products to them, we'll be also able to generate good returns for the stakeholders. That's what probably is the summing up of what you just said. So technology is definitely going to be helpful. Thank
Definitely,
you
sir.
very much.
Definitely.
Thank you very
Definitely
much.
as an enabler, sir. Thank you, sir.
Absolutely. So coming back to Mr. Tiwari once again, one more question for you, Mr. Tiwari, to give your views on. Can I?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So the question is, while the disruptive technologies became the economic game changer during pandemic times for manufacturing industries, what are the strategies you suggest to manage workforce in line with future requirements?
I think first and
Largely
foremost,
talking about skill sets and all.
I think first and foremost is a skill set level and eye level in terms of quality and perfectionism. That chalta hai jugaad is not going to take us anywhere. It can only take us to where we are. It really have to make a difference. At a worker level, we have to bring that so-called eye for detailing. One question which has always troubled me, even the best of global multinational brands producing under their own brand in Indian factory are not able to export products from India to even portions of Africa. Products from Samsung, products from LG, these companies, they struggle to export these products from India, made in India, under the brand, which is global brand, to a geography like Africa. It speaks something which we are all ignoring. It's not a matter of global sourcing. It's a matter of the brand. It's a matter of what people believe about made in India. Samsung made in India versus Samsung made in Vietnam to Samsung made in China. They are not at same level. And if this one statement has to be really dissected, this will start throwing answers to what we need to perfect. We need to change our quality standards, the training and the manpower in terms of rejecting things which we tend to ignore. We have to really look at it from a very, very different angle, not the way we have been looking till now. And this is a big opportunity lying ahead.
So, just reflecting on the comments you just made about made in India, same brand versus made in Vietnam or Korea, the preferred manufacturing base over India is for the same brand is other than India. I think I also worked all my career, all my life for Goodyear, which is a global brand, you know it. And I would say that we did not face this issue ever. We've been exporting from here to Latin America and North America and all parts of the world, Europe also, some brands. But largely, two issues which I would just add on to what you said. Maybe it is what you said is not my understanding, but it is true. So two things I faced. One, always that our manufacturing capability and capacity, rather than capability but capacity, was always sufficient to cater to the local market. So we continued to augment our capacity and add on the capacity and capability based on the local requirements. What changed in the last 10 years or 7 years? What has changed is 25 to 30% of most of my customers, the OEMs, they started exporting their vehicles. Now, do I have the capability as a Goodyear Made in India brand tire to be given on those export-oriented vehicles? Would they accept it? The answer is yes. We were the most preferred. And then our replacement of those components or those parts were being, supplied through a supply chain organization, which is a global hub of Goodyear. So we supply from wherever it makes sense. So we largely did not face this problem, but however, like you said, and the other constraint was there is a geographic distribution led restrictions in a global organization that being in India, I can only cater to certain countries and Europe will cater to certain part of the globe and North America will cater to certain part of the globe. And we are not supposed to cross those territories with the same product because here a point which I would like to make is that product should not be different if the specification is a global specification we have taken under the same brand. If we fiddle with the specifications, if we do not produce to the specifications, the same product, a TV, Samsung TV made in India, a QLED T95 versus Vietnam or versus Korea, I shouldn't be hesitant in buying the good India-made QLED. My point.
Yeah.
So, but it's a good point you are raising. We did have hesitation when made in China tires were coming to India and we tried to supply it to some of the OEMs or someone. They said, no, we don't want China made product. Maybe a similar feeling is there for India.
In fact, it's more on the consumer-facing brands, the brands which come into one's hand, because there's a huge difference when it comes to laptop. They've become almost like a business card for us.
Okay.
Mobile phones, laptops. These are products where people touch, feel, they value the country of origin within the brand also, and perhaps that's the point I was trying to make.
I was going to say that, Sandeep, absolutely. So this is, I think it's really about the consumer brand. So and that's where I think India needs to build its equity. Talking about outsourcing or sort of sending or exporting, whether it's products or services. Look at the BPO industry and the way India has been able to build in technology backend and the business process outsourcing or KPO line of business. There we are a brand, right? I mean, people would look at, of course, now you've got Philippines and Bangladesh and Myanmar competing with us strongly, but we've been able to build equity there. The hotspot for the BPO industry and so on. So I think you're right, Sandeep. If we in certain sectors, if we were to build brand India, then the game becomes much easier.
Agreed. Good. Thank you, Rahul. So coming to you, Rahul, with another one. How did you lead and manage at Modicare the dramatically changed customer demand patterns due to pandemic? That is the question. So share your experience.
Yeah, Rajiv ji, again, so it's a very interesting question. and it's pretty much, and I'm going to have a very long story, but I'm going to try and, because this was what
Yeah.
you're asking me really is, the story of the last 6 months, right? I mean, so
Yeah,
I'm
if we
going to
can,
try and be very, very brief. I'm going to try
yeah,
and be very, very brief on this one.
thank
So
you.
what we did straight away was, we followed the McKinsey model of the Alpha and the Delta programs. So we said there is going to be this tunnel. I had estimated that the tunnel is going to be really long. Unlike many people who said, "Ye 2-3 mahine mein pandemic khatam ho jayega," I wanted to consider the worst case. So I said the tunnel is going to be really, really long, guys. So how do we now negotiate this tunnel? But tunnel being the pandemic. So we split up our teams into Alpha and Delta. Alpha are the guys who will take care of the current business like the way it is. And I pulled out a set of people from the the core team who are going to only focus on what does life look at the end of the tunnel. How does it look? And this was the Delta team, which would basically work on what are we going to do in the new normal. I wanted to completely delink these people from the day-to-day running of the business. Very clearly, what came up in the very first week, or maybe the first couple of weeks, pretty much in March itself, was the fact that non-essential products, which was about 60% of our portfolio, would now be under lockdown. So you can't move that. So there was this immediate need to move this 40% pie. Of course, this 40% mechanically would become 100% because you would not be able to sell anything that's non-essential, right? So this 40% would pretty much be your 100%, which basically means that this 40% had to be made 2.5 times to get your existing, volumes, right? So that was a massive, massive challenge. And any amount of incentivization at that point would not work. The only thing that would work would be how do you reach these products, because the consumer was dying to receive these products, right? So this thing was very, very clear in front of us, that if we manage to produce and if we can manage to reach to the consumer, he's not going to look for a discount. You sell on MRP also, he's going to accept.
Got it. So that is a very interesting point. My experience is that what you said is right, that 40% portfolio should augment the 100% requirement, correct?
That's right.
That was the outcome of the Delta team. But question is, do we have as an industry the capability, or as a company or as a manufacturing plant, do we have the capability, or if we are outsourcing, do we have the capability of suppliers, capability to double or 2.5 times, volume jump up quickly? Because that requires specific products, require specific capability. You may not have the capacity to, cater to that kind of a volume jump immediately.
Absolutely.
So if you were so flexible in your manufacturing capability and that capability was already developed, I think that was awesome. That was great.
No, it wasn't developed, Rajiv. That is what I was coming. Nobody knew the pandemic is going to hit you. So we were definitely, working on, the regular sort of 50 odd days of inventory in our pipeline, which would have been enough to take care of maybe, if I were to make it 2.5 times, which means if I had 60 days of inventory, that virtually meant that I had less than 20 days of inventory, right? Because people would consume more. So, but then the challenge really was to reach the stuff. Challenge wasn't really only to produce, like I said. And production itself was an issue because laborers were not turning up to the factories. So we focused on 2 specific areas. So we said, okay, how do we make the lines run? Right? So that's the first thing. So of course, then a host of stuff happened. Rajivji, I don't want to get into details. We kept the laborers in the factory.
We don't have that time now. It's an interesting discussion. But
but that's what I'm saying. The question you asked me is a 6-month. It's a 6-month story. But then I'm trying to be as brief as possible. But what we managed to do was 2 things in a nutshell. To get the lines to run, first of all, And second is to make sure that our warehouse operations and the logistics operations carried on. There was a huge risk that we took and carried on. So that was but this was the alpha part. You see, I haven't talked about the delta part yet. What the Delta team came up with immediately was that, look here, you can't move the essential products, from 40% to 100%, right? But you can look at new vistas that you've never looked at. For example, we launched, and this is, I mean, I'm sure you know, this is a direct selling business. We do about 2,000 crores of revenue a year. So fairly sizable direct selling business now. We created a virtual product, Rajivji, which was an antivirus software which sits on your phone, worth 799 rupees, tied up with an Israeli company. Did almost, in that month of April when we were really struggling, it did about 5 to 6 crores worth of antivirus software which went on the phone without any supply chain requirement. So, and what I'm trying to say is that we would have never, and by the way, why it was relevant at that point was there was this whole fear of people doing Zoom meetings and, virus coming onto your phones and your laptops and stuff like that. So we said, okay, here's an opportunity. Let's go and use this to get some revenue uptick. So, and there were various other stories like that, and I don't want to bore you with all those stories right now. It's going to be very long.
I think we very well said. Thank you. We are running a little short on the time, but the one word which comes out of your talk is that industry has to be now continuously be more on innovation and creativity.
Absolutely.
Our teams have to be more and more creative and seize on the opportunities as they come quickly.
Absolutely.
And the example you gave on the virus, on the phones, counter virus system and generating revenue and, filling up the losses, that was good. Thank you
just
so much.
if I were to just fill that in a little bit more, on the production side, as things opened up, we were very sure that, as the lockdown opens up, which initially the Prime Minister said 21 days, but okay, we said maybe a month or two, we had readiness to launch 70 new products, across categories when the lockdown opened up. So in about 3.5 months' time, we launched 70 new products, which sort of gave us that uptick. So that's why I'm saying, so what we were able to do in 6 months, probably would have not been able to do in the next, 2 to 3 years. And that's what I was trying to say.
If I could interrupt, this is Dr. Surendra here.
Yes,
sir. I think this story is very good, and we have about 17 minutes more. So I think, if you, with your permission, if you allow, Rahul could elaborate a bit more.
Doctor, we have 7 minutes or 17 minutes.
We have enough time. We have enough time because I kept a cushion of 15 minutes.
Excellent.
So don't worry. Yeah.
So Rahul, please continue.
Okay, thank you. You're being very kind to me. So, so the point that I was trying to make was that if I had continued with the same alpha stuff, and if I had put them all on, the day-to-day stuff and all of that, we would have never been able to really, look beyond the horizon. So what I kept telling this team all through the lockdown period was, and by the way, my involvement as a leader of this business was much more, with the Delta guys, because, the others were anyway taking care of the alpha. So I actually created some rigor on reviews, etc. initially, and then I ejected myself out of this a little bit and put myself onto the Delta of the project. The results were very interesting. On the business front, in May itself, we were ahead of the pre-COVID numbers. COVID pandemic struck us, sometime in the 3rd week of March, we all know. And by May, we were actually ahead of our pre-COVID sales numbers. By June, we were about 30% higher than our pre-COVID numbers. And by July, or say August, we were 2x of our pre-COVID numbers. Now, going back to that analogy that I was making about the Formula One race, we actually went ahead and, did not waste the crisis. We tried to encash on the crisis. We held the steering properly. We kept pressing the pedal at the right time. We knew that we were going to need products as the things open up. We knew we were going to need some people. By the way, we did people hiring. So we hired 47 people, which is about about 20% of our strength really during the pandemic. So we went and hired ahead. So we made the right investments when the bend was happening. When people were trying to pull back investments, we saw light at the end of the tunnel. And that's the big point I'm trying to make. And maybe I was fortunate to be in an industry where there was still traction. It was a heavily consumption-based industry. It is FMCG. It's also direct selling, which means that people were losing jobs and they were looking for entrepreneurship opportunities. They were looking at some side income, etc. Maybe all of that went in our favor, which is fine, to be fair. But I also know of competitors in our industry, in the direct selling space, who were waiting for the lockdown to get over, and they virtually collapsed. Point that I wanted to really highlight here.
Thank you, Rahul. That was very, very good and very exciting and interesting discussion. And thank you for sharing your practical insights of your learnings.
Thank you.
So with this, we come to the almost conclusion of the session. Dr. Shukla or Dr. Shivani, if there are any other questions or comments from your end, please.
Yes, sir. There are 4 questions.
Yes,
Two
please. Go
questions
ahead.
are
You may take over and ask those questions, please.
Right,
One by one.
Yeah. So one question which is asked by a faculty member, Mr. Mudit Khitan, sir. The question is, how can industries replicate the BCCI model of talent development, scouting, and acquisition beyond metros? They are not even spending the CSR beyond the mandated levels, and their R&D levels as a whole are dismal. The reliance on government and individual resources must be given a push by industry resources. Are you asking your engineers to devote, say, 4 to 6 hours a week to teach and work with the students?
Okay. So Rahul, would you take this since you did hiring also during the pandemic?
Yeah, well, I think so. The fabric of our business, it is there is a lot of tier 2 and below focus, because that's where there are the sort of replacement income story does much better. Like at 20,000 rupees that somebody earns in a lesser city versus here in Delhi has a different meaning, right? So yes, for us it's very relevant. And we've not sent engineers, to be honest. We've not done that. But what we definitely do is keep our eyes and ears very close to the ground, in the lower tiers. So for sure. And etc. Those markets, we look at local talent, because that becomes very, very critical. So we do that for sure. But it's an interesting thought, this whole thing of sending people down there physically and stuff. It's an interesting idea. So thanks a lot. I've picked up something from there.
Thank you. Just to add to that, what we did during, and we utilized this time, to educate not only our own field staff, sales staff. We did a lot of WebEx sessions and training sessions. We took this as an opportunity to do WebEx sessions on different subjects on tire technology, finance, working capital management, some marketing sessions with all our pan-India distributors and dealers, a 1-hour session per week. And we covered as many as almost 1,000 dealers during the 2 months lockdown period. So that really became very helpful, that our connect with the dealers became very, very strong. and we use this as an opportunity to educate them. So that was an additional element we took, or we learned during this pandemic period.
Thank you, sir. So the next question we have is from Ayushi Maurya. How can we secure employment post-COVID and talent for future?
I think I'll say one word here. Like we said earlier, one of our panelists said, skill set. So make sure that you continue to learn new skills, you continue to update your knowledge base with the latest digital and the latest technologies. Make yourself and keep yourself relevant for the task or the field you want to be in. As long as you are capable and you are relevant, the market is open, the opportunities are going to be immense. The way this recovery is taking place, it is much more faster. You will see the industry results on quarterly results. You will see a massive profitability gain and the revenue gain people are showing, industries showing. Hiring is back. We'll be needing more skilled people in the industry. We'll be needing more capable workforce in the industry. So I think opportunities will be there, and it will be there for those who are able to add value and bring something on the table for the industry or for the specific jobs. That's what I would like to say, but I'll leave it to the panelists, all my speakers, to add something.
Completely aligned with you, Rajiv ji.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. The next question that we have from the question and answer section. What are the new rules to succeed in digital age? What are your thoughts on digital economy by Avnish Singh?
Okay, so Mr. Srivastava, would you like to take this, please?
I think Mr. Srivastava had a 12:30 hard stop, so he has dropped out. Yeah.
Okay, so I'll leave it to Sandeep. On digital.
Okay. Once for me. Sandeep's going ahead.
What are the new rules to succeed in digital age? What are your thoughts on digital economy?
Okay, Sandeep, you will want to go for it.
Number one, pre-COVID, there was always a differentiation made between a digital economy and a mainstream economy. Practically speaking, that difference no longer exists. Now, digital economy is the only economy. Whatever tail is left of the so-called mainstream is something is also going to just amalgamate into this digital economy. So that's first and foremost. There's no differentiation left. Two, how fast people are able to catch on this digital economy and start changing and grabbing would determine what success they'll be able to put on paper. Now, that's exactly what everyone's supposed to get into. How well people will execute, implement, and succeed would determine the net results.
Yeah, I think what you have said is absolutely correct. That the issue with what we are facing in our industry, because I would say what you have largely said is true, but maybe in some sectors or some segments of the industry, digital is to an extent applicable, like for our kind of product. That last mile approach, the fitment and taking the product to the customer would still require physical intervention and movement and all. But for FMCG and other products, probably digital economy is almost catching up as good as the traditional economy which we had. Would you agree, Sandeep?
Yes, to quite an extent, these are early times in terms of this changeover. But if we were to really, for a minute, just eject out of our Indian framework and get into how things are moving in California, how Amazon is moving over in terms of taking autonomous driven vehicles to deliver things.
Mm-hmm.
Things are changing, and they're changing so fast in the world that we have to start keeping our radar and track of how the world operates and what we can learn out of it to really start making a difference in India. So while I totally agree, there are a lot of sectors where that last mile will matter. But even in that last mile, the engagement level, how it has to be dealt, what value add digital will bring in, is something which we have perhaps not seen earlier, but we have an opportunity to see it now. I have
Agreed.
been from a traditional industry where typically the last mile in terms of percentage was always like a hands-on Gupta ji or a Sharma ji. It's no longer the case. People are now quite receptive. They are willing to change. Perhaps that generational change has happened in a few years, and in last 10 months, perhaps another generational change has taken place.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for answering this question. The next question that we have, what about foresightedness in the current VUCA conditions by Professor M. Joshi?
Okay. So, Sandeep, do you like to take this, or Rahul, or Mr. Srivastav, whosoever? We are in the VUCA world, so somebody talked about big wishes, goals, big goals, think big. I think that was Sandeep.
Dr. Savita?
Yes, Sandeep ji.
Hello?
Yeah.
May I have a question once again? I didn't pick up the question.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. What about foresightedness in the current VUCA conditions?
Basically, it is talking about predictability and the foresight and the forecasting. Am I correct? Looks like there is a...
I think the principle of VUCA itself is something where there's nothing like no concept of predictability. When we bring in artificial intelligence to really come in terms of rescuing a human intervention, and when it comes to unpredictability, well, I think we started the discussion on a very positive note, where we spoke till March or middle of March last year. Next 15 days also, as far as financial closing was concerned. To expect in next 15 days, I would rather say 10 days, between 20th of March and 31st of March. Like a typical financial year, people kept, okay, we'll manage the targets in last 10 days. But that predictability of 10 days didn't exist. Supply chain, right from manufacturing down to the level of kind happened, and what we all experience, like a total complete lockdown happens, how things will unfold. Hence, we have to take it in our stride. This is the way the world will operate now. The disruptions will be so often, so fundamental in nature, that predictability is something which is now a thing of past. We have to take it in our stride, keep moving. There will be new challenges, we overcome them, and we again keep moving.
So forecasting and predictability in the industry will come down drastically. Correct?
Yeah, feedback system will change to a feed forward system. Now that's the algorithm change which would happen.
Yeah. So that's where the agility and the resilience comes in. Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
So we have one more question. Is there any global brand outside India which came in the list of top 100 brands since 2004, like you mentioned for India by Mr. Manmohan Yadav ji?
If you were to pick up any brand, the technology brand, you pick up Facebook, you pick up Google, everyone has in a way come just after that. The entire digital world which we are talking of is a creation after 1994. So practically speaking, it's not just that. We have been hearing a lot about Tesla. Look at it. From nowhere it came. It made all the likes of Toyotas and the equivalent become a Kodak. Kodak did exactly the same mistake of not moving over to digital camera. They kept on getting stuck because they wanted to sell the film rolls. The management wanted that business, which is the so-called profit earner for them, the cash cow for them. They wanted to just protect it, shield it. What happened to it? It doesn't exist. While we are talking of those spectrum, where is Nokia today? Nokia as a brand remains. Nokia as a company, where is it? Now, these physical changes, which we perhaps generally tend to ignore, are something we have to really learn from. And this is the learning which, if we carry ahead, would make a huge difference to create someday a similar conference happening and talking about the success of Indian brands world over. Not selling to Indian diaspora in the West, but selling to the global population as an Indian brand, as an Indian product, made for those people and not just B2B products.
Yeah, so Sandeep, I think a beautiful example from the States, Digital and Apple. Digital was much bigger brand than Apple. And where is Digital today? And I think it was only because Apple was forth-looking and Digital was perhaps in the comfort zone and didn't look forward. That's the one point. If chair permits and if moderator permits, I want to ask one question, and perhaps that could be a last question, because both Rahul and Sandeep talked about the move up in the value chain. I think that's very interesting. And 20 years back, I was giving a presentation to the government, to the UP government, and we were talking about Naresh Gupta of Adobe was also alongside, and we were giving a presentation on move up in the value chain from the services, body shopping or cheap labor of these, kind of a software engineers to creating products. And that's where people started talking. And I think Infosys, Wipro, everybody started looking at creating some products in India. But nothing came global from this large knowledge-based economy or large pool of software engineers in India. We all became only cheap laborers till today. Even today, we are only working as cheap laborers. Now, I think Rahul mentioned the move up in the value chain, in the manufacturing. I think this is a right opportunity, perhaps created by COVID, and is the best opportunity given to India to make that sentence that move a real sentence move up in the value chain, where from the chain, just importing or sourcing from China and selling to instead start creating big brands in India. Manufacturing brands, and is it going to happen or not? That's the a quick comment I want from the panelists. Is there a possibility in the post-COVID situation?
Dr. Shukla, in my view, if I were to just take this, in my view, people say digital has caused the biggest disruption, or has been the biggest transformation driver. I would say supply chain, and that's what I said even when I started my, my section when I was talking about it. Supply chain has been almost as much, by the way. The kind of transformation that has happened in supply chain is almost as much as it has happened in digital. It's an enabler. That's fine, but never before COVID was demand forecasting so important as it has become today. Never before COVID was, reaching your product in time to the consumer, digitally enabling the consumer to order and receive the products. Never before COVID was it so important than it has become now. Never before COVID, the so-called the cost of conversion of goods, economies of scale and diseconomy for a MSME. Right now, what we're going through, especially on supply chain, whether it's manufacturing or logistics, I'm talking about the entire end-to-end supply chain, all the way to the consumer. The kind of disruption that's happening right now, if we really are, sort of keep reinventing ourselves along this disruption, we're going to possibly go much closer to what Sandeep was saying, to make India a global player. Really, I mean, we're taking a step jump on supply chain across the board. And it's not just large companies.
I think it's a big question, and I think it needs some more deliberations. But the next panel is starting. Savita, can you please take over and conclude?
Yes, sir.
So may I say a few words, Savita ji, before you?
Yes, sir.
conclude?
Sure, sir.
So sorry.
No, I'd like to just conclude that it was a good discussion. I think we got very good insights from all the three esteemed panel members, and I think we all tried together to give answers to the questions to some degree of satisfaction of the person asking the question. But like you said, Dr. Shukla, there are a couple of questions or topics which require a bigger discussion and a separate discussion, and we can certainly organize that. But with this, I'd like to say that my closing remarks would be that, the COVID-19 pandemic, as I have just jotted down a few lines, triggered a series of radical long-term changes for both manufacturing and supply chain practitioners or organizations. Companies have to rethink their supply chain strategies and practices to stay competitive during and after the pandemic. So that's the only solution. So with these words, I'd like to say thank you to Dr. Shukla and all the members of the university, all the panelists, and I'm very honored and thankful to all of you for giving me the opportunity to chair this session. So with these words, back to Dr. Shivani.
Thank you,
so
Rajiv.
much.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, Rajiv Anand sir, Sandeep Tiwari ji, Ratan Srivastav sir, and Rahul Shankar sir. On behalf of entire JNU fraternity, I extend a hearty vote of thanks to all the speakers for this session, for sharing your valuable thoughts, your findings, your opinions with us today. Once again, I want to state that we are grateful to all the speakers on this stage. We thank you for being with us. It's been a great pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you.
All the best. Thanks to you.
Thank you.
All the best to you.
Thank you so much.
Should I start?
Hello. 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 Dr. Shivan, can we check up the mic whether we are audible?
Yeah, 1 second. There is a little technical snack just working. Just a minute. Yeah. I think sorted out technical issue. Go on.
Good afternoon, Bakshi sir. This is Adarsh.
Good afternoon, Adarsh ji. How are you?
I'm doing great.
So,
I'm doing great. I'm happy to see you.
I think there is a problem at the Blessie's end. Her mic or something is not working. So let me take over at this moment. Okay. So this was planned by somebody else, so I'm taking over. Thank you so much for your time. One second.
Dr. Messi is able to come.
देखो मेरी आवाज आ रही है इसमें आप अपने बंद
I'm so sorry. Somehow the person who was supposed to speak, her mobile, the communication didn't work. So
Dr. Mehrotra is there. Dr. Mehrotra is there.
Yes. So I will quickly. Professor Mehrotra is, he doesn't need any introduction. He is a long time, both corporate and the education, more than 20 years in the corporate and more than 15 years in the corporate and more than 15 years in the education.
I think both are 20 years plus. Both are 20 years plus. Both in corporate 24 years and 20 years in.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's keep everybody mute except Dr. Mehrotra.
Thank you, sir.
I think you have to go on mute. Everybody go on mute, please. So Professor Mehrotra is going to moderate this session, and his experience in the industry and education and a researcher is actually going to contribute significantly. He heads the School of Business as a director, and perhaps the best school here. And when time comes, the pandemic situation goes off, perhaps we will have a on-campus kind of a experience and meeting each other. And that's where we will get opportunity to interact our students with you. That's looking into the future. I would like Professor Mehrotra, who is moderating the session, to take over from here. Professor
Thank
Mehrotra.
you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Shukla. I think, am I audible, first of all? Okay,
Yes.
Thank you. So first I'd like to introduce all the eminent speakers. In the moment on the screen, I can see Mr. D.K. Bakshi, Mr. Adarsh Mishra, and you, Dr. Suren. I do not know whether Mrs. Korenila is joined, or Ankita, Dr. Ankita, I think I could see, she has also joined. So I'd like to introduce Mr. D.K. Bakshi, who is a great motivator, and he has tremendous, what you can say, the hold on the HRD consultancy, public speaking, global leadership coach, and his core competencies, apart from the organization development, is the building the people for their professional career. He has a corporate world experience of 3 decades with Indian, Australia, Germany, American companies, and so on, many other places. And what I can understand that he has instrumental in building some of the great human resource models across various countries in America and in Europe. He's a regular speaker of various international conferences, and he commands a great respect in the public speaking. He also is a promoter of People Got Talent and helps managers to attain ability to become global manager. So I welcome you for this conference. Great to see you. And it is also requested, I will request in the end also that you have to chair the session. I can only support you in this direction. Then anyhow, if Carolina will join, then it's good. Otherwise, I would like to introduce her. That Carolina is an eminent speaker. She's a virtual facilitator, trainer, and executive coach. And while living in different companies, she developed her expertise by working in Merrill Lynch, Bank of New York, Mellon, and Howard Packard. Her unique feature in training and coaching is that she brings in her international perspective and successfully adapt to corporate culture and practical approach. In 2019, she was nominated as the Knowledge Partner of Women Leadership Institute. I'd like to go back to now Mr. Adarsh Mishra, who is visible on the screen. Mr. Adarsh Mishra is associated with Panasonic since 2013 as a Chief Human Resource Officer, India and South Asia. He is responsible for driving the overall HR strategy and plays an important role in building synergies across various business divisions. Mr. Mishra has over 25 years of corporate exposure. He has earlier associated with LG Electronics for around 14 years and has done extensive work in the area of talent management, leadership development, performance management, culture, and change management. Change management is very important from management point of view as per the latest changing scenario, also as per topic relates to the changing scenario also. His strength lies in the ability to translate concepts into actions and drive them towards achieving organization goals. He has earned his team many prestigious awards. Well, now I'll move to Dr. Ankita Singh. Dr. Ankita Singh is a Senior Vice President and Global Head of HR in CIGNS Synnex Datamatics. She has 19 years of experience in managing and leading various aspects of human resource spanning across high-speed domains of ITs. Dr. Ankita holds a PhD. She holds a PhD in management and a gold medalist in BBA as well as MBA. She has a good academic background and she has extensively worked in the area of HR with a special interest in the area of leadership development, organizational behavior, culture building, and employee engagement. She was also awarded CHRO Award in 2020, 2019, 2018, and 2017. She has awarded a lot of many awards. And the best part with Ankita is that Dr. Ankita is very active in supporting social causes by working closely with various NGOs on child education and development. Now, sir, you all people are eminent speakers and you need not have to be explained about the summit, but yes, what I can share with you that what we have the basic focus on this HR at the moment conference, that the organizations I feel are now in the pandemic, post-pandemic situations, and even in pandemic, we have realized this, that some of the employers have tried to retain the HR people, but some of them have been very ruthless under the risk and little support. I think all of you are great HR experts. The question really comes to my mind, is it advisable, was it advisable rather, in this pandemic situation to turn them out or to retain them? My point is also this, because even acquisition is costlier than retention. Retention is rather comes to be in the services we read. The acquisition is normally costlier compared to the acquisition. I don't know, the same talent, when we try to acquire more, will it be easier aspect for the companies in the post-COVID? Because COVID is not going to remain forever. I think it is already towards declining in India. But nevertheless, we do not know whether it's going to remain for a longer period or shorter period. But the question which is coming to my mind, and well, our organization is that we have tried to retain the most talented people, and by and large, all the faculty members. This is credit goes to our chairman, Dr. Sandeep Bakshi, that he was very, very particular that all employees should be retained. I don't know about the industry scenes. For that, I would like your deliberations on that. And I request Mr. Basim, you please take it over with all panel members. Thank you very much for all joining us. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Dr. Rajesh Mehrotra, Dr. Surin Shukla. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and a great happy new year 2021. May I request all of you who are right now on this platform to declare 2021 as one of the best years of your life and keep sharing this beautiful thought with everyone you speak or write or text. Because this way we can give messages to the universe, and universe will revert us back with the power of great year 2021. Why I am saying this? As entire human race has really gone through unknown, unheard, worst period of life, and hope the human race do not face such kind of situations in days to come. With that thought, I would like to congratulate Jaipur National University Vice Chancellor Professor Bakshi and the entire team for bringing in this international conference in a digital board. There's no other way. And on the great topic, business environment post-COVID, disruptive technologies, impact on industry, education, and employment. I was there when the last session was getting concluded, and last remarks were very important. And getting to the next theme, which is our theme, is human resource focus, managing resources post-COVID. And I have an esteemed panel with me who have excelled in the field of human resources and learning and development. And personally, I know all the three great people on this panel, be it Adarsh Mishra, whom I know more than 20 years when he was part of LG, Carolina Gunner, who has been part of my leadership facilitation, a wonderful Polish lady living in Singapore. We work together on various assignments. And the third one, Dr. Ankita Singh, one of our young, bright CHROs of the country. Two women power and others should be together. In order to build up this discussion, let me share quick thoughts that whatever COVID has given us as in the human race, we all have surely and certainly learned to live differently during COVID. DC, we are still in BC. I can say BC before COVID can never come back, and AC after COVID, hopefully soon, is going to be part of another new norm, what we call. So the BC, DC, and AC, we are at the fag end of DC now. Now, when I see DC, the total focus was people. The total focus was on pain. The total focus was challenge. People, pain, challenge. Be it at home, be it at community, be it at business school, be it at university, be it at college, be it at corporate house, be it at factories around the world. It did not look at the color, it did not look at the nationality, it did not look at creed, it did not look at gender, it did not look at level. We were all together. Having said that, at the same time during this pandemic, I always have been saying that we as human beings, human race, stood to the occasion. What we are doing now on a digital mode is something last 10 months we are doing. This human race, people like you, me, and people around the world, we took our steps from power of positivity, those challenges, those issues, those people losing jobs, as Mr. Malhotra was saying. People were in hospitals, people were getting into COVID. What did we do differently was power of positivity led to power of perseverance, led to power of persistence, led to power of partnerships, led to power of performance, led to power of progress, and live to power of pride that we are still alive. Having said that, we lost some of our very dear, close family, friends in the entire process of pandemic. But this power of positivity and this power of perseverance kept us alive. And this power of partnership between the doctors, the nurses, the medical staff, the government bodies, the warriors, they really struggle to make sure that we could save lives of people. We could not even meet people, but through the digital mode, we kept the power of partnerships on. So human race also made sure to learn the new capability or the competency, which call it. I developed a competency, new competency, I call it COVID ability. All of us in the human race are today with a new competency, capability called COVID ability. The crisis to care, to concern, to change, to commitment, to conviction, as well as driving compassion at the same time and championing this regeneration process of ourselves, our families, our community, our corporate world, our education institutions, wherever we have been. And I would like to salute the human race around the world, all nationalities, all colors, all genders, that they could figure out soon and move on this COVID ability concept very strongly and very perfectly. We are alive, that is the biggest thing today. This is where we stand today, and I must again and again give salutes to the warriors of those gods who could save us. I did not have personally COVID, but I had a lot of people in my family who had COVID. My sister had COVID, who saved those lives. This is historical, and next 100 years, 200 years, people will be talking about the present 2020 human race and how did this human race diminish the effect of COVID. Today, when we stand very close to AC after COVID, we might not be the same what we were BC before COVID, but we should not be the same during COVID. What has happened during the process in the corporates, in the business schools, in the universities? Businesses started moving forward with a lot of regeneration. Education institutions started doing online programs, and human race started moving forward. Having said all this, there were two important factors which I talk about: agility and compassion. Agility with compassion drove this entire concept of refurbishing, re-establishing, regenerating, and getting on to the business continuity, and at the same time being compassionate to people. With that background, I would certainly like now my panelists to share their thoughts. I know that Adarsh has only 30 minutes with us. He has to move. I start with Adarsh. Adarsh, knowing your background, fantastic background, and you are today one of a very strong organization in Asia Pacific. Tell us your thoughts on the disruption created by COVID on the industry. Over to you, Adarsh.
Yeah, good afternoon, everybody. And thank you, sir, for setting up the tone of this discussion. And I'm choosing to put my video I mean, because there's some difficulty in getting the audio. For a better audio output, I'm turning out my video. So firstly, I would like to thank JNU and Dr. Shukla for inviting me for this session. And I'm delighted to speak and share my experiences with the audience. And I wish and hope you all are keeping safe and taking care of your near and dear ones. So, be a better example when I'm joining two meetings, 1 hour digital global meeting which is happening side by side. So I'm also connected there. So in fact, the entire top leadership is there. So I'm there also, and I'm also attending here because I could not say no to Dr. Shukla's request, and Dr. Bakshi, I was very, very keen to listen to him and to learn from him. So he has been a mentor, and I really admire, sir, for all your good work which you have been doing. So, well, my thoughts about the disruption created by COVID, and as a HR practitioner, we have been discussing and working around the VUCA, theory for last few years. But we never imagined a situation where the entire world will face a standstill situation because of this pandemic. So, from the business perspective, when we do analyze the demand impact with customers' confidence suffered and shifted from non-essentials to essential goods and services, the old estimate of demand got reevaluated and revised. So production planning was again impacted with operations hindered due to the lockdowns and limitations on workforce mobility. It impacted production resources and scheduling drastically for us because we have multiple factories across the country. And and not only us, but if I look around the competition and the industry, it impacted all industry. Then about it also impacted the supply chain disruptions and the business continuity for real-time sourcing and decision making. As far as the cash flow is concerned, whether it is cash projections, revenues, P&Ls, borrowing, etc. So with subdued demand and disrupted supply chains, managing cash flow impacted the value chain adversely in our case. So now from the people perspective,
I think we lost Adarsh in between.
Okay.
Adarsh,
Now, am I audible? I'm audible?
Okay, now. Yes, yes.
Yeah. So from the people's perspective, the workforce sentiments and need got impacted badly. So, however, as they say that every crisis opened the door for new opportunities to reinvent and dimensions to our thoughts, which is being called the new world or the new normal, as we all are using this terminology. So COVID has created disruption across all functions, and especially in technologies that cross-cuts agri, food, health, and environment. So, but we see that health and wellness platforms grew by 40%. So my take is the future looks bright for the creation of new sustainability, multi-factor innovation hubs that will support, connect, and enable businesses to recover and pivot beyond the COVID-19 pandemics. And if you look at the Sensex, yesterday we saw, I mean, it nearly touched 50,000. So that itself is a great sign of the recovery. And thanks to the, I mean, we should take this opportunity and also thank the leadership team, the CEOs and CXOs of companies across, industry to come forward. And you also mentioned about, sir, about two aspects, that is agility and your agility and compassion, which was exhibited by most of the people. So yeah, I think for me, I see that every dark cloud has a silver lining, and I think the future is bright for us. This is all what I have to say.
Fantastic, Adarsh, as it goes with your name, and knowing you and your thoughts have been very great. In fact, that's a fact of life that we must salute all those business leaders who could really come forward, save a lot of jobs, even help in regenerating businesses and going back to customers and creating the power of partnerships and ensuring that there is a business continuity around. It is not easy, it was tough, but I think a lot of great business leaders have shown their courage of conviction to fight this COVID. Thank you very much. I come back to you, Adarsh. And in the meanwhile, ladies and gentlemen, now I have two women power with me. In the COVID, I have created a model called #Women Power, a global movement. Because I want to talk about it. Women have shown much different compassion, much different control on the COVID ability. And we have seen some of the great prime ministers in the world, as well as some of the great business leaders who have exhibited a lot of courage of conviction to drive businesses, families, and communities forward. When I say about women power, #Women Power, a global movement, both Ankita and Carolina are part of that concept where we will have 1 million women around the world to be with us on this platform by 2024. So I go to Dr. Ankita Singh. Ankita, I want to know from you your thoughts about disruption created by this COVID on employment. Because you as a great CHRO who has been recognized through and through for your wonderful policies, systems, would like to know from you about how your thoughts are on disruption and what all you did. Ankita, over to you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. Bakshi. Thanks, JNU, for this wonderful opportunity. It's an honor to be here and share this space with esteemed panelists. A very valid question, and I think you have covered it amazingly initially, and then others also added on. When we talk about COVID, I think we all know that, we initially started with a directionless journey. We didn't know what is happening. We don't know where we will be after, forget about a month. We didn't know where we will be the very next day. So everything, personal, professional, organization, individual. And at the same time, when we look at what and how things have changed, we would realize that not even a single thing went untouched. So if at all, purely from organization or corporate perspective, if I have to talk, let's talk about way of working, where we lost track of working hours when individuals started working from home because that was the need of the hour. There was no proper segregation of personal time or professional time. Individuals were working around the clock, and at the same time they were taking care of their family members as well. When we talk about place of work, initially it was just our so-called office. Now, even if you talk to an individual, that person would not only say either I'm working from office or home. Individuals may also quote that doesn't matter. I'm probably working from my system, and that's all that's important. Places nowhere holding any importance. I can be in any city, any place in the world, and I can still be working for the organization. And probably that's the biggest change. I'm sure a lot of IT companies, other companies also, we had these restrictions because of security compliances, that people cannot carry laptops home, people cannot work from home, or if at all, most of us are working from home, the productivity will be at stake, the percentages would go down, business numbers will get impacted. All that became a myth. If we go purely by data, around 65% of the companies are claiming that the productivity improved when people started working from home. Now, this was about way of work and place of work. Now, when we talk about workforce, things have so drastically and dramatically changed that you talk about gig economy, hybrid model. These things were just discussed. We've been talking about VUCA world for ages, but we came face to face with VUCA world now. I'm sure there were a lot of things, those were planned that this is what the organization will do in next 5 years. And suddenly everything was done probably in a week's time, because nobody had time. Nobody had time to move from the shock model to recovery model, and from recovery to sustainable model. So things changed overnight. There was a misconception, or most of the organizations were not comfortable with shared resources. We all know that by policy, if at all you're working or you're employed with one organization, you cannot work with some other organization. But looking at the demand and the supply gap, organizations opened up. They said, fine, we are perfectly fine with the gig economy. We are completely okay if a resource can manage two different profiles in two different corporates. That's what we call shared resources, or hybrid model, where not everybody is going to come back to office. You will be working from home, you will be working from office. Probably there will be a rotation defined. There were a lot of things that changed at workforce place as well. One thing that has driven the change in way of work, place of work, or the workforce culture is automation, or we going digital. Now, the screen, as rightly said, probably we would have been in the campus and talking to each other right there, but this screen has become the new real. So new virtual is the new real for all of us, and probably this will not go away any sooner. This will always remain in our system, because we have realized the cost effectiveness, we have realized the comfort, we have realized how convenient and how easy to adapt it is, just to run the everything that we need in and around our system. So automation or going digital is something which has created the maximum disruption because of COVID, post-COVID, and it is not that once the COVID effect is gone, it's going to go with it. It will remain as is, or probably, as researchers have claimed, it will further go up, where there will be a fine balance between these two, but this is not going anywhere. Now, when we talk about these changes or disruptions, what people have really done, I think you also covered, and others also very beautifully covered the same section. Self-development. I think because of COVID, because probably of the fear, each individual realized that they have to take care of themselves. Organizations will definitely do whatever best is needed or required, but at the end of the day, it's all about business. So if we fit really well in the business model, definitely there are few obvious CVs which will be covered, but at the same time, if we wish to exist meaningfully in the ecosystem, if we wish to meaningfully contribute in the future of work, we have to do a lot of things for ourselves, be it digital literacy, be it social and emotional skill set, being adaptable, being resilient. All these things, be it corporates or individuals, they have learned to a stage which is humongous and probably cannot be defined or cannot be placed on a paper, or can't have a number against it. But I'm sure it's quite visible to each one of us. So things have changed. One question which I think is a myth, which a lot of people ask, that so many people have lost jobs, and COVID has done more bad than good. I would definitely not say that it has not done bad, but at the same time, opportunities because of automation and digitalization, it has exponentially grown. Be it organization or individuals, I think they have plethora of such opportunities right in front of them. But reskilling and ensuring that we remain relevant with the changing time, we keep adapting, we exist with the learning and growth mindset is really important. And when we talk about the ecosystem, the emotional or the human component cannot be taken away ever. When you are part of system, you have to be considerate, you have to be sensible enough to anything and everything that stays in and around you. So if we are able to take care of that, and that's what we as individuals and our organizations, that's what we have adopted and adapted. In I'm really happy, and I think of the IT companies at least would claim that they were able to manage really well even this difficult time because of the balance they have shown, and they have adapted during this course of COVID when things were not very clear, and still they remained focused. They took care of people, they took care of pain that you mentioned, Mr. Bakshi, and the processes. So if at all you're able to take care of your people, if at all you're able to take care of the pain that your organization and your people are facing, you can get a process around it, mold it really well. I think it's quite manageable, and many or most of the companies have successfully done it. So that's my piece. Thank you so much.
Wow, Dr. Ankita, knowing you, fantastic. I think you very rightly said that this VUCA, volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous. In fact, I would say this VUCA is not the VUCA what we talk about, in case we think volatility as the visioning, revisioning, because she talked about reskilling, revisioning, and uncertain as unknown, unheard business models and processes. That's what Ankita talked about. Complex capability, new capability, learning new ways of handling things, and ambiguous, turning into aligning with the new norm. So in case we can change this VUCA into a new VUCA, yes, it is painful. Some of the people have lost jobs, but at the same time, I do agree with Dr. Ankita, there have been a lot of opportunities and people are still reskilling themselves to the new norm. And there is, every pain is followed by gain, I believe. Every pain is followed by gain. I think that's the reason I said in the beginning, let's declare this year as one of the best years of our lives in the human race, and let's gain out of this. Yes, we lost people, we lost dear ones, some people lost job, but we must look forward, moving forward to the next level of excellence. And some of the organizations have shown very great way of looking forward and going to the next orbit. Thanks again, Ankita. And let me go to Carolina, another women power from Singapore. Carolina, I know you have been in the corporate world and then finally into leadership training and development. And we have had programs together. I salute you for what you do. And I always learn from your modules when we do it together. Tell me, what has been your thoughts on disruption created by COVID on education and training? Because I covered now, we got others covering the industry and we got Ankita covering the employment. I would like you to cover about training and education. Over to you, Carolina.
Welcome, Draper University. I'm so pleased to be invited here, and I think it's through to COVID that there's an opportunity like this, because it wouldn't be so easy to get there in person. So I'm very, very grateful to everyone who organized the conference and for everyone who is attending. Thank you, D.K. Bakshi. Thank you, Dr. Shukla. Thank you, Dr. Mehrotra. I'm really pleased. So I do agree with D.K. Bakshi that last year was a year of disruption, but that disruption also was related with change, with building communities, and with developing compassion. And I think we cannot forget that within this pain comes something much deeper. We had time to pause. We had time to reflect and to start fixing things that haven't been working for a long time. So I also believe, and I do agree with other panelists, that this year is going to be a year of reinvention. How do we do things to create a better new normal? And also of raising together. Because last year, I'm sure you all noticed that communities got together. I got connected to more people than ever. I had more time to spend with my clients, but not selling them products and services, just having human-to-human conversations. I spend more time with our facilitators, building our skills and rethinking the way we educate people. I had more time for my family because I didn't need to travel anywhere, but still I was able to train in Middle East, in Europe, all around Asia, within a click of a button. So I do believe that there are lots of opportunities ahead of us. And I recognize that last year was painful, but in the same time, I do believe that this was a year of intense growth. So what I noticed from the training perspective, of course, training and the education was heavily impacted. When the year started, every single engagement that we had in our agendas got cancelled. And for a few weeks or even a few months, nothing was happening when it comes to training. Education was also kind of like trying to find a way to educate people. Lockdowns and different things got in the way. But as we started to kind of like come to the idea that, okay, we have this crisis under some kind of control, the training started again in a new form. So this is some trends that I want to talk about going forward. This trend started already and they started last year, but they will shape the future of training and education. The first trend that emerged is everyone got remote workforce. And it makes the whole difference because now people are working from homes, from different places. So there's a different way of managing workforce that is working in corporations and workforce that is working from home, where the environment is very different. So for us as educators and trainers, we need to recognize that we don't have so much control over the learning environment. It might be disruptions because there are loads of people in the same place. People are working with their kids in the next room or even in the same room. People cannot focus for too long. So there are different things that are kind of like we need to be compassionate, we need to be empathetic, and we need to reinvent how we deliver learning and training, and how do we engage learners in this new environment where they might be in. Some learners are still at the workplace, but wearing the masks, so it makes it more difficult to communicate with them. Or some trainers are at home where they might be more focused or less focused, dependent on their environment. So being more compassionate and adjusting to different learner needs is very important. But basically what we need to talk about is like, how do we motivate, how do we engage, how do we energize the remote workforce? And this trend is going to continue. It's going to go further because many people declared that they prefer to work from home or from other places because they could be more productive. They find more focus when they are not in the shared space. So this is the first thing that we need to tackle as training providers, as educators. How do we deal with people where we don't have the control over the learning environment and we cannot immerse them in learning? How do we still grab their attention and deliver them the value and deliver them the tools they need to empower themselves? The second trend that I noticed is well-being of our employees, of participants, has become much more crucial than before. Because we realized that people were easily going into burnout. Many people, especially the ones who are feeling on their own, were feeling isolated. So within my leadership training, what I realized, I needed to add extra sections, extra modules about how do you take care of yourself as a leader? How do you avoid burnout? How do you manage your time? How do you set boundaries when you work, when you don't work? And it became very, very central focus for everyone. So I believe that leadership became more holistic. So you need to take care of yourself first. You need to put your mask first before you can lead others and help them. So this is the second trend that it's going to go forward about like how we approach our participants, learners, how do we approach our workforce? We need to recognize that trend as well. The third observation that I had from the whole situation, it was last year, it was a lot of talk and a lot of movement about diversity and inclusion. We realize as we are getting more combined together, as we are building communities, sometimes in the virtual world, it's easier to strike an argument or say something inappropriate or start attacking someone only because they have different opinion. So I realized from my clients and from participants of the training that training people on unconscious bias and on stereotypes has become also top of the agenda. Because we need to, as we are becoming bigger and more combined communities all around the world, we need to become more open and more compassionate and more understanding toward each other in order to increase the ability to communicate and collaborate and not go into conflicts and absolutely avoid any bullying or any discrimination. So this is another trend that we need to tackle this year. And this is very, very important. How do we become more inclusive in the way we lead and in the way we teach? And this is something that I've been working on as well. And then the last thing that I noticed within the whole landscape is like within the ability to rethink and reflect comes the ability of becoming more intentional. So we have a chance to become more intentional. How we do business, how we understand the workplace, how do we understand when we work, when we don't work. Everything that we do can become more intentional by our ability to choose. Because right now, if you are working from home, nobody's watching over your shoulder. You are on your own. It's you and your machine. So leaders need to master the self-management tools and techniques. And then they need to be able to empower others as well. So this is the next trend, self-management for leaders. And also, how do you empower others? Because right now, if you are working from home, people cannot come to your desk and ask every single question. People cannot call you every 5 minutes to ask something that they're concerned about or they don't know. So you need to be able to empower them. So basically right now, everyone needs to become a leader, which is super exciting to me because I've been working in leadership development for the last 10 years. And the last year has been the most intense growth and the most intense development for me in terms of reinventing and rethinking and doing things differently and also learning. So I'm super grateful for every community I was part of because people in community have the power to empower, energize, and inspire you. And I believe going forward, we need to build strong, inclusive communities. And this is how we become successful going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Carolina. That has been fantastic knowing you with engagement, empathy, as well as energy and empowerment. 4 E's you talked about has been fascinating. And I know during this entire process of 2020, even I did 250 webinars around the world, free of cost, not a single dollar, not a single baht, not a single rupee, and free of cost. Now in 2021, of course, we are looking for great business. Thanks for being there, Carolina. Get ready. We are going to be moving to face-to-face soon in India. I am booking some programs now. Now, let me go to Adarsh. Adarsh, how much time you have?
Sir, with the permission of the chair, I'll take the next question which you are going to put in, and I'll also cover during that what kind of specific business plan and preparation.
I will give you one more question, and then you can move on unless you want to stay back.
Yes, sir.
Because you cannot be there for a long time because of the fact that there is issue. You have already another conference going on. Adarsh,
so with your permission, with your permission, Bakshi Sahab, I think Adarsh heart is here. Heart is here for today, so he will stay anyway.
Let's see. Adarsh, now I want to ask you a question which is, with this new normal, which is due to this pandemic, And in this new normal, has been a need of, crisis leadership as the key focus for people like you, CHROs like you, as well as business leaders to take care. What have you done? You can share some of your wonderful thoughts which you have done during the COVID DC in terms of agility, compassion, and resilience. Because your bosses are looking for the business opportunities to go forward, but at the same time, you have to be compassionate with the people and resilient approach. Because we are talking about VUCAs, and this COVID is super duper VUCAs. Can you give us some thoughts about this? What robust processes and systems you made for your organization?
Okay, sir. So as I said that, as a HR professional, we have been talking about this subject VUCA for quite some time. In fact, 2.5 years back, we laid a foundation stone for ourselves. And I'll give you some examples. So as I said before also that the global pandemic has brought a lot of worry and negativity around. However, I mentioned that it is always the dark side of the cloud and the silver lining is always there. So we need to be optimistic and take this as an opportunity, and which Ankita very nicely covered and she nailed it beautifully, and how to work and improve our shortcomings. So if I summarize the lesson learned in the last 1 year for me is pratiksha nahi prayas, so don't keep waiting, keep trying. So this is the mantra which we decided for ourselves. And we also thought that difficulty must be seen as an opportunity, as everybody is talking on this subject. And success totally depends on the drive and persistence, the extra energy, which Kerala was mentioning some time back. So in our cases, we ran a program called Vibrant Panasonic. And across the organization, people are encouraged to work together collaboratively, and we constantly revisit our policies and procedures to enable the same. So, this will be the foundation for the foundation workforce, wherein the emerging economy, agile workforce, alliances and partnerships will demand collaboration and inclusivity. So, disrupt, traditional workplace was one of the thoughts which came to mind, and it has become imperative for companies to bring flexibility and agility into a work culture. Who delivers what for whom is the new reality. So the hierarchy mindset will be broken and communication will become more fluid, and employees at large will be motivated to work better. Because in our case, we have a young population, is average age of company is only 29 years. And we have people working for the company through multiple locations. And we also ran a program called Catalyst. So if you notice in Catalyst, we have done a small change and we have mentioned the word ally in between. So how can our employees be a catalyst to the trade partners and to the customers? And there are three elements for catalyst, that is ambition, resilience, and humility. So these are the three words. And we decided for ourselves that we will, when we address this issue, we will keep safety of our people and definitely sustainability. And no knee-jerk reaction was taken during this course. And we were very, very considerate. And fortunately, before we got into the lockdown, we had tied up with Facebook. They have an enterprise solution called the Workplace, and the entire team is connected there. And we ran program like Sassy Saturdays, not only with the employees, but also the family members. So on every Saturday, we invited the comedians, some musicians, some storytellers, and we got the entire family connected. So what happened in that process? That we gave a message to the family: do not worry, the organization is standing behind. We have more than 100 years of history coming from Konosuke Matsushita, where he spoke about the basic business philosophy, and he spoke about what we can give back to the society. Dr. Mehrotra in the beginning, he spoke that how compassionate companies were behaving. So as a philosophy, as an organization, we did that. And we know that the routine and monoscale roles will be replaced by specialists and multidisciplinary roles. Skills like creativity, empathy, collaboration will gain even more prominence as the requirement for hardcore data scientist, design, and system thinking talent will gain traction. And we spent time with our learning and development team, and we designed a module, and we used our platforms for this. And now coming to the next question, with your permission, you also asked that what kind of specific business content plan we prepared. So while we are rebounding and recovering, the question is still there in everyone's mind about the impact of COVID on the economy, work, jobs, and careers, and also how organizations will manage resources post-COVID. Firstly, the government must be applauded actually, as they have done a massive job when they decided to close the borders and also took the resolve to stop the economy from stalling. Economists generally sketch them in three broad scenarios as V-shape, U-shape, and L-shape recovery. So in our case, I think it's a V-shaped recovery. So we lost around 50% of the business because ours is a seasonal business where it is air conditioners, refrigerators, washing machines, televisions, you know. So we had a V-shaped recovery from June onwards, and technology has enabled us to survive, new ways to keep virtual teams engaged, and very importantly, accelerating adoption of technology at work. So transformation of work is in organization is being shaped by technology, as we all know. Faster computing, connected devices, cloud, blockchain are redefining the man-machine interference now. It is very, very important to watch this. And another is the entry of the digital natives in the workplace, because it allows the whole world, new world, to collaborate now. So work from home was being practiced by many companies before also, but nobody practiced at this scale with thousands of remote workers working from home. Initially, I too was skeptical that how things are going to happen, but has taught us to work from anywhere. So we are based out of Gurgaon, and we have multiple factories and more than 25 branch offices pan India. I used to travel to all these locations domestically, and also required to travel to the headquarters in Japan every quarter. But we could manage everything remotely. And a good example to share is about a project which involved multi-team working on a working from multiple locations on a project called Mirai. So it is a IoT platform for connected homes. So we have a team in Bangalore, that is the innovation team, the corporate office in Gurgaon, Mumbai, and the headquarters in Japan. We all collaborated and we launched that project well on time, and I think the company is getting a lot of benefit out of it. So yeah, in context to employee engagement, I mean, as I said that we have teams, we have your workplace, we call it ripples. All those really helped us to meet our expectations and to meet the business requirements.
Wow, Adarsh, thank you so much for taking us through very proudly what you have been doing at Panasonic.
Great.
And people like you make big differences to the businesses, the countries, and to the global world. There are many stories like this around the world wherein people have gone to IoTs, blockchains, workplaces, ripples. Thank you very much, Adarsh, for giving us that journey of excellence at Panasonic. I am going to see you one of the days and meet you personally to talk about and share my further thoughts on this. Let me go to my next question to Carolina. Carolina, you talked about a lot now going on the virtual mode, and that's what we all have been doing. I did my last program.
Sir, this is Rajesh Mehrotra.
Yes,
when you're coming to virtual mode, one inquisitiveness is there in me to pitch in, if you permit, with your clear permission. That is applicable to all the speakers, and because as you are the right person for HR, and I have been doing the consultancy in certain international consultancy also. Sir, if I have a little knowledge, I can say the earlier when we were following the business, like Mr. Adarsh said, the V shape turning. Earlier we had reverse V shape when the companies could not see the total life cycle and they used to decline. Because of not having the proper management philosophy. Now when the management thought came after the 90s, all the management education and everything started, it is stabilized, and now Mr. Adarsh is talking about V-shape, that they are again going down and coming back. There are two reasons which I feel. One reason could be that is a political reason. Other reasons, which is also a major part in India, The other reasons are visionary approach of the people. My question here with all the panel members is, which I can understand during the deliberation, that we are moving toward the virtual organizations. Rather, I would say the hybrid of virtual organizations. In that case, all the management departments, I'm not talking about whether it's a production, it is a finance management, or any of the department, marketing, they're all going towards the virtual things. And we are going to the hybrid way. I like Carolina's comment that everybody is leader. Right. Very correct answer. That means we have all coming to this conclusion that leadership is there in everybody and we have to surface out their leadership. That means the virtual organizations are the real, we talk about optimistic way, virtual organizations are going to be the next, or hybrid organization, virtual as well as the physical organizations, could be the hybrid part of the times to come. What are your comments? All the panel members have this free discussion. It was my question, which was coming to you, to all of you, so that I can also share thought process to my students also of Jaipur National University. Thank you very much for allowing me.
Dr. Mehrotra, and is Adarsh around? Adarsh, would you like to respond? Then I can give the final comment. Are you there?
No, Bakshi Sahab, I think Adarsh has dropped out and...
okay, Dr. Ankita, quick one. But time is short, just quick one.
Yes, I'll try and cover it in just a couple of minutes. I think, yes, very well pointed out. The hybrid model is going to be the future model for not only IT, but I think for all corporate, because we have tasted it once. Earlier the need was that you have to have all your employees in a particular place. You have to your policy intact. You have to just define one policy and that remains same for years for all the employees. Things have changed. Now we have already moved from generalized approach to personalized approach. With the help of technology, you can say that this individual is facing this problem, and you know what? The solution that was given 5 years back will be able to help him as well. Probably the best solution that was given day before yesterday won't work for him or her. So things are changing at a pace, and because the emotions of an individual, the need of the individual, the Maslow hierarchy has also probably, has been tweaked and twisted because of the new defined norms. People's expectation have changed. The definition is not very defined. It will change. And because of that, organizations will have to get their right mix, understanding their culture and their people. If the business model is such where 100% people can work from home, or 100% people have to come to office, forget about what world is doing. The organizations will have to decide for themselves. The times have gone where we used to invest a lot to get a person to work with us for 10 years. Now it's about individual, the kind of contribution that person can give to the company, the kind of skill set that the individual possesses, and to what an extent that individual can be part of the system in the most meaningful manner. So the tenure and everything has taken a different side altogether. And now we are just talking about an individual who can fit in the business model, who can fit in the requirement. Doesn't matter what percentage, doesn't matter which place, doesn't matter for how many hours. It's probably the plug and play. I have an individual, I have a business requirement. Just get that individual in. So yes, hybrid model is here to stay, and I think it'll take further longer time. So I will not take, but to conclude, I would say if at all we talk about gig economy, the numbers if we see, it is going up to 65% in next 5 years. That's what has been projected. And when we talk about gig economy, when we talk about hybrid model, already giants have declared that we may have, a model where people may come to work and as per their choice. But yes, it's going to be here, and that number is again soaring as high as 42%, which cannot be ignored. And we have to be ready, not as an organization, but from employees' point of view, that we are going to deal with a dynamic set of workforce. which we are not talking about retention or attrition, but about utilization of the right resource at the right time.
Thank you.
Very well said. In fact, Carolina, thought on this before I give my remarks?
Sure, absolutely. Thank you. So one trend that I'm expecting is that leaders need to start leading by questions, not the answers, by questions. What do I mean by that? Leaders don't have all the answers because the answers that they have might be outdated. What's going on is just like too much for one person to grasp. So we need to collaborate. And in order to collaborate, leaders cannot be the person who has all the answers. They need to make other people think, and they need to create that space. So we as facilitators, leaders, we need to create a space where we teach people how to think for themselves instead of doing thinking for them. And I think this is very important going forward, that people can think for themselves and then they can solve the more and more complex problems that we are expecting. And a kind of like analytical thinking skills, strategic thinking, innovation comes from ability to think independently for themselves and bring different perspectives. So this is one thing that I expect leaders to grasp. Lead by questions. Asking good questions is critical ability. The second thing that I expect leaders to recognize as well is another trend, that learning became more personalized. So exactly what Dr. Ankita mentioned, that people expect from organizations more, and they expect if they have career goals or personal aspirations, that organizations provide them with something they can learn from. It's not necessarily like big, full-fledged 5-week programs, but they would like to reach learning on demand. They would like to have ability to learn small chunks whenever they need it. They might go for a meeting with client and they need a boost of confidence. They want to get that. So learning is shaping in the way that it's more personalized, dependent on what are my goals, where do I want to go in my career, and it needs to be more intention from the learner as well to get on this. For us as trainers and educators, what we need to do, we need to teach people how to use that resources, how to make sure that they make time, that they create the space for learning, and they make learning a part of a workplace. And in this, workplaces also take part, because I believe that they should make learning a part of their KPIs in order to encourage people to learn continuously, because continuous learning is another big thing, big trend that I think is quite critical. World Economic Forum expects that 50% of the workforce needs to reskill within the next 5 years, 50%. So basically every second person needs to reskill. We need to learn new things. And I can tell for myself that last year, this year has been a year of immense learning. And we need to embrace that. The quicker we understand that, the quicker we'll make the progress we need to succeed.
Fantastic. When I look at both the responses and quickly my thought on this is that, you know, both these ladies talked about learnability, adaptability, flexibility. And I am liking that one important point which is coming out. And I would like to say, change the designation of CEO to CLO. No more CEOs.
Correct.
CLOs. Let's change the designation of CEO to CLO, Chief Learning Officer. Yes, yeah. And when the learning starts from CEO, entire organization learns. So entire process of codability is learnability, 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 new ways, new processes, new models. And when Ankita said, when we are hiring today someone, we are not hiring for 20 years, staying in Siemens. And today I talked to somebody in L&T. He said, I joined L&T school and I studied from L&T school. I joined the company. I am here 23 years. I will retire here. Now look, that is also in Japan, in L&T, in Siemens, lifelong employment. But when Ankita was talking about, we are not today talking about retentions. We are talking about project-related people with that skill set. Because the skill set, what was in January 2020 is not in January 21 and will not be in January 22. The skill set for a particular job role, the role is getting changed, the goal is getting changed, the skill is getting changed, the alignment is getting changed. So when Ankita is hiring somebody today, she is looking for the alignment and the fitment. And she is giving the programs, whether the hybrid model or any model, in terms of giving more exposure to the competencies required for that job. She is trying to give learnability to the individual. So it is a model of where do you fit into the alignment of that job, of that project with that skill set. Having said that, the basic question which I was talking about was, while business schools, engineering colleges, universities have gone through the online process through and through, but I am a firm believer of one thing. How long can we take this fast food? There is a limit to take fast food. I can take fast food for some time, but I need a fine dining. So in days to come, life will be, we will keep doing virtual programs, the fast food, but we will require the fine dining programs face to face, surely. So it is going to be a mix of maybe more fast food, because our new generation is connected to the fast food, Zomatization, Uberization, all world is full of Zomatization and Uberization, or whatever Uberization you talk about, but we will have to go to the fine dining. What fine dining can give us is a well-drawn dining wherein we can sit together, talk, share, because when we meet face to face, the impact is going to be different. The impact is going to be more stronger. So organization is going to be a mix of fast food and the fine dining in between. So both the models will be carrying on. I hope, Professor Malhotra, you got response to your question by this wonderful.
Very nice, very nice. And before we end, I extend my invitation to all the eminent speakers. Bakshi Saab, personally, I'm really thankful to you for moderating the things and completely handling the issues. And Carolina, very nice to really have seen your ideas. Mr. Adarsh was fantastic, as well as Carolina, and Dr. Ankita was very. She's coming with a new latest. Thanks to Bakshi. Dining, yes. I personalized, and after the COVID situation, I really realized this very recently. So 1.5 months, which is very, very important because we are all human beings. Thank you very much. Rest, over to Mr. Dr. Suren. Dr. Suren, and
I would like to give, let me thank my panelists. Carolina, knowledgeable, fantastic. Thank you so much, Carolina. Thanks a lot. Ankita, the alignment is fascinating, and I always respect you what you are. And others, the attitude. All the three, alignment, knowledge, and attitude made a difference to make this program possible. And again, thanks to the Mr. Malhotra as well as Mr. Shukla for inviting us to be here. And we would certainly love to visit Rajasthan. Jaipur is my, I studied over there, and I would like to visit along with these wonderful people. Thank you very much.
Sure, sir. And I'd like to have a deliberation in the School of Business and Management anytime. Once the COVID slightly slow down, or coming on campus, School of Business Management.
Thank you so much. It was absolute pleasure to join you all, and cheers to our learning and a year of amazing, amazing success.
Sure. Thank you so very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. It's no less than an honor to be here with each one of you. Thanks for this wonderful opportunity. And Mr. Bakshi, thank you so much for recommending us and getting us here. Thank you so much.
Thank you. We start our next session in a few minutes' time, about 20 minutes. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Shukla, for
Thank you.
organizing such a nice conference with all the eminent speakers. Thanks a lot to you.
आवाज नहीं आ रही थी, मैंने देखा। Everyone is requested to stay tuned. We will starting our third technical session from 2:30 p.m.
नहीं चल पा रहा है।
क्या नहीं चल रहा है? नहीं आ रही क्या?
ये भी कैसे चल रहा है?
क्या हो रहा है?
Hi, Paul.
Hello.
Hi, good morning, good afternoon.
Yes, good morning from here, but yeah, good afternoon to you.
Yeah, good to see you after a long time, virtually. We are waiting about the next session in about 7-8 minutes from now.
Mm-hmm.
We're waiting for the guests to arrive. So how is the farm doing? Your orchard or?
Yeah, all's very well. Yeah, here we've got 55 acres of ancient oak woodland, and we've got a zoo, and we've got a large waterfall that's a natural waterfall formed in the Ice Age, that's of great interest to our visitors.
Very, very good. Yeah, we have Dr. Vijay Agarwal also. He is one of the icon in India, and he is, of course, the president of Consortium of Accredited Hospital Organization, which is the consortium of large hospitals. And Paul is, Dr. Agarwal, Paul is in the UK. And this is not the formal, introduction. It's outside the intro part. And I think so. Paul has been in the healthcare for a long time. He has been instrumental in doing a lot of work with the NHS, automation of NHS, and so he's a great, personality in that part of the world and globally. And I'm so glad that, I'm able to interact with both of you today.
Thank you, and great to meet you, Dr. Agarwal.
Dr. Agarwal, I think your phone is on mute. Your audio is on mute. Yeah.
Yeah, I said I was listening with interest about your farm.
Yeah, that's very interesting. That's what I think. Tell us a little more. And I think, Paul, I shared with you that Shubham is kind of keen in a similar kind of, He's trying to look for some land in the Himalayas where he can develop some orchard and things like that. So
yeah, fabulous. Yeah. We've got a 55 acre ancient woodland that is on a place in Devon, at the southwest of England, a place called Dartmoor. It's a huge national park, and we own a part of it. And we have a zoo. We have some conservation projects. We're visited each year by many people who come to see the ancient woodlands, to walk in the fresh countryside, and to see our ancient waterfall, really, which was formed in the at the end of the Ice Age, when the rocks were brought down and formed this 70-foot waterfall, which is very nice and very pleasant to spend time around.
That's super.
yeah, so that's a very interesting story. And sometimes, if I ever get an opportunity to visit that part of the world, I would make sure that I visit your farm. And
yeah, well, it'd be great to host all of you here. We get around about 400 to 500 visitors a day. We close at this time of year, and yeah, it's a very nice place to be, and somewhere different when I'm not working in healthcare. I'm a non-executive director of my local hospital, and I also consult on healthcare and technology internationally, but at the moment particularly in Europe. So yeah, talking a lot really about the benefits of digitization.
yeah, so I think I have all the panelists available. Can we start?
Yes, sir. Welcome to third session. And the theme is role of technology in healthcare delivery, post-COVID era. In this session, the key moderator role is placed by Dr. Suren Shukla, sir. Dr. Suren Shukla is a management professional with over 35 years of experience. In his more than 3 decades experience, Dr. Shukla has guided and worked on automation, resource optimization, and efficiency enhancement for more than 100 healthcare delivery organizations in multilingual, multicultural environment in India, UK, Africa, Middle East, Netherlands, Spain, and Germany. Dr. Shukla is currently working as head Center of Excellence at Jaipur National University, Jaipur. Dr. Shukla has held many key senior management positions with some of the global healthcare IT companies like iSoft, Health4, InterSystems, etc. He is also associated with OHM in advisory capacity and member of the Project Monitoring Committee for Immunization Data Innovating for Action, IDIA, with the Department of Biotechnology, Government of India, and the Bill Melinda Gates Foundation. I now invite Dr. Suren Shukla, sir, to moderate the session and introduce the other guests in this session. Sir, please.
Thank you so much, Shivani, and welcome esteemed speakers, our guest today in this conference, Business Environment Post-COVID, Disruptive Technologies Impact on Industry, Education, and Employment. I think in today's context, perhaps when we are at the verge of transition from in the earlier session, somebody called the pre-COVID, in COVID, and post-COVID. So during COVID, DC environment to post-COVID, PC environment. So we are very close to that. And then in this environment, in this In the context, I think the best topic, and particularly this session, is on the role of technology in healthcare delivery post-COVID. I know disruptive technologies are going to play a crucial role. It could simply help in building healthier communities. And I have seen, perhaps we have seen that during the COVID, a lot of people started taking care of their health and the environment and the neighborhood and the surrounding. The new normal of the healthcare sector today advocates virtual healthcare and demands huge investment into the health systems by the nation. Even McKinsey's report highlights that healthcare sector is positioned to gain by integrating existing technologies and reducing existing asymmetries across the healthcare systems. Business environment post-COVID for the healthcare sector has immense opportunities. And I think if you look at in recent times, medtech companies, they started using technologies and changing their business models and reaching out to the customers at their home, the patients at their home, and even the hospitals started, reaching out to the patients at home. Even like, for example, the word I should use, the big data technology disruptions, that is also helping a lot of people, a lot of hospitals, a lot of healthcare organizations to come out with the predictions, and even at the government level, at the policy level, or the farmer level, a lot of the prediction based on the, the technology, and which is going to, cause some disruptions. Based on these disruptions, I think looking at the conference, topic, some of the questions we could ask: how to gain perspective on healthcare technologies, and discussion on how to provide better patient care. Some of the questions like, are virtual hospitals, in recent times coming up, are they in radar? We need to assess the various downsides, risk associated with the uses of disruptive technologies. So these are some of the questions being discussed and maybe asked in the, during this session. And for this session, I have a very, very strong, powerful panel. So may I introduce Mr. Paul Richard, who is, has all kind of degrees, MA, DMS, FIOD, MBCS, CITP, FRS, FRSA, from the qualification viewpoint, but Paul Richard has successful track record of leading business to sustainable growth and success through working in partnership with the stakeholders and boards in variety of senior roles. And he has been actually a leader in the healthcare domain. Paul is currently board member and non-executive director for Torbay and South Devon's NHS Foundation, NHS in England, and Torbay Pharmaceuticals. He is a great motivator, team player. He has been working in the, he provides governance and, the process, workflow and efficiency improvement of the healthcare organizations. Welcome, Paul, to this conference, and thanks for your time. We have Dr. Vijay Agrawal also with us, who is a leading, healthcare practitioner of past, and currently he is leading the largest healthcare, organization or a consortium of healthcare hospitals organization in India. He has been instrumental in developing a lot of programs in India, for example, Pulse Polio program, centralized waste management scheme in Delhi, He has been instrumental. He was a key organizer in Kahokon, co-chair of accreditation committee of NABH. He was an administrator at Max. So he carries a very vast experience, and I'm so glad that he will be our speaker today in the panel. Welcome, Dr. Agarwal. We have Dr. Pankaj Gupta also. And in recent times, I think, every other day, some news comes where Dr. Pankaj Gupta is mentioned. He is working on the digital health platform for India with the Access Health. He's known as a digital health transformation leader, geek doctor, and visionary leader. For over 2 decades, he has been working in healthcare pharma technology business. His interest he has been instrumental in guiding the, some of the metadata and data standards for healthcare for, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare in India. Welcome, Dr. Gupta, to this conference. And we have Sumit Puri, who is the Group CTO, Evercare Group Management Limited. Sumit is an experienced IT leader with over 25 years of work experience in a very senior positions. He was earlier CIO Max. He has worked with Genpact, Pricewaterhouse, and ICICI Prudential in the leading positions, and he has been instrumental in taking the technology forward in these organizations. He has been rewarded as the best CIO twice, and I welcome Sumit to this conference. May I request Paul Richard to chair the session and give the opening remarks and and then drive the session. Paul, may I welcome you? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Suren. I noticed that we've suddenly had a few problems with video, so hopefully you can hear me well here. Thank you, Suren, for inviting me today to be part of this great conference. And at a time when the application of technology has never been more important in care, in hospital and community settings, and clinics with physicians, as well as social care and housing, which I think is absolutely crucial that we bring together all of these components. And I think that any student out there or any researcher out there that's considering a topic to study, I think these topics are very, very important, and more research needs to be done. Suren and I have worked together for many years, and he was an important director within my team, and I benefited from his knowledge and advice. So it's great to be here today to work with him again and to talk with you. I think that the COVID has been a trying time for all of us, and I think I'd like to bring across some key observations and points. I think what COVID has done really is to outline and highlight the shortage of key trained healthcare professionals and healthcare resources. You can never have enough healthcare resources to meet the needs of the international community. This year has turned healthcare into a crisis and has been a huge drain on resources worldwide. Massive change is always needed in healthcare, and never more so across all services and sectors in healthcare today. There's been a huge drive for new models of care. We can't go on providing care in huge centres and expecting people to travel hundreds and thousands of miles in order to get the care that they want. And there needs to be a greater emphasis on the need for integrated care models that bring together community care, care at home, clinics, and by that I mean ambulatory care, acute specialist centres and elderly care, social care and housing, as well as education, and regional and government services need to be coordinated much better together to make efficient resource use of scarce resources. We've seen rapid adoption of new models of care during times of COVID, and we've seen digital channels become absolutely vital in reaching patients, patients for whom it's been vital to have social distancing. It's been unsafe for people maybe to travel and to get to hospitals and to get to specialist centres. So new therapies, vaccines have been absolutely crucial. It has have new care regimes for people with long-term conditions. The pace of change in healthcare across many nations has increased dramatically, and things will never return to the way that they were. But it's not fully decided and not fully clear what the future paradigms of healthcare are likely to be. But what I would say is what has taken years in terms of digitization of healthcare, it's suddenly become very necessary, and it's suddenly become a crucial player in the healthcare regime and in healthcare therapies. And therefore, it suddenly became much more possible, and information sharing became much more vital, and it therefore became much more possible. Now, what we must now do is capture that innovation and learning from these times. This has created a huge backlog of planned treatments and operations in many countries. People were simply not able to get access to care because ITUs, intensive care units, were taken up by other patients with COVID. So the restrictions around social distancing and infection control have severely cut productivity. And so we need to find new ways to address that productivity and new ways to provide care to patients. So there's never been more, now more than ever, it's absolutely vital to change the way these services are provided and move to a digital first strategy. It's even more vital. And a move to care at place, meaning closer to the patient or citizen, is on the agenda. What we need to consider is how we create these new platforms and channels of care centered around the citizen at home as much as possible. So these are the features that I see at the moment, Suren, that we need to attack. These new paradigms of care, these new places of care, and what I'd really like to do really is invite the auspicious panel to give 4 or 5 minutes on the key trends and strands as they see them and the importance and interest that they have in those particular areas.
Yeah, so maybe can we request Dr. Vijay Agrawal to give his views on the post-COVID situation?
Thank you, Suren. I think first thing is to see definitely in our country, the healthcare was already not in great shape in terms of we don't have like consistently performing healthcare units across the country. And what COVID did was to test, I would say, the limits of the healthcare industry, whether it was in the form of supply chain or in the care delivery. And in addition to amplifying the existing gaps, it also threw in a huge amount of new challenges. And these new challenges brought forward, I would say, an acute need and shortage of trained healthcare workers in leadership, in understanding risk management, in understanding infection control, and facility management. So actually at all levels and at places, even the political leadership, the bureaucratic leadership leads to the way how you respond to certain situations. But what was very clear to everybody, that there was a huge demand for intensive care. This demand, of course, it got accentuated during this pandemic, but I think even in the post-pandemic situation, this demand for intensive care, huge amount of intensive care, is going to remain there. Other thing that we could see was the disruption in the supply chain. I mean, suddenly you were thrown as if you were thrown into the sea with the healthcare workers scrambling for even getting gloves or PPE or masks and say whatnot. So we have to see that how this particular challenge has to be met in future. And suddenly this whole prohibition on people able to not move created the need that even people who were suffering from their non-COVID illnesses were finding it hard to get any kind of medical support and care. And in our country, telemedicine was not even legal prior to this pandemic. Thanks to the pandemic, that at least the government swung into action and came out with guidelines which legitimatized the use of telemedicine, although with whatever riders, but at least there was a beginning, and the fear in the minds of the healthcare workers, the doctors, that I am doing something not legal was removed. How do we how the challenge was to handle the cancelled elective surgeries, and especially some specialties like ophthalmology, ENT, dental. There was a huge question mark as to how to handle these situations. And as Paul said, very important issue was the prioritization of the distribution of the limited resources. That was something that even the best of the organizations were finding it hard as to how do you do all that. Need for remote monitoring was all felt, but how do we go about doing that? Skilled manpower shortage was acutely felt during this time. So one can, I think, go on and on as far as the challenges are concerned. And now if you want me to say that how is the technology or virtual model going to respond to that, or you want me to take that up later?
I think it'd be very useful to hear how you believe technology will go.
Yeah, continue.
Okay, so what I feel is that, as Paul has very rightly emphasized, the role of technology and the virtual models coming up. So there are two major areas. One is right from emergency, and second is the routine outpatient visits. So in emergency, care can now begin right at home in the ambulance with the guided by the Internet of Things. You need many sensors and all that, so that the data, the vital data of the patient is being transmitted to the doctor. And with telemedicine, and maybe in future with the robotic interventions, we feel that you can transform the existing emergency care model. And this can further enhance the effectiveness of the emergency care and the, I would say, the output of the emergency rooms across the globe. So that's one way that we have to redefine the way the emergencies have to be treated along with the technology input. Regarding outpatients, now you see, enabled by the Internet of Things again, and secure ways to measure and relay vitals such as temperature, blood pressure, pulse rate, blood oxygen level, etc. In fact, home lab tests such as you have the glucose strips, you can even do HbA1c measurements right at home. So that, along with the telemedicine, can make remote physical examinations possible in number of cases. You cannot altogether remove the need of a physical one-to-one examination, but there can be a huge reduction in the numbers. And you combine it with telemedicine and the e-prescription, it can be a game changer in the outpatient area. Helping aging population is another big factor that can be helped by the use of technology. So we already have now, people have come out with sensors that if they fall in the bathroom or something, the message is going to the first responder. In future, I'm told that even robotic assistive devices in bathrooms and robotic CPRs can be thought about. That's maybe futuristic, but is very much on the cards. In the post-COVID-19 situation, the other area that will have to be seen is the supply chain. And it is suggested that 3D printing can come up in a big way to help, at least in places, remote places where you are not able to get PPEs and all that, and you are able to kind of manufacture these in college libraries and offices and things like that. And even drones can be used for logistics of the supply of these materials. In fact, I was reading and a TCS article summarizes, I would say, the post-COVID-19 world. They say will offer a key opportunity for a digital generational leap to the healthcare system. This will drive the move towards adopting a resilient and adaptive, anytime, anywhere, connected care model. The digital touchpoints can transform the caregiver-patient interaction to caregiver-machine-patient interaction. The reformed healthcare norms hold the power access to care and shift care to low-cost settings. Care delivery in the transformed business and social environment guided by technology innovations can ensure and security for all in times to come. I think this in a nutshell is my view.
Mm.
Great. I think Dr. Agarwal has summarized very well the disruption and the technology which is going to impact. And I think related, the topic, not the topic, but the area where somebody is very deeply working is Dr. Pankaj Gupta, who is at this moment leading the digital transformation. And maybe, Dr. Gupta, would you like to put some points across?
Yeah, thank you so much, Suren. Actually, listening to stalwarts like Paul and Dr. Agarwal, I think most of the points are covered, but I would like to say what has already happened in the last couple of months. So the kind of things that we have seen as transformation that have happened in the last ever since the COVID started. So telemedicine, growth, we've seen 500% growth happening between March and May. This was something which was unprecedented and unexpected. What we thought will happen in 9 years, 10 years has happened in 9 months, 10 months. e-pharmacy, which was again, that, things may happen over time, but a massive mad rush to sort of move into the e-pharmacy space, large giants jumping into it like Jio and Flipkart and Walmart and Amazon. So, in India has seen that sort of a rush happening in the market. Then I was attending the HAS conference in Chicago. So this time it was online, so I got an opportunity to attend it from Delhi. And artificial intelligence in the US has taken off in such a big way in the COVID times. I was amazed to look at what has happened there. And I was wondering if anybody's done study of similar sort in India. So, the prediction, diagnosis, planning, projection, all of that is being done better by AI in the COVID times. Nobody really thought that, so much of that could happen in a short period of time. Usually, such kind of change would have gone through a medical board, but because it's saving lives, they sort of pushed it into the forefront. We run an accelerator program, like Dr. Suren said. We work closely with the government on digital health transformation. So we've been running sort of an accelerator program called the Social Entrepreneurship Accelerator. There are about 40 startups working with us to implement the different standards that Government of India has come out with. I was instrumental in writing the metadata standards for health way back in 2014, but the latest version is the National Digital Health Blueprint that carries the previous work, but also lays down the architecture or a reference architecture, so to say. And we are implementing that in these startups. So when we started the accelerator program about a year and a half back, at that point in time, these startups used to tell me that, are you sure you're on the right path? Do you think this will really happen? They would, there was a lot of skepticism around what the government is trying to do, the hard push that, our prime minister is making. Is it in the right direction? Is it really going to be worthwhile? And the only lever of change that we really saw was a financial lever, which is a health insurance lever. So everybody agreed that, things are moving to universal health coverage. So health insurance will play a vital role. But what we saw when we were hit by COVID in March was the emergence of a completely new lever. It was the epidemiology lever. This was something that nobody had anticipated. Government needed data. Government really needed data from the field in terms of how the COVID is behaving in districts, in talukas, in the states, in the large metros. But then all the systems, IT systems, were in silos at that point in time. And each of the data points that were coming in their own formats, or unstructured data, so to say. Even if it was structured, it was not in a standard format. Now, if you had to bring it all together and analyze it, it was just impossible. And that is the time when the government, really woke up and said, "Oh my God, we really need to set this right. If we are going to be hit by a pandemic again, or this one itself is not going to go away for a long time, we need to get our data together. We need to get our data right." And that is exactly the time when, a new lever emerged called the epidemiology lever. We were inundated with requests from the government, the state government, the central government, and all the funding agencies and everybody that you've been working on the digital health standards. Can we have it? Can we have it as of yesterday? We said, there are things that are still unfinished. Give me 3 months and we will accelerate it. They said, no way, work overnight, whatever you have to do, get it to us. And we did that. So we delivered the interoperability frameworks. We gave what we call as e-objects. And these are provider to provider and provider to pair. So provider, if you want to send from a primary care to a secondary care to a tertiary care, then that data transformation that has to be done. So what e-object does is it provides the minimum set of data elements that need to be carried for a message, for a simple data that needs to be carried forward. So it's nothing great. It's not rocket science. It's based on FHIR. We took the FHIR and we bundled data elements from the metadata standard that we had written for India, because what happens is the value sets are very India centric. And if I ask the legacy systems to comply with FHIR, SNOMED, and so many other global standards overnight, it may take a little while. So what we did was we created these minimum data sets, which were FHIR sort of an envelope, and inside it there were data elements that are very Indian in nature. And we said, let's sort of send at least this much amount of data. And if you're able to send this much amount of data, at least you will be able to get the interoperability done between legacy systems. You won't be able to change the legacy systems overnight, but the interoperability will happen. Now, if you were to do telemedicine and send out an e-prescription, and that is not in a standard format, the pharmacy is not able to do machine readable. The e-prescription is not machine readable, so to say. Then you have a challenge there. Similarly, if there's an e-referral that is made and the receiving system is not able to understand what was sent, a human is required to decipher it, then there is a challenge there in COVID times. So we were able to solve many of those challenges. Of course, the implementation is going to take time, adoption is going to take time, but what we are seeing here is a very accelerated implementation and adoption. Massive change has already happened in terms of agreement to do it on the health insurance side. On the provider side also, I think nobody disagrees that this really needs to be done. Many of the startups have already done it. HIS systems are beginning to adopt it. So we are really seeing that sort of a change. So that's my 2 cents, on the change that we've already seen. Because when we started about a year and a half back, people would say, will it really happen? But the magic was done by COVID, I would say. And government gave us National Digital Health Mission. Modi ji announced the National Digital Health Mission from Red Fort on 15th of August. And that is a change that would not have happened if, a thing like a pandemic had not hit us. And this is here to stay. Obviously, there's a change, there's a policy change that has happened, there is a directional change that has happened, there is a structural, architectural change that has happened. So we have definitely moved into a different direction as a country.
And I think it's really interesting there that you talked about the data and epidemiology, because I've never known a time when the general public are discussing data, information and healthcare data, almost as though they're understanding the codification of data in a way that's never been expressed before. Now, some of what was discussed may have been wrong, it may have been right, but I found it really interesting that information was coming on the agenda for the general public. I don't know what your views are about that.
Yeah, that's right. Absolutely. Because the general public actually woke up and said, if you really need to do something about it, the pandemic that has hit us, do you know enough about the disease? And if you need to know enough about the disease, you need to know, you need to have the data. And the data science is something that was never in the discussion earlier, as you said. It's for the first time I've seen that, common people discussing that do we have enough data scientists to analyze the data and figure out what's happening. So absolutely right. I mean, we've seen that happen in the last 9-10 months.
Yeah. So with your permission, Paul, may I invite comments from
Please,
Sumit?
yes.
Yeah,
Sumit? Yeah, please.
Sure. Thank you, Dr. Suren. Thank you, Paul. Again, a pleasure to be in such an esteemed panel. I would just say that, when there was a very interesting, joke going down the corner, which basically said that, we just heard, what has happened in 9 months, for telemedicine, ideally, which, we'd expecting this to happen in 9 years. So the pace of change, and they talked about digital transformation. The digital transformation clearly who is responsible for digital transformation? The CEO, is the CIO, and you realize it's actually COVID, because COVID really transformed the way people had to respond. Healthcare workers, healthcare providers, the administrators, the IT teams. It completely changed the way we, the way we work, the way we interact. The Zoom meeting became so much more common. Collaboration, happening virtually. To me, the good thing out of this is that you realize technology can work, but it can't work in isolation. You have to make sure that you have that quality to be center stage. And when we talk about quality and standards, and it's important that we realize that, if we don't follow protocols, if we don't basically do the COVID protocols, do not follow the right processes, technology itself will not help. So to me, the best part in this is there is a lot of understanding of the importance of marrying some of these things together. We talked about ecosystem. I think Dr. Paul mentioned about integrate care delivery models. And to me, this is what the need of the time is. You need to make sure that you're able to change the silos that you've actually been using in terms of data. Try and marry them together. Try and make them work well, in collaboration. And what we've tried to do also in the last few months, about 6 months back, we deployed a telemedicine solution for various geographies. I mean, I look after, India, Pakistan, Bangladesh, Nigeria, Kenya, as part of my group CTO role, for Evercare. And we actually had to deploy telemedicine in, say, 5 to 7 days in some of the geographies, because, that was the need of the hour. You did not want patients to get infected while coming to hospitals. Doctors were not willing to come to hospitals. So we deployed it very quickly, and we realized that you need to also do it, as per the local context, horses for courses. So to me, the important thing here was to get these solutions deployed. We even deployed a COVID remote monitoring solution, which is important because we could actually monitor patients from the comfort of their homes. As I think, Dr. Vijay mentioned, anytime, anywhere access. Frankly, you should be able to reach out to the patient rather than him having to reach out to you as technology goes, and try and get this to work well in line with the context, in line with what we require at this point of time. So we actually had a resident doctor sitting in the hospital, entering information 10 minutes in the morning and 10 minutes in the evening for asymptomatic patients, which made it very easy to track the health of the patients without them having to come to hospitals. Now, to me, these are just the tip of the iceberg. We all talked about how much artificial intelligence is working, how much it could possibly progress, whether it's in diagnosis, accurate diagnosis, whether it's in areas of actually improving the quality of our radiology diagnostics or pathology diagnostics. Tomorrow they will be obviously helping in prescriptions to the doctors, augmenting them. So to me, these are all very interesting, areas which we know can really change the face of healthcare delivery and bring down the costs significantly. It's just that it has to be done in conjunction with process, in conjunction with people. The right kind of support given by the key healthcare practitioners, the doctors. I think to me, we all know that the doctors are not the most, I would say, amenable when it comes to using technology, especially the ones who probably are somewhat, being forced to use it. Over the last few years, we know that there will be a bit of difficulty for them to change age-old habits. But we see in the new breed of doctors, the people who are just coming onto the fold, for them, they're very comfortable on technology. So I think that the move towards standards, the way we basically will start, using data wisely to give insights, to make AI work better, to actually start, using IoT devices, which will probably connect the patient's health. As I think we did this in Max, we've done this here as well. How do we try and get data to come from the ambulance, data to come from the road for a patient who's basically needing urgent support? You see a lot of those things coming together, and I think there will be a lot of collaboration now between insurance companies, between healthcare providers, and also the practitioners to deliver better care to the patients. So to me, it's in a way a wake-up call. We realize how unprepared we were for COVID. We realize we do need to work together, and we need to adopt more standards, much more of quality, protocols, and much more of technology to really improve healthcare delivery.
That's really interesting, Sumit. And I think you talked about the other professions, because there aren't enough doctors, there aren't enough nurses. But actually, I wonder what you see about other professions coming to the fore, other than doctors, other than nurses, to support the healthcare giving process, and people being able to operate at the top of their license. What changes are you seeing that are being enabled by this technology you talk about?
Well, I would definitely say, look, we already see a lot of collaboration being done by telecom providers. The way telecom companies have stepped up, and actually enabled healthcare delivery. To me, that's a very big plus. You see a lot of new innovative models coming in financing. We had banks coming up and insurance companies coming up and saying, can we offer a 500-hour package for telemedicine for our customers? In Nigeria. Now, to me, that's a very interesting thing, because frankly, if the large companies, we have 99% insurance in some of the countries in Africa, which I don't think we all understand here fully. And we knew we had to change our approach when we were looking at, let's say, a Kenya or a Nigeria in telemedicine. We had to first go with the insurance process flows, making sure those are incorporated into the telemedicine, delivery. So to me, those are things that will really help the working closely with other players in the ecosystem, with insurance, with banks, with telecom companies, to deliver better services to the customer.
Thank you, Vijay. I can see you wanted to come in there.
Yeah, I just want to say, I not agree more with Sumit that for bring about these kind of massive changes, you have to take people on board. And one of the greatest example is happening today in our country in the form of farm laws, which are most experts feel are very, very useful, excellent, but somehow or the other, the people have not been kind of either consulted or whatever. And same thing, whether in the terms of National Digital Health Mission, what I find is that the persons who are going to be impacted most are the doctors, the clinicians. And I feel they are the ones who are least involved into any of this. We are trying our level best to see that there is a harmony between what is happening and the clinicians kind of don't lag behind, because otherwise you are not going to get the benefit of such a great initiative that has happened. I can give you that when there were only 500 cases in the country, I wish I knew Pankaj Gupta at that time. We had approached number of highest people. We created a template for collecting data from all COVID patients in the country. And we had proposed that we gave it to one Vidur Mahajan also, and told he also was working on it, etc. ICMR was looking at it. We were sitting in a gold mine that if you had taken data from all COVID positive patients, and under this pandemic law, it was so easy to get that data. Even now, of course, you still have thousands of patients still. So you can get that data. It is not a problem. But what I am saying is that this fragmentation of work, wherein we are not trying to involve everybody along, will delay, I would say, a useful implementation of the entire thing. But anyway, the forces of digitalization have been set in motion. They are going to happen, whether somebody likes it or not.
No, I think you make a good point there, because I see that doctors have made lots of changes and lots of innovation in terms of therapies, and lots of innovation in terms of the way that they work, but that's very much around being within the practice. And I think what we're talking about here is how we take care outside of the practice, involving other care professionals, and ensuring that we're getting input from a whole range of different specialties. And I wonder what ideas you have about how we bring doctors on board with digitization and this change. They've always used research data, so I don't quite compute why this would be a problem, but it's a problem right across the world. I wonder if anyone wants to come in on that, but let me go to you first, Dr. Agarwal, for your input as you raise this point.
Well, I think the younger doctors are quite, I think, enthused. There are so many doctors who have In fact, they have gone on to coding. They have brought about their own innovations and things like that. I think there are certain, for example, today also telemedicine is not still, I would say, synced with the reimbursement of their services. Now, you give somebody a consultation, whether on phone or on a telemedicine, and society, number one, has to be ready. Insurance companies have to be ready to reimburse that practice. I think economics is the biggest motivator for anything to move forward. That has been the biggest deterrent to my mind, that if you are not going to get paid for a service, you don't want to move forward. And of course, there is a, you can say, a technology barrier or something, but that's not something which I feel you are able to overcome slowly. But I feel if you are able to take care of economics and you are able to make some user-friendly kind of systems where you are not spending huge amount of time. You see, the documentation itself has been a big problem in our country. We are very good at verbal speaking utterances, but to note it down, whether even in handwriting or in the system, has been a huge problem. So you have to look at those things.
And I think in the US, we saw things like meaningful use being one way of sort of ensuring that we got better utilization of systems. That was a great idea, but I don't think it really delivered on what people expected it to deliver. So, I mean, I wonder if we can go to you, Sumit, for your view about how you've managed to get doctors on board with technology across your hospital.
Sorry. Yes. So I think very clearly. So I just want to kind of say that very clearly. This is again requires some level of patience. For technology teams also, it's important that we take people along. I mean, we need to understand some of the pain areas, understand the problem before jumping into solutions. So get to that level of understanding. Maybe talk to doctors, get a better clarity on what could be the ways to solve this. So, for example, when we did e-prescription, we realized that we have to make sure as a KRA, the time taken by the e-prescription should be equal or less than the time that the doctor takes to write the prescription by hand. So that was the key objective, that we tried to do, and make it make favorites for them, make templates that are very easy to follow and intuitive. So it makes it easy to use that. To me, I mean, the most important thing, and I've seen this in IT projects elsewhere. They're not really, kind of IT projects. They are basically business projects delivered by IT, delivered by technology. So, firstly, we have to understand the business purpose. Get that clarity, have those discussions going with the management teams, the administration teams, and also with doctor teams to figure out the purpose. The most requests I used to get from doctors was on data. They really need data for research. And when we asked them, how do you get this data? They said, look, it comes to the system. So I said, if you don't enter the data in the system, you won't get that data in. So, I mean, you all want research, but then unless you enter quality data, you won't get it back. So to me, that's how we kind of started explaining the purpose behind asking them to enter some information. And it had to be easy, had to be simple, make it as simple as possible. So when I talk about, 4 Ps, I talk about purpose, explaining the purpose very well, planning, which means sometimes we have to understand how best do we go about doing this, do proper planning with the key core teams, including clinicians in the fold, so that we can actually get it right in terms of their context. To me, people, and I'm again saying, the collaboration with the people, both operations teams and doctors, is critical. I mean, we can't do it alone. And finally, the kind of passion we kind of put into this, because we know how much this would help the patient, how much this would actually help the overall healthcare delivery and also the organizations. So, it's important that we show, for example, when we used to do, let's say any particular innovation, e-prescription, or, for that matter, we went on to electronic health records. What is the metrics? We started measuring them, because if you start measuring them, you can manage it. if you see that you're basically having, let's say, these doctors basically doing 100% e-prescription versus somebody doing 0%, you just share that dashboard to see others starting to react, starting to realize that it's not that difficult. They can probably adopt it. And we saw this in let's say, radiology PACS, when we deployed a PACS solution. We saw in one hospital, they were taking 4 days to report images versus another one which was taking 4 hours. So you started sharing the dashboard, people automatically realized there is some bottlenecks in the process, something that needs to be fixed. So to me, those are areas that we need to work together. We have to be, in some ways, humble and understand that we don't know everything. We don't know the solutions. We understand the problem and find the solution.
Yeah, that's really interesting, because I think there's standardization in care, because we see across large healthcare systems there are massive variations in the quality of care and outcomes. And as you say, the 4 days versus the 4 hours or whatever for a similar clinician to get a similar outcome. So I think IT and technology has a massive role in standardizing the way that care and outcomes are facilitated. I wonder if Dr. Pankaj, if you want to just talk a little bit about your experience of driving the program Access Healthcare, Health Digital, and what challenges you faced and in supporting universal health initiatives, and your strategies to overcome this. Let's tell us a little bit about that.
Sure. Thanks. So Access Health is an NGO. We work closely with the government, helping the government to sort of figure out the ways around implementation of the National Digital Health Blueprint. The blueprint is the standard or the compendium of standards that has to be implemented as part of the National Digital Health Mission. So as an NGO, we are trying to gather as many doctors, as many clinicians, as many hospitals, as many payers together is concerned, so that the consensus can be built. So we run the payer working group, we run the provider working group. Now, in the payer working group, I think the success has been quite good because the diversity of the payers in India is limited. So, if you look at the health insurance payers, you only have about 20 large health insurance payers who need to come together, agree on it, including the government schemes. If I even add the ESI and the PMJ scheme and everything to it, we still are having a limited number of payers who need to agree, and then things get done. So we achieved quite a lot of success and building consensus on the payer side. But when it comes to provider side, now the biggest challenge has been the diversity of the provider side. Some numbers for you to sort of consider. From 0 to 50 beds, it's about 90% of the market. And from 50 to 150 beds is about 5% of the market. Above 150 beds is another 5%. So imagine, that's how spread the market is. And all the corporate hospitals that we are talking about is just about 2%, top 2% creamy layer. So if I have to really bring about a change in this provider sector, I need a representative set of associations, so to say, who are representing all these different segments of the provider sector. And that's been our biggest challenge. We really don't have it. Now, in the provider working groups, we are working closely with NatHealth. NatHealth represents the top 5%. They have done a whole lot of integration with the bottom layers. But then, India is so vast that, whatever we may do in terms of getting everybody together onto the same platform, it will always be less on the provider side. And that is exactly what Dr. Agarwal said, that NDHM is rolling out without as much consultation with the provider side. It's because of the diversity of the provider side. And this provider side diversity is not just on the physical brick and mortar diversity. It is also on the healthcare IT systems. So you will see hospital information systems, you will have the EMR systems. You know, in India, and we had to do this as part of our work, that list all the HIS EMR systems that are out there. We had to draw a line at 5,000 and say, you know, enough. And there were more beyond 5,000. So, you know, at every nook and corner, you'll find an EMR system emerging. You'll find an HIS system emerging. So that's one reality. The other reality is on the top end, the top tier vendors have already left the market because they didn't find it viable. So iSofts and Track Healths of the world have already left the market. They didn't find it viable. Then, you know, Suren knows this very well. He's smiling. So the tier 2 is TCS, Wipro and all. So they had their HIS systems. They stopped manufacturing HIS systems. So they completely left the market because they didn't find it viable. The reason is the standardization wasn't there. So today, when we are coming to standardization, the biggest challenge is that how do we deal with this diversity? We are trying, government is trying, as NGOs, we are helping the government, but we would want the provider sector to come forward and take it as a mission together as a country. And in COVID times, we all have to come together. Otherwise, you know, it is going to be difficult.
Yeah, that's very useful. But in spite of all of this, we see that Vijay, there is a growing acceptance of digital healthcare in India now, in spite of all of this. So how can the healthcare technological innovations actually help us improve access to quality and affordable care, and by having those pockets of excellence around India, how do you see how do you see this improving access to the healthcare?
I think that way during pandemic, a lot of people who were very reluctant in even giving using telemedicine, they have, I think, now understood the importance of providing that kind of help. And lot of hospitals now, like what Pankaj said, that the top 2% hospitals, which are the corporate and the big hospitals, are really 2%, but they are the trendsetters, you can say. Now, majority of them have started their outreach programs. I think the home health care is going to be the biggest segment in terms of trying to make the disruption. The important thing is going to be that these the kind of care that the smaller hospitals are providing, very large number of, I would say, some of that work will go into the segment of the home health care. It is only the procedure oriented and the surgical work that will start gravitating towards, and some of these smaller hospitals may have to merge to be at least reasonable about 100 to 150 bed hospitals, because safety of the patients is becoming again a huge problem, because here we expect, as far as whenever there is a favorable outcome, then the outcome for that healthcare provider as well as is huge. It is not merely a litigation, it's followed by violence and a lot of, I would say, unfavorable things for him to remember for the rest of his life. So he is definitely concerned about providing, I would say, a safer care today. Inherently, we in our country, we are a lot of risk-taking people. We don't mind doing anything. We take definitely risks in life. But I think in healthcare, the kind of the reaction, the community has been now sensitized to, I would say, they're not accepting unfavorable outcomes. So the trend is setting for, number one, for quality care. But I think the big question still hovers around the economics, because just like what he said about the stop of the HIS players leaving the country, leaving the stage, a time will come when all these top 2% hospitals will also have to fold up and will have to close the shop. in case the kind of suffocating regulations and economic considerations are not addressed, then these 2% hospitals are not also going to survive. So it's a very, very peculiar thing, but I'm sure good sense will prevail, and we have to see that how should you allow at least economically them to survive. There is a difference between, forget about profiteering. I can tell you in today's date, none of these hospitals, they are being accused of fleecing patients and all, are not even economically surviving. And the worst part is that they have to show to the outside world that they are making good amount of money because they want people to invest money in them.
Yes.
So all that fudging is happening while inside they are bleeding. God only helped the situation. That's what I can say. But as far as the safety is concerned, that's where my organization, GAO, that I am representing, we are doing a huge amount of work in bringing in the culture of safety. That's an area we are trying to teach or bring about courses on leadership, on risk management, on infection control, and all those issues. And they are being, I think, very, very nicely being taken up by the organization.
So, you raised some really interesting points there. The economics of the situation, whereby technologically anything is possible in terms of therapeutics, in terms of ways of caring for patients, but economically, the viability of that care at scale is a threat, because can we really afford all that we're actually able to do in terms of healthcare? Maybe Sumit, if I could come to you, and you can just talk about the contrasting experiences that you've had in implementing healthcare delivery platforms across the number of geographies that you've been working across in the various emerging markets, and what are the lessons for India in encouraging electronic health records?
I think very clearly, I mean, I guess, to me, we've seen this across the board. I mean, and I think, Dr. Vijay just touched upon the point about regulations. This is something that we have to basically, work with rather than work against. And unfortunately, sometimes regulators also, do not, kind of react fast. But if you see the current crisis, the pandemic, we saw how the regulation for telemedicine were changed, for India. And in many other countries, also in Kenya, there was a significant amount of proactiveness shown in terms of enabling some of these regulations to make it viable to actually perform healthcare delivery. So what we've seen the last, what we tried to do in the implementations we did across countries, there is obviously a cultural context. There is a need to make sure that we work with the regulators, convince them about the need. And also, maybe ensure that we have simple to follow healthcare delivery models, which are well connected, internally. To me, that's important from a technology standpoint. And, the best way to do this is to basically, again, work with several partners, who are complementary to each other. And, use good MIS, use good dashboards and BI tools to provide the right kind of insights to the management teams and to the practitioners. So that's one. I think the other thing is very cross geographies. What I've seen is that it's very important to treat them as unique. I mean, I remember when we were doing the hospital information systems and electronic health record implementations, in fact, we're also implementing Oracle, global Oracle ERP instance, for these geographies. Initially, we did, these sessions where all the companies, in India, Kenya, Nigeria, Pakistan, kind of joined together. And we realized it was only the people from India who were speaking. The Nigeria and Kenya team were virtually silent. So I realized that you have to start, kind of conducting separate sessions with them, because otherwise they will not speak up. We Indians, we don't like to be listen, don't like to be normally, listeners. We do tend to, speak our minds. But you have to adopt a slightly different approach for, let's say, people in Africa. So it was important to change our approach. Kind of get to understand the challenges they were facing, and then modify the approach to suit them, which is what we did. For example, in insurance companies for for Kenya, that was what we did, to ensure that that goes well. So to me, that's what we will need to do. We will need to kind of, understand, this. And at the same time, there are regulations that have to basically also be conducive. From a technology standpoint, we really need to work, as in creating an ecosystem, and also from a people perspective, I think the good thing is now doctors are also realizing there is no alternative. When we were running after them for telemedicine, let's say a couple of years back, now they are asking us, saying, when can you enable me fully, for IoT devices and stuff. So to me, there is a good momentum. We have to basically enable this very well with better understanding.
That's really interesting, and you're right. The different accepting that there are different cultures, and as countries we get more international at a country level. I think it's important that we take into account the different requirements of different cultures, different social and economic groups, and I think it is a very important factor, as was said before by yourself. Actually, the people factor is really crucial in all of this. To some extent, the technology, whilst not all sorted, it can be easier than the people and the processes. Yeah. Okay. So can I just ask, maybe Pankaj, what factors are required to create and implement technologies and in healthcare systems, from your perspective, that enables us to revolutionize patient care in hospitals?
Yeah, sure. So what's really required is systems that are very easy to use. You have to keep the beneficiary, which is the end beneficiary, in the center of all your design, so that you design the system around the end beneficiary. The time for the enterprise class, the big systems, is already gone. We are moving into a digital sort of a technology wave where everything that runs on digital technologies, like your Netflix, for example. Now Netflix is so simple. It's runs on a technology called microservices. It can run on your phone. It can be on your laptop, in your TV, in your car. We need to have healthcare IT systems built on microservices that are as flexible as Netflix. We need to have, the other example is Android. Now Google built Android and gave it to various companies and said, you can build your phones on Android. Each one of them built the Android phone. Some of them are selling it as a stock Android, like Motorola and all that, and then there are others like Samsung who build a pretty thick layer on top of it. They put a skin on top of it. So that's another model that healthcare needs to adopt. Healthcare needs to come out with a basic operating system for health, which can be given free of cost to everybody, so that the basic, we came out with the concept of minimum viable product. So MVP. So the minimum viable product for health needs to come out, and then anybody can put a skin on top of it. Now that skin can be a thin skin or a thick skin. That thick skin can be, whatever value-added services you want to put on it. You can make money on it. You can have your business model on it. But the MVP needs to be completely open source. It needs to be completely free and available to everybody, so that all the systems are standardized from the word go. And then, they can do whatever else from there onwards. So when I say standardized means in terms of interoperability, in terms of data elements, that the minimum set of data elements that are required for all the standard list of transactions, and then the value sets. Whatever the value sets that need to go into each one of those data elements, that need to be standardized. So once we are able to do all of this, and it is centered around the beneficiary, the end beneficiary, then it's going to be pretty easy to roll it out. And another point that I would like to add to this is to scale it up to the next level. A bazaar model is going to be required rather than a cathedral model. most of the places where, digital health transformations have happened, it has been government playing a cathedral role or somebody playing a cathedral role where they say, you have to go through us. You need a gateway. And, the gateway is something, unless you are compliant to the gateway, you are not going to be able to do the transaction in the system or in the ecosystem. What I would suggest is a bazaar model where everybody is compliant to the basic set of standards and you don't need a gateway. What you need is everybody to be able to transact with everybody else in the ecosystem. And as a result, the total value of the bazaar is higher than the individual value of each component in the bazaar. So those are few of my thoughts. I know these are a little radical in nature, but that is, as an NGO, we have a luxury of pursuing some radical thoughts, and we are trying to do it.
That's interesting. So, Suren, how are we doing for time at the moment?
Yeah, we have about 20-25 minutes time. So I think, we'll continue with this discussion, and in between, I want to pitch in and make a couple of comments before again hand over to you, Paul. I think one thing very important, I think a couple of very important statements have been made. Pankaj said, the size of the hospital and the market. So up to 50 bed hospital, and then 50 plus to 150 and 150 onwards. What is the size? Only 5% is 150 plus. But the software designed and the cost involved is for 150 beds and onwards. Though the requirement is that 95% of the hospital, and that's what Dr. Agarwal has been advocating and talking to me at least for 5-7 years, that the softwares which are required, that's required for this market, but the cost which generally is asked is beyond the reach. Only perhaps Sumit could have paid the kind of money he paid to me. Nobody else could pay. And so the point I'm trying to make is that there's a relevance what Pankaj is saying. The market availability, the requirement in the market, the software is being designed, and perhaps that is the reason. Pankaj mentioned about the iSoft and TrackCare, and I can say no software healthcare IT company had ever made money. In most of the market, not only India but most of the market, even in the part of the Europe and Southeast Asia, and we have witnessed many mergers and acquisition because of these reasons. So I think this is one perhaps a thought where I don't know how this digital health platform or microservices is going to help. Maybe Pankaj, I would like you to elaborate a bit on this, and I would like to know. And also, I would like to know, from the esteemed panelists, that is there a concept of virtual hospital? Before handing over to Paul, back to you again.
Sure. So with Paul's permission and Suren, your permission, if I can answer your question.
Please do.
So. You raised a couple of questions actually. So let me take it one by one. One is you did sort of highlight that when the size of the market or the large market share is 0 to 50 bed, and that's 90%, then why are we making softwares which are for 150 bed plus? It's not just that, Suren, it is also economics that plays out over here. So if, we were to get a Cerner, I worked for Cerner at one point in time, and Cerner asked me, go figure out if we can implement Cerner in India. And I ran a study actually for Cerner in those days. After so many years, I think I can speak freely as to what was the outcome of that study. So that study very clearly told me that, Cerner is never going to fit into India because the unit economics just doesn't work. And I went and told that back to Cerner, and Cerner said, what are you saying? We have to rewrite Cerner for India? That's never going to happen. I said, then forget about India. Simple. And that's exactly the problem that is happening when you look at large HIS systems, enterprise class, and this and that. Who's going to be able to afford it in India? In India, what we need is something which is a Netflix equivalent or something that is an Amazon equivalent that will fit into the pocket of everybody in the smallest of the clinics and the largest of the hospitals. So as an NGO, what we did was we took on that challenge. We said, all right, while we help the government do all the standardization and everything, there's another thing that we will do. We'll create an open source library of software. And we did that. We have published microservices based minimum viable product in the open source. And the entire thing is available. I mean, it's a set of microservices. We've written all the specifications for running a simple hospital on these microservices. Out of that, the 40 startups and HIS vendors that I said are working with us, many of them have agreed to write the code and release it in open source. So ultimately, it will require some 40 odd different microservices to be released. But out of that, I think about 12 have already been released in the open source. And more are coming, as time passes. So over time, what's going to happen is we will create a core of microservices, which is the minimum viable product. And on top of that, value added, all the vendors, I run an accelerator. So many of them came to me and said, what is going to happen to our business if you create this open source? I said, well, you take the open source and build all the value added services around it. And that's your business, And that's what we are beginning to see now after hard work of a year and a half, that many of the vendors who are working in our accelerator, they are adopting these microservices. They're building the e-objects on top of it. And then, a full telemedicine, e-pharmacy, and e-prescription, and all these solutions are just emerging out of that without any issues. Of course, there's a long way to go to transform the entire market. But we took one step to create an open source community. And now the next thing that we're trying to do is to go to the bazaar model, that is approach the SaaS and the PaaS operators, like Amazons and Azures and Geos, and say, well, would you want all of these guys to be sitting on your platform and make it software as a service instead of a license model? So that's where we are at. I hope I've tried to answer the question. And by the way, all of this is standardized as per the NDHP standards that the government has released. Everything is standardized.
Yeah, so if with the chair permission, can I ask one more question? Yeah.
Please do.
Yeah. So Pankaj, you being part of the this creation of standards for Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, EMR EHRS standards, and I was also one of the contributor. Now, so we took a decision of having a SNOMED for the country, right? SNOMED has been made as a component that is one of the standard in the document. Now, many states have started coming up, but actually nobody understands that. So So the standards have been put because it is available somewhere, some documentation was there and the name was available, it has been put there. But there's no plan for actually adoption and propagation and, talking about. So I think as a part of the digital health platform, and we all know SNOMED is not something cakewalk. It requires efforts. It requires money. And I think that neither government has nor the private vendors have that kind of money to invest in creating, or accommodating a standard SNOMED. So, what are the thoughts and how do you take, and even from the work you are doing from the Access Health viewpoint, how are you looking at this standard?
Okay. Standards is something that is not easy to implement, and it hasn't been easy to implement anywhere in any part of the world. I have done digital health transformations in different parts of the world. Everywhere, wherever I have worked, I've found implementation of the standards has been usually a very difficult task. Now, to make it easier, there are ways of doing it, and there has to be a change management process, which has to be a stepwise model. As a clinician, I love SNOMED. It's like, fish to water. But that is because I have experience of working on various global HIS systems and EMR systems. That's not the case with most of the physicians in India. My colleagues who are hospital administrators, they find it difficult. As you mentioned, there is a lot of money that is required to implement it and then maintain it. So that's just SNOMED, that's one example, but then, there are so many other standards that have to be implemented across the board. And you rightly said that, it's not going to be a simple cakewalk. So the way to do it is to leave the legacy systems as it is for now, and create a interoperability layer on top of the legacy systems. We call it the e-objects. These are the minimum set of data elements bundled together for transactions. We say these are FHIR-based objects, and FHIR is very easy to implement in that sense. So we say that, you take these objects, you put it on top of the legacy systems. You do the mapping of only those value sets that are to be sort of transmitted between different systems. The rest of it can remain within your system as it is, and you can change it whenever you are ready. Whenever you are changing your system, say in 5 years, 10 years, you adopt a standardized system. But until then, you don't have to sort of declare your investment as a sunk cost. And that's the model that we are propagating. And this is also we learned over time. When we started, as Access Health about 2 years back, our thinking was also the big bang thinking, just go and make the change. It's only after interaction with the industry we figured out that it's not going to happen as a big bang. It'll have to be stepwise. It'll have to be little change coming in every year, in 10 years. And even in the e-objects, if you look at it, the way it has been designed, there is a standardized segment and then there's a non-standard segment. Right now, we have kept it so flexible that the non-standard segment could be a large piece. So over time, the non-standard segment starts decreasing in size and the standard segment increases in size. And that is what the government will have to sort of institutionalize. It is obviously the National Digital Health Mission's job to make sure that over time this happens. But we have put the structure in place and we tried to at least get the first level of consensus done. So that's my answer to your question.
If I may, Paul, just one quick comment on this.
Please do, yes.
Yeah, so I think the thing I would definitely also say here is that, in fact, it is very correct that we've had some standards in the past. even standards for that matter, between healthcare providers and insurance companies in terms of how you share data with them in terms of formats, etc. SNOMED has been there for a while, but we've all done a pretty poor job of communication, across the board, whether it is the government mandating it or also IT teams talking about this or doctors communicating it. I think it's been a huge problem. And it's important that we address this squarely, and I think it's also the job, not only of business, of clinicians, who probably will need to understand it and then communicate it to their fraternity. Also the job of IT to basically, speak the language of business, speak much more things that are understandable. And for that, it might even mean sometimes the IT team to probably have a seat at the table, because even though you might want to say it, if you don't have a seat at the table, you can do nothing. Mm-hmm. That's one more challenge. I think the need of the hour is to be able to understand, that look, why do the Cerners and Epics of the world go away? Because every single doctor, every single hospital administrator wants to do things their own way. None of them. They don't follow standards. They don't follow, let's say, tried and tested practices, which have basically been deployed elsewhere in the world, in Europe, US, or wherever else. So somewhere that importance to also start realizing that technology is going to be an important component of the business. It's not, as an afterthought. You kind of added this because, when you need it, you can change it. You can modify it. Every doctor can, make a change in the system. Not very many systems can actually support that. So to me, there are a few things. Yes, communication will need to be done, both at IT level and also at the business level. There will need to be a bit of, importance given in terms of, hearing out all functions so that we can, prepare a collaborative approach. And finally, I think this will require resources. So the government will need to step in. They will have to support. They can't do this low percentage of GDP spending on healthcare that they're doing presently. That also will need to change.
That's really interesting. Yeah, I think this whole, I think healthcare, unlike most other industries, really relies so heavily on collaboration across government, across providers, and having a seat at the table. I think it's absolutely vital for the CIO. We also see the need for a chief clinical information officer to help aspects of the innovation. No, I think that's really important. Thank you for raising that.
Yeah.
Okay. Suren, how would you like us to go forward? I'm conscious of time.
Yeah. Okay. So I have plenty of questions. I've been waiting, but it was so exciting. Discussion was so exciting that I didn't interfere. So one quick question to Sumit, actually. You had successful implementation. Generally, I have seen, implementations are compromised at some, stage. Systems perceived or imagined differently than actually at the end what comes. And I'm also part of that. I'm sure Paul is also experienced that. We had, experience in UK and NHS together. We have experience in India, have experience recently in, the statewide Rajasthan implementation where more than 700 hospitals are live on. So you had implementation experience, a pretty successful experience where you have been able to motivate the clinicians to actually, use the EMR and actually create a digital health system. Would you like to share some experience? How did you manage to do that? And, what kind of strategies? Because it's not easy. And I will tell you, before you actually answer, there is a question in that answer. I'm currently associated with a university which is having different programs, including a medical hospital, a medical college, with a large number of graduate students and going to be the masters also. Master program is starting in a few months time. Now here I was looking at the curriculum. The curriculum has a long, very exhaustive curriculum, and Dr. Pankaj will may like to mention also that the curriculum. When I was talking, why don't you include certain things related to the EMR, AHR, and IT systems during this stage, education stage, so that the students start learning to capture the data, patient data, into the system? The two answers are: one is MCI does not allow anything which is not in the course. That is one. And they don't have IT as a part of the course, except the two things. One is the student should be able to make presentation, means they should learn the PPT, and second, they should be able to create document, means they should understand the word. These are two things are the total requirement. Now, if that level, the students are not able to learn, then how would you expect even 5 years, 10 years from now, they will, no crop will come out with a digital mindset? That's a big question. I don't know who will raise. Perhaps Vijay Agarwal ji is the, if Dr. Agarwal, you are hearing me, you are the best person to take it forward from the CAHO viewpoint, which is the largest organization in the country. So, Sumit, some implementation experiences.
So very quickly, I think Suren made a very important point. I mean, in fact, the curriculum today does not capture IT, and awareness of IT, in the curriculum for doctors and medical professionals, which is important. We do need to, at some point of time, incorporate some understanding of this, because data is going to be the new currency of the world. If you don't enter data correctly, you will actually not get the great MIS and analytics that probably we need to improve our outcomes. Whether it's AI or anything else, they will ultimately rely on quality data. The point I would just like to say is, from implementation experience perspective, I think what I have done and tried to do always is to make this into a business project. It's never an IT project. If you continue to call it an IT project, you're very likely to fail. So every single time we actually had a project charter where we talked to the business stakeholders to say, please tell us your objectives. Please help us outline what is the most important business value you want to derive from this project. And let's get some champions in the picture, the business champions, process champions, because they will be intimately involved if their requirements are incorporated into the solution. They will get, that ownership. So to me, that sense of ownership has to come, and we have to, it's our job to make sure that we co-opt them into every stage of requirement analysis. And then, we obviously deliver the solution as per that requirement. So to me, one is the business project. You need to make it a business project. Two is the importance of metrics, of data. Have some target metrics, have some dashboards which can show us where we are in terms of results. What have we delivered? Are we actually able to measure, on those results, on those outcomes that we expected at the beginning of the project, and publish that? Because then we could do course corrections, what we need to change. So those are important things, and I think it has to be a collaborative approach, and taking all stakeholders along.
Yeah, I guess so. Thanks, Amit. Paul, may I ask a question to you? So I would like to ask a question to Chair. I think among us, you had the vast experience of implementing the systems in NHS, in the UK part of the NHS program, and the part of the when consulting company doing the project for the NHS. So within the digital transformation agenda, can you share your experiences and ideas on building a holistic health system, and how did you work for NHS, and what stage it reached?
Yeah, I think consistent with what's been said, really, that you can't. One of the big learnings is you cannot impose on a nation, even a tiny nation like the United Kingdom. You cannot impose a one-size-fits-all solution for the entire nation. You have to have the appropriate solutions for the appropriate geography, for the appropriate individual, the appropriate disease group. So I think that, more and more, as I see it, there is a necessity to derive healthcare data from domestic devices, whether that is a phone or whether it is some sort of care hub in the home, I see that there is a need to be able to aggregate data and information systems and to share data across those systems. So integration is absolutely key, and whether that sort of takes you towards patient health records and patient health records, and some way of sharing that data, be that from your watch, from your phone. I think that is absolutely important. I think what is clear is that there are certain things, like maybe an immunization program, that needs to be held and coordinated centrally, nationally, and to some extent internationally, as we see with COVID and international travel. But I do see that there is a huge need for a combination of technologies to make the healthcare record possible. You've already mentioned that some of the giants in healthcare that provide information systems, great tablets of solutions based across a single platform. Maybe the time is happening where for the smaller healthcare organizations, which you say are 90% of the healthcare organizations, that kind of technology is just too big and too expensive. So I think we see that we're moving towards a dashboard kind of approach with care coordination. I think we see greater regionalized systems, perhaps with aggregation at a national level. So I think that for me, the choice really shouldn't be, the time shouldn't be spent on choosing the information system. It's about the way that you implement it. It's the way that you win the hearts and minds of clinicians, and clinicians have to see this. And as Sumit was saying earlier on, really, this is a business program, and this business change program has to be effectively and efficiently curated across individual organizations. So it's a case of sort of sorting out your own backyard first before you start to share your data anywhere else. So a standards-based approach to information is absolutely critical. We talked about SNOMED and the value of SNOMED. I do think that national coding and a nomenclature for healthcare is absolutely vital. An international language, as a world we become more and more internationally focused, we do need to ensure that we are able to share information worldwide on disease. Maybe AI has a huge role to play in this. When I've worked in an organization where AI was absolutely critical and core to elements of our healthcare business, and I see a greater role for AI in diagnostics, if nothing else, to quickly sift out people with normal results, to enable the high-ranking clinicians to be able to focus on those people that have got the complex problems that need complex intervention fast, and not spending time having to see lots of people who have got normal results, but to focus on those abnormal results, and abnormal for the individual dependent on their own disease. So we haven't spoken about genomics. I think there's a huge role in this for genomics, and how we actually use genomic healthcare information systems to be able to focus on individual care for that individual patient. So I think in summary, what I would say is that the electronic patient record, which we've talked a lot about, is just a part of the story. And I think over time, the electronic patient record needs to be superseded with something which is about a care dashboard, and that aggregates data from these various sources based on a standards-based approach that enables us to have a coordinated care approach, and enables us to get access to those care professionals who are going to help us with the problem that we're experiencing at the moment. I hope I got some way, Suren, to answering your question, but I think I could have spoken for 3 days on the topic that you just gave me.
Yes, yeah, you very well explained, Paul. I think now, so I had many questions. I had a question which I actually tried asking, but somehow I couldn't. I wanted to know how the virtual hospitals will work, but no time left. I have several questions from the people. At least 20 of them from the audience, but perhaps I will take these questions and send it to you later through the email so that we can get the answers. I have to stop right here. And just three, four things we picked up. I think you made a very clear statement that, one solution doesn't fit everywhere, So that's a learning. The other, what Pankaj said, I think, many small shops in the bazaar. That's I like the phrase. And those microservices being used by, pick up your service, what exactly you want to use. I didn't get the answer, on this. Maybe may need longer discussion, perhaps, because, many people have spent 20 years, 30 years building some solution, and those, how do you convert that solution into the, suddenly into the microservices without putting a significant amount of effort? That's where, one question comes. But yeah, those are a few things we can talk later. And I think we had a very good interaction, and perhaps it required a very long, session. And we have to close here with Dr. Agarwal with us, who is kind of a, advocate of working out the solution for the smaller hospitals in India. And Sumit explained the, intricacies of, how to achieve success in motivating clinicians through adopting different models. And I would like to use this platform that Sumit is the most successful person in India, at least. I don't know outside, but who has actually motivated the doctors to go onto the system and use the system for clinical records. So with this, I would like to thank the chair, Mr. Paul. I would like to thank Dr. Agarwal for your kind presence here. I would like to thank Pankaj and Sumit, and would like to have some more interaction on this on a different platform, different opportunity. And I would like to move to the next session now. Thank you so much.
Thank you for being a fantastic panel. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Shivani, you can take over.
Yes, sir. Welcome to fourth session on Agriculture Industry Outlook, Business Environment Post-COVID. Good afternoon, all the eminent speakers. For this session, we have Professor Divya Srivastava, ma'am, as the moderator. Dr. Divya Srivastava is the director of the School of Life Sciences at Jaipur National University. She has contributed to academia with multiple publications in national and international journals and books. She has worked on a national project entitled Reclamation and Development of Mine Spoil Dams using domestic and industrial waste at manganese mines in National Environmental Engineering Research Institute, Nagpur. She has been a senior research fellow in IIT Kanpur and worked on a project development of bioreactors for removal and recovery of heavy metals. In addition to this, she has teaching experience of over 20 years. May I now invite Dr. Divya Srivastava ma'am to moderate the session and introduce the guest in this session. Ma'am.
Thank you, Dr. Shivani. Good evening, everyone. It's my great pleasure to welcome you all in the fourth session of today's international conference, Disruptive Technologies and its Impact on Agriculture Industry. First, I would like to introduce the panelist, the eminent panelist, Mr. Ashish Srivastava. Mr. Ashish Srivastava is presently Head of Sales and Marketing with Chambal Fertilizers and Chemicals Limited, country's largest manufacturer of urea in the private sector. He is an alumni of Jawaharlal Nehru Krishi Vishwavidyalaya, Jabalpur, and has successfully completed 3-tier middle management program from IIM Ahmedabad and executive enrichment program from IIM Bangalore. His earlier positions as head of food processing unit enabled him for the launch of Everfresh brand of frozen vegetables and procurement of American sweet corn, baby corn, and broccoli through contract farming. Later, as head of traded products division, he was responsible for procurement and sales of 85 products outsourced through 89 formulators, processors, packers from 58 locations across the globe. He is also part of the group which launched the first ever customer loyalty program in rural space aptly named Uttam Bandhan. Our next esteemed panelist is Shri R.G. Agarwal. He is the group chairman of Dhanuka Group of Companies. He is in the field of pesticides and fertilizers since 1968 with more than 52 years of grassroots experience. He is a self-made man having deep knowledge in this field and working aggressively for doubling the farmers' income by 2022, as per the vision of the Honorable Prime Minister. He is also the chairman of FICCI Subcommittee for Crop Protection Chemicals, a member of FICCI's Managing Committee, a director of Crop Life India, is the erstwhile director of Crop Care Federation of India, and many more. He is also involved in innumerable social welfare activities like building of schools, dams, community halls, guest houses, etc., which has made him emerge as an eminent personality. His social activities are through Durga Prasad Dhanuka Charitable Trust, Chiranji Lal Dhanuka Charitable Trust, and he is also a trustee of Agrasen Hospital, New Delhi. Our next esteemed panelist is Mr. Chabilendra Raul. He is an IAS from Punjab cadre in 1985. He is an alumnus of Ravenshaw College, Cuttack, Odisha, Delhi School of Economics, Delhi University, and School of Public Policy, Birmingham University, UK. He is a PhD in management and postgraduate in economics and holds an MBA degree. During this span of more than 35 years, he has served both in the state and the central governments. He started his career as subdivisional magistrate in the state of Punjab and subsequently served as deputy commissioner and district magistrate of Hoshiarpur and Patiala districts. He was the founder MD to the Punjab Infrastructure Development Board. He also has served in various senior management administrative positions with such as Special Secretary, Secretary, Finance, and Director, etc. Shri Raul has more than 18 years of experience in corporate governance. As the Secretary to Government of India, Department of Fertilizers, he was managing and supervising 9 central public sector enterprises, including NFL, and RCF. Mr. Raul has authored 2 books, and for his outstanding work in governance reforms, the Department of Governance Reforms, Punjab has awarded Prime Minister's Excellence Award in Public Administration for the year 2012-2013. The theme for today's session is disruptive technologies and its impact on agriculture industry. The Indian agriculture industry poses a robust demand. Looking at the population and growing rural and urban income, the industry is likely to grow faster. Also, allied services like cold chains for storing the farm produce and warehouse is increasing. The agriculture export policy, as per the industry report, has set an export target of $60 billion US dollars by year 2022, and also Government of India is aiming to double the farmers' income by 2022. In the post-COVID business environment, the need for disruptive technologies in the agriculture industry will be more felt than ever before. Digital transformation has been the priority of the new business environment, and agriculture is not an exception. It is observed that penetration of new disruptive technologies across the agriculture and allied fields are getting emphasis and aligned with the industry report on agriculture. The 2 pillars, the manufacturing service and the services of the economy, they have been severely impacted during COVID-19 crisis. And it is very crucial for us to understand what role agriculture, the oldest and strongest pillar of our country, is going to play for unfolding economic recovery and shaping up the future path. The key objectives of this session are to examine the role of disruptive technologies in the future of agriculture sector and its implications on meeting the set targets. To explore the progress in the technology for agriculture industry and assess the industry outlook. To discover strategies to overcome the problem of large number of farmers from production to consumption. To use technology for coordination among various stakeholders in the agriculture industry, to discuss and identify the best practices for digital transformation implementation process based on the global experience. Once again, I welcome all the panelists and I request Mr. Raul to chair the session.
Thank you, Dibya. I think we can start the discussion by I request the other 2 panelists to speak on the subject for a couple of minutes, and subsequently I'll wrap up the discussion and give my views. Then we can invite questions. So to start with, I can request Mr. R.G. Agrawal, the founder chairman of Dhanuka Group, to give his views on the subject today.
Am I audible?
Yes, you are, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, Mr. Rahul. Chairman of the session, panelist Srivastava, and distinguished scientist of Jaipur National University and audience. First of all, I'd like to congratulate the organizers for taking this after COVID-19, and that subject they have selected disruptive technologies. The question is for agriculture. I'd like to share that even after COVID, within a week, Government of India declared agriculture as priority sector, and the activities were allowed immediately considering that food is the most important and priority subject. Home Ministry worked overnight and all the decisions were communicated, and even the communication was sent to district level collectors that these are the priority sectors. They should not be stopped. So we are thankful for government for realizing that food is such a subject where no country can compromise. Thanks, our warehouses were full. So for the 9th months, government is giving free ration to around 80 crores people. We come to after COVID-19, definitely there are going to be various changes, and Mr. Raul is having very vast experience as well as Mr. Srivastava. But in agriculture, in my opinion, what disruptive technologies can do wonder. Number one is 3 new laws which are made recently by government. But unfortunately, they are not properly understood or misunderstood, and instead of farmers' agitation, taken a turn on different side. It's a political issue, so I will not like to comment on agitation, but I'll talk that these 3 changes, 3 laws are going to change the total scenario of the agriculture. At present, there is monopoly of APMC and farmer is forced to sell his crop there at whatever is the price. But with these 3 new laws, farmer has got the freedom to sell his produce anywhere. He can have contact farming, he can sell from his field, he can sell direct to customer. Today, please imagine in big cities like Delhi, we pay 100 rupees kilo for tomato, but even farmer don't get 10-20 rupees and the difference goes to middleman. If it is directly from farmer to consumer, and farmer instead of get 10 to 20 rupees, and we pay instead of 100 rupees, 40 rupees, then how much income of the farmer can increase and consumer will get nutritious food at affordable price. Earlier, as per Niti Aayog, hardly there was 2% investment from private sector in agriculture. Private sector will not invest in any sector unless there are chances of return, profit. And with these 3 changes laws, what will happen? I'm listening that the people who were serving even after IIM, IIT engineers, they are entering the field of agriculture, making money. I'm living in Gurgaon, the posh area, and the price I pay for pure cow milk is around 60 rupees. While in the rural area, farmer, I understanding it is 30 rupees or 35 rupees. How the vast difference. So unless farmers become themselves entrepreneur, and in this direction, the decision of government of making 10,000 FPOs or around 1,50,000 crores support for various infrastructure, these are wonderful initiatives which are going to change the scenario. Just for discuss that government has made the target of $60 billion export. Yes, it's not a big target. How much potential is there? We are growing 544 crops in our country, which no country in the world grows. We have all type of climatic conditions. We can grow all type of crops. After COVID, you see in US, what is the most popular drink? Golden milk, which is our turmeric. So after this disruptive situation, technologies, I'll talk 4 or 5 technologies which can change the total scenario in agriculture. I like to quote one example. Our agriculture area is around 142 million hectare and China is 128 million hectare. While our average rainfall is 1000 mm plus, China is 600 mm plus. But if you see GDP from agriculture, as per data of FAO of 2016, our GDP from agriculture was $401 billion and China was $991 billion. 3 times than us. And here is the catch. Where we are lacking, why our farmer, whenever we start talking, we talk poor farmer. Why our farmer should always be poor? This is a big question. Farmers should also not live comfortable, and why income should not increase. So there are small things which can change the total scenario and income. First thing is knowledge. Our Prime Minister in 2002, Shri Atal Bihari Vajpayee, in National Science Congress in 2002, added a slogan of Jai Vigyan in the slogan of Jai Jawan, Jai Kisan. Where is that science? Where is the Vigyan? Papers, it is in books, it is in libraries. How many farmers has got the latest technology or science? How many farmers are benefited? We are working in the field. We have 1,500 boys. So we know practically technology, new technology reaching to how many farmers. So first and foremost is technology. And I'll also like to quote. In 2008, the then Finance Minister, Mr. Chidambaram, has spoken while presenting his budget in Parliament. Our extension system has collapsed. Please, our extension system has collapsed and we are looking for some alternate. Until date, no alternate has come. It's the private sector, maybe Chambal Fertilizer or maybe Dhanuka or any seed company or drip irrigation company or other sector. Their contribution in extension is much more than government big machinery. And I'm sorry, Mr. Raul, please don't take my statement otherwise, but that is the fact. Then second, seed treatment. When in Ministry of Agriculture 2007, Dr. Dattawar Reddy was Joint Secretary. At that time, we started a seed treatment campaign. And I am proud to say in Rajasthan, in groundnut, where we doubled the groundnut production. And on ABP channel in 2019, we made 13 episodes, which were tested with the farmers' interview. What are the technology they adopted? So seed treatment, drip irrigation. These are small things and government is giving full support. Side, there is no lapse in the support to agriculture. Today, the type of budget has been allocated to agriculture. It was never earlier that type of budget. But without knowledge, without technology, whatever, government has increased the loan to 15 lakh crore to agriculture or farmers. But unless like industry, farmers invest that money for creating infrastructure and facilities at his farm and as a commercial he do. You go to south and west, how many income farmers are earning there? And what is only in Haryana, Punjab? What is the problem with Haryana, Punjab farmers? They don't want to think beyond paddy, wheat, sugarcane. While in south and west, farmers have shifted to horticulture crops. Maharashtra, grapes, pomegranates, so many horticulture crops. For 4 days in Northeast, kiwi has been started, and as per TV news, farmer has earned 24 lakh rupees from a hectare. So unless we go for crop diversification, what is the fun in growing wheat and rice, which we are having surplus and no space to store them? While 90,000 crore rupees to import edible oils, 10-15,000 crore rupees budget on pulses, 10-15,000 crore rupees of budget on importing fruits. So all this can be grown, and the precious foreign exchange we are spending, we can save, and we have to come and cluster wise planning has to be done. What is the availability of water in a particular area, and crop planning should be done on the basis of water, and ultimate is the right use of quality inputs. In our country, regarding inputs quality, there is a big question mark. There is a parallel market of counterfeit, spurious, illegal, smuggled goods. I quote, once upon a time our country was a paradise for gold smugglers, but today it has become a paradise for pesticide smugglers. And there are various proof, I don't want to go, but here I want to emphasize, in computer, what is your input, that is the output. Similarly for farmers, until right quality inputs are provided to him, how we can expect? That is the reason of our farmers poor, and 1/3. We are not talking with US where they have 5 times even yield. I will quote our Honorable Prime Minister while speaking in one of IRI program, said, our average yield of cereal is 2 tons and world average is 3 tons. At least we should take our average to world average level 3 tons. So how behind we are in comparison? We got 47, but simply talking goody that at that time our food grain production was 50 million tons and now we are doing around 295 million tons. ऊंट अपने आप को बहुत लंबा समझता है जब तक वो पहाड़ के आगे से नहीं गुजरता. अगर आज वर्ल्ड ने 47 के मुकाबले they have grown 20 times, and unless we see both side of the coin, then it is only one side of the coin. I don't know how much time is allotted to me. So,
Mr. Agarwal, if you can briefly conclude, then we'll come back during
okay.
hours.
So I will like to conclude that agriculture is the only field which even then this COVID period was having around 3.5% growth as per RBI data for first quarter, while all other sector, maybe industry or service sector, were down. And in coming time, the vision of making New India by 2025, making India a $5 trillion economy, agriculture is going to play the key role, and we are thankful to government that they have realized this thing and started allocation and giving importance to agriculture. And I hope still we have a long way, and with the support and cooperation from all, definitely we have great potential. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Agrawal. Great that from your experience of running the agrochemicals industry and fertilizer industry, you have given your inputs, which are quite valuable. Now, I request Mr. Ashish Srivastava to give his views regarding the topic of the present session.
Thank you, Mr. Raul. Thank you very much, Dr. Shukla, for giving me an opportunity, this platform to air my views. Dr. Agrawal had touched a variety of topics covering from extension to research to yields to the government approach and all. I would restrict my talk to certain few basic points. Dr. Agrawal mentioned that extension has failed. I would also like to add, that also the agriculture research has failed us to an extent, because if you look at the yields which Dr. Agrawal was mentioning, whether it is wheat or paddy or any other crop, our yield levels are very, very low, even in comparison to neighboring country, forget about the advanced economies. Now, he mentioned about the extension activities being carried about by the private sector, but those private sector, these things are restricted to promoting their own products. And, we have also failed in, in allocating funds or manpower for research. We were promoting our products and the extension, our extension was restricted to that level. But thanks to the Department of Fertilizer, you all know that, the fertilizer sector was the only sector which has done exceedingly well, and Chambal Fertilizer also has done exceedingly well during this COVID-19 period. So if you ask me what are the learnings, there have been no learnings, as such, but we got time to, to think of what all could have been done better, what all we can contribute in a different way. And then I'll just list down what I think, which helped us in, in what we did in the first 9 months of the year. It was basically because of variety of reasons. We had 2 good monsoons. This was the first time after, I think, 1958-59, when we had 2 good consecutive monsoons. There was adequate soil moisture. We are under Residential Communities Act, so we had all the support of the government right from day one, from Department of Fertilizer to the district authorities in terms of movement of product, whether it is from port. None of the fertilizer industry was closed down even for a day because of COVID, and the movement was also not restricted. So it went on very well. You would be surprised that, the urea sales in the first 3 months of the financial year grew by around 15%, and another product, DAP, went up by around 24%. But what next? The next is that, when we say that our manpower, our people have not been able to do the extension activities, then the digital platform comes in. There have been many startups which we are trying that. Many of those are based on machine learning and artificial intelligence. Some are going through a call center methodology, but I think that's the future. There are a lot. I can name some companies, not a platform. Plantix has done one, AgroStar is another, which have launched apps which can a farmer can go to his field, click a photograph, and get instant results either on the machine learning, artificial intelligence basis or on call center basis. The next thing is, that we have not, in spite of Government of India's focus on providing micronutrients to the soil, the time has come that the customized fertilizer thing thrust should be given to that, so that you will be surprised that during one of my visits to Thailand, I went to a plant called Camera Thai. They produce 27 customized fertilizers, and it is customized on the basis of, say, 5 selected villages. They can customize to that level. So, and they can, they can add any micronutrient as per the requirement of the soil. Now the question comes in, then how do the farmer know about his soil health? Government of India is spending a lot of money on the soil health, this thing, but again, a disruptive technology is coming in. A handheld device has been introduced in Netherlands, which you can take to the field and take a sample, and you get the result in, say, half an hour. And on that basis, on the basis of the crop which you intend to take, it can give you a result about the fertilizer requirement, and that can be customized to a level which you want. Why it has not been done so far is that it's the industry is under government control. Not many people are willing to take risk. If you took a look at the investments recently, government had to take a lot of initiatives to restart not many plants. Not many people in private sector are coming forward to install capacities. So a customized fertilizer free from government bondings, free from any subsidy regime, should be done with specific requirement of the soil, which can be customized to a say district level, to a farm level. That will definitely will be yielding results. Now, over a period of time, we have been talking of farm to fork. This is a terminology going on for many years. How do you link farm to the fork? But at least we should link farm to the market first. So farm to the market, requirement has been overdue. Government is bringing in new laws. Dr. Agarwal briefly mentioned about those. But something more needs to be done on that front, so that they come out of these clutches of that they will produce only which is bought by the government, whether MSP or no MSP. So there has to be a different approach. And in case we are able to put in the money in research and bring in high yielding varieties of some other crops, which are going to give you per acre more money, yields and money, then definitely the crop rotation shift would happen. But someone will have to take that first step. We have already thought of, listened about last mile exhaustions many a time, but in case of agriculture in India, it's the first mile exhaustion which is happening. Lot many papers have been there, lot many initiatives from government has been there, but it has been difficult for government or for anyone to change the farmers from the present crop rotation which is happening. We need to put in the money in research and to bring in high yielding varieties of different crops, which can give better yields other than wheat, paddy. Only a crop rotation would happen. And subsequently, if a crop rotation happens, then a farm to market linkage has to be established so that he has the avenues to sell that produce what he does. I think I have covered many things. We can discuss further in case of a question and answer session, because fertilizer industry is one of the few industries which has done exceedingly well during this COVID times. But then too, we are thinking of various innovations to reach the farmers in various different ways. Thank you.
Thank you, Ashish. You have given a brief introduction to the new trends which are forthcoming in the agriculture sector, particularly artificial intelligence, then the machine learning and this kind of new technologies. And you also talked about the customized fertilizers. That is the new area which is government of India and the industry should promote. And you also talked about the farm to fork and farm to market kind of scenario that is prevailing in the country. But a couple of comments which you also supported, that the exchange has failed, as Mr. Agarwal has said. And in addition to that, you said agricultural resource has failed. I have a different take on both the things, but I will come to that later on. Let me give a brief overview of the scenario that will be unfolding in the near future, post-COVID or COVID or no COVID, the way the sector is shaping in this country. As you have rightly said, and Mr. Agarwal also has agreed, that the agriculture sector is the only sector which has grown significantly during the COVID period. And fertilizer industry, also the agriculture sector has also provided the positive kind of growth to the GDP. So why this is happening despite all this? It is all the encouragement from the government, as well as the credit goes to the industry, as well as also credit goes to our farming community. The opportunities or the prospects which are in the horizon in this country are couple of I can give some couple of highlights. One is that there is a shifting pattern of a consumption. It is not that in our country it is happening. It is happening all over the world. When a country moves on the ladder of income growth, when a low income country becomes a middle income country and a middle income country becomes a higher income country, the way people consume food items and agricultural items changes. It is happening in India also, because we have also moved from very, you can say, underdeveloped country to the lower middle income. The shifting is in the manner that people consume less cereals. They will be consuming more dairy products, fruits and vegetables, and also meat products. So this is one trend that is already visible in the country. So if somebody or some area or some country or some state is emphasizing more and more on food grains or cereals, there is a problem. And the problem is visible to the reaction to the farm laws government of India has introduced. It's a manifestation of this problem, because the consumer's preference, the consumption preference is shifting towards other items than food grains. It was days like in the mid 60s, the country required a significant quantity of food grains. We were going the rest of the world begging with a begging bowl to get food grains. But that has changed over a period of time. And that is where I differ with Ashish. The agricultural research has contributed significantly to the growth of in the country. We were deficient in food and we were importing significant quantities. Now, this country is able to export 20 million of food grains to the rest of the world. Without the contribution of the agricultural scientists, it would not have been possible. So, this is the, you can say, contradiction. When the consumption and preference pattern is changing towards non-cereal items, the entire system, the ecosystem of food grain production and the incentive structure is geared towards food grains or cereals. This we have to come out of this paradox. And the agricultural laws, the 3 food laws, were intended towards that. There will be debate as the manner it was introduced, the way the consultation took place, all these things we can set aside, but they are well-intentioned laws to change this paradox. The second is, people are now more health conscious. The kind of food they were eating earlier, they will be not eating now. People are more health conscious means if your food is contaminated, your fruit or vegetable is contaminated with the agrochemicals, the residues of chemicals or any other thing, they will not like to purchase that product. This is one significant area where new startups can come up and establish credibility among the consumers to supply these kind of products to a large number of people in this country. I'm not saying that they can this kind of health conscious will come to each and everybody, but because we are people of 1.3 billion people, a large segment of people will cater to this kind of demand. In this regard, if like our cereals, earlier the rice and wheat, they are deficient in micronutrients like zinc and iron. Now, the Institute of Agriculture Research have successfully developed varieties of wheat and paddy which are fortified with the zinc and iron. Yes, there is a limitation of extension. These have not been reached to the farmers, not to that extent. That is another story we talk later on. Now, there will be another concern which is also coming in the agriculture field, is the sustainability of agriculture. If you are producing the large farming community or the agri business or the agri industry, they are producing for the consumers, but in the process, they're damaging the environment, they are polluting the air, they are polluting the soil. Then there will be a consciousness by the consumers, and there will be a demand that you should produce in a sustainable manner. So if we are using excess nitrogenous fertilizers and producing a higher quantity of food grains, there is a concern that it is also polluting the water, it's polluting the soil and the environment. So this is one area where there are now large number of people who are concerned about the non-sustainability of our agricultural production system in some areas and in some cropping patterns. I'm not talking about it entirely. We did a bit of research in the Indian Council of Agriculture Research in my previous organization, and we found that in states like Haryana and Punjab, the sustainability index varies between particularly from 0.45 to 0.5. That means unless you have a sustainability index which is above 0.6, it is sustainable. We are just managed to be in the middle of the sustainability scale. So that's how people are now concerned about sustainability of the Indian culture. The other one is we have the today's topic, the disruptive technologies, the opportunities for the industry and many others. Yes, there are a lot of new avenues forthcoming. Technology has provided that we can jumpstart to many new areas. For example, smart agriculture. We are talking about like water-soluble fertilizers. You talked about new and innovative fertilizers. There will be timely and supply, as Mr. Agrawal was saying, timely supply of quality agri inputs to the crops, so that the crops, the new technology coming is like you use some kind of biostimulants, growth stimulants for the industry instead of chemical fertilizers. You can reduce the consumption of chemical fertilizers. Then there are nano fertilizers. Then the talk is that you should have a leaf analysis of the crops so that you know when and how much of nutrients and what kind of nutrients are required. And you have rightly, Ashish has pointed out that we have the technologies of like drones, satellite picture, then we have handheld devices. These can instantaneously transmit the crop situation to the scientist who can provide the kind of advisory. This is one area which looks quite promising for startups, for the industry, and for even the large organized sector manufacturers of agro and chemicals and fertilizers. They can join hands with the farmers organizations and provide this assistance. There are a couple of other technological advancements which will see the results in a couple of years now. Gene editing. Gene editing has helped plant and animal breeding. It is now being adopted in many parts of the world. It will definitely come to India. Semen sexing. You need more of the female cows. Then you can have, by this technology, you can have more female cows. You have blockchain application. You want to have ensure the credibility of organic products, starting from the farm practices, the harvesting and the transportation, handling, everything can be codified by applying blockchain. And the consumer is assured of the quality of the product. So these are the new disruptive technologies which we can think about and which have seen the light of the day. It is not that they are in the realm of just laboratories or in the conceptual stage. People have applied this kind of technologies in this country also. So with this, we can say what is the kind of ecosystem we have in the country to get the benefit of these new technologies, new disruptive technology which are forthcoming or which are in the initial stage of application in this country. Ecosystem, definitely, we are constant by many rigidities in the agricultural sector. The 3 agricultural laws try to remove some of the rigidities. Yes, I can borrow the praise from the previous session where it was said one size does not fit all. Yes, the solution for the country as a whole needs to be a mix of a package of diverse packages. What is true for Maharashtra may not be true for Punjab, because the cropping pattern, the dependence of the farmers on the MSP system are different. So we have to have a differential, varied approach to the different problems. Coming to the other rigidities, apart from the marketing, storage, and the pricing, we have the rigidity of the land laws. People are not talking about the land laws now, but yes, in the 1950s, those land laws were required because the situation was like that. But if today, large number of people are not cultivating their lands themselves because of the small and holdings, many people are giving their land on lease, informal lease. And many other people like you and me may have some ancestral land, agricultural land we are not cultivating ourselves. We are bound to give on a lease. And we have some kind of association or attachment to land. We don't sell the land quite often. So because of that, the land laws needs to take care of, there should be good land market, either in the leasing or any other form. So combined with the 3 existing laws, which may be tweaked to suit the different geographies of the country, and also tweaking the land laws, may lead to the kind of avenue. It may incentivize for reaping the new disruptive technologies now we have experienced in the rest of the world, and we have seen the green shoots in this country. In the fertilizer sector, because my last assignment was the Secretary of Fertilizer, there is need for significant reforms. One is the decontrol of the urea sector, and the other is a direct cash transport to the farmers regarding the fertilizer subsidy. The third may be incentivizing use of new and innovative fertilizers. So with this, I leave the arena for question and answer session. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Divyaji.
Thank you, sir. Thank you all the panelists for such a wonderful information which has been shared with us. My first question is for Mr. Srivastava. The current pandemic situation has dictated a new role of agri-marketing share the various marketing efforts of Chambal Fertilizer to reach and support the farmer even after pandemic.
Okay.
ये उधर चला गया, उनकी शक्ल आ रही है.
Yeah.
दूर जा.
Hello. Am I audible? There's some disruption there. Yeah. Some initiatives which we did during the COVID period was, since there was no direct contact with the farmers, we used the digital platforms. We have a linkage at the Facebook. We have a link at YouTube. We used LinkedIn. Each of the we have these Uttam Krishi Salakars. We call them field assistants, which are in the field. Our own field force. They have this WhatsApp group with farmers wherein we keep informing them about the availability, about the farm prices, about the weather conditions and all, in case they don't have access to it. So these digital platforms where you to disseminate the information about this thing. The only thing which we have not been able to do is on the field, which I was mentioning, is that in case of a problem on the farmer's field, whether it's related to an insect or a pest or a fungus or any other information about is related to moisture stress or abnormal heat or cold wave conditions, that problem which I did mention, that we don't have a system in place where a farmer can send his problem over a digital platform and he gets an instant answer. But there are machine learning and AI-based apps which does that, but is not customized to that level. We do use them in field, but that is an area where we are investing in future, so that these problems are sorted out, and which would also take care of the majority of his problem. Because recently, whenever he has a problem, he visits the nearest retailer, and the nearest retailer automatically, obviously, sells the product which are available on his shelf. So that's not this thing. So we use digital platform a lot nowadays. The other thing is we are working on a platform where we can call it an e-commerce or e-platform, where we can make available quality inputs to him and remove 2 channels, so at a discounted price, which can be delivered to his farm. We are working on that. Hopefully we will be able to do something on that in shortly.
To ask you one more question, sir.
Yeah.
When we are saying that we want to go for we are going a digital platform, then we also find that our farmers which are in the rural area, which are not very advanced, they are not digital friendly. So what will be the success rate in that case?
No, actually they are very digital friendly. If you go, I keep traveling to rural areas. Majority of the in majority of the villages, you see farmers people. They are watching videos on their mobile, connected to YouTube, and also they are digital friendly. But when it comes to a scientific digital this thing, like for example, suppose he finds I'll say a yellow van mosaic disease in a this thing. So he clicks a photo and sends it, and the reply he wants is in a customized language, his own language. But the information that will come is that this is a yellow van mosaic and this needs this thing. This is the treatment suggested, but he needs a localized version of that information. So that's where the learning would come.
Localized version, as well as how to improve the yield and what are the different tactics he can use to improve the yield.
Yeah.
That is one thing. Right. Thank you so much, sir. My next question is for Mr. Agarwal. In your opinion, what is the future of agriculture in a post-pandemic world?
अग्रवाल साहब आप हैं, आप म्यूट हैं इस समय.
Okay, sorry.
Mute हैं इस समय.
Thank you, Dr. Shukla. Thank you for drawing the attention. Now I hope I am audible.
हाँ, आपका वीडियो भी नहीं है. वो भी
मेरा वीडियो तो दिख रहा है मुझे. आपको नहीं दिख रहा है?
नहीं, वो आपने म्यूट कर रखा है.
नहीं मेरे पास चालू है. Even then I'll call my assistant. मेरी वॉइस आ रही है तो कम से कम आई विल टॉक.
ठीक है, बिल्कुल ठीक है, आप बोलिए.
देखिए जहां द पॉइंट फ्यूचर ऑफ एग्रीकल्चर. Future of agriculture is very, very bright, subject to some conditions. Mr. Rahul just talked about organic. And this is a myth about organic or residue of pesticides. Today we use just 300 grams pesticides per hectare, while China used 13 kilogram per hectare. Japan used 12 kilogram per hectare. Under Ministry of Agriculture, they are having All India Residue Network, and they analyze around 20,000 samples of different foods drawn all over the country. And in hardly 2% samples residue is found above the limit. So our 98% food is found safe. Regarding organic, I like to clarify, recently Karnataka government has drawn 250 samples of so-called biopesticide or biofuels. And it will be surprising for Mr. Rahul that in all the 250 samples, they were found laced with chemical pesticides. In All India Residue Network analysis, 35% organic samples were found contaminated with pesticides. So it's a big debate. I don't want to go in all this. Regarding fertilizer use also, our use is just 100 kilo. And we are using urea. You need balanced food. Similarly, soil needs balanced fertilizer also. Policy has to be changed so that farmers are promoted to use the balanced fertilizer. So agriculture, you see here we get a retail banana 5 rupee. You go internationally, Europe or America, you get one banana in $1. So how much potential is there for export our country? And if we can take right technology, which is a very big problem, and I don't want to dispute. Our first green revolution seed was sown by Dr. Lal Bahadur Shastri. Of course, Norman Borlaug brought the dwarf varieties, which were really changed the scenery of our wheat production. And Dr. Swaminathan, their contribution is enormous. Nobody can divide. But after that, unfortunately, our Prime Minister, while speaking in National Science Congress again in 2019 at LPU, he gave us more slogan, Jai Anusandhan, research, focus on research. What is our expenditure of budget on research? Not even 0.5%, while developed countries spend 5% of their GDP on R&D, budget research. So these fields are to be focused by government also, although they have given allocation. So from my side, yes, Dr. Rahul said that the demand as middle class is increasing, the demand for cereal will shift to horticulture crops, and now horticulture production has taken over cereals. Or on milk production, we are the #1. So we have to shift as per the demand of the product which is in the market. And I like to share the most rich countries like Japan, US, there also it is not more 1 or 2% organic, and it is a myth, and scientists have to debate, is it possible by organic or we have. Dr. Norman Borlaug said, you use total organic available of the world, you will not be in position 6 billion population of today and 9 billion population of tomorrow. So we have to see practical, not theoretical. So I will conclude that our future of agriculture is wonderful, fantastic. Government is taking whole initiatives, but at ground level, they are to be implemented properly. Thank you.
So, can Divyaji, can I ask a question?
Yeah. The next question is, how can we enable Indian farmers to benefit from technology initiatives? This is for you again, Mr. Agarwal.
It is this question, sorry.
How can we Indian farmers to benefit from technology initiatives?
Question is for me, na?
Yeah.
Okay. Regarding technology initiatives, Mr. Rahul also discussed about biostimulants or drones. They are the wonderful technologies. But today we don't have any guidelines for use of biostimulants in the country. We don't have any guidelines. We don't allow drones. The question is why we have deprived so far our farmers from new technologies. In every seminar it is discussed. For biostimulant guidelines are pending in the years and years, and number of meetings are done. Similarly, until as this latest technology initiatives are practically provided, artificial intelligence, why not it is available to our farmers? It is available only through satellites or drones or this type of technology. And to be honest, government of India, whatever public sector they have, they want to disinvest. Reason, they were not commercially successful. And see the vegetable hybrid seeds. I think more than 90% varieties are from private sector. I don't deny, I don't want to dispute. But coin has both the side. If we see one side of the coin, in my opinion, we are not doing justice. Why our farmers are poor so far? Yes, in 6 months we were begging from US and FTL 480, and today we are self-sufficient thanks to farmers and scientists. But where other countries has grown, China 3 times 10 as. So we should not compare and look that side also. So until we look both sides of the coin, and technology is not discussed just on seminars, the government policy has to come on practical. For example, Mr. Srivastava said, a customer wants a particular fertilizer and we don't have guidelines for that. So we have to take practical decisions in much faster way, and you see if our agriculture income is made 3 times by 2025, our total scenery of the country can change.
You are on mute, Divyaji. You are on mute. Divyaji, you are.
I'm on mute, sir. Yeah. Not only the guidelines are to be prepared, but also the farmers, they should also be trained with the latest technology that will help us and enable them to perform better. My next question is to Mr. Srivastava. Production of fertilizer being highly capital intensive, what are the major challenges faced by fertilizer and chemicals industry?
You know, I can only share the experience of Chambal Fertilizers in this. You know, the government of India came with a new urea policy in 2012. We made an application. We were the only one in the private sector who made an application, and we awarded the contract in 2016, and the commercial production started in January 19. So, so we see the industry. It is, you know, there are clear-cut policies available now. Why the private sector is not coming forward? Why there has been no addition to capacities in the private sector? It is something, you know, which is, I think, you know, the private sector and other industry feels that there are a lot of controls in this. Might be that is one of the reason. And on the basis of same policies, government has made consortium of some oil and gas companies in putting up massive urea capacities in the eastern sector, which would be on commercial, which will be doing commercial production starting from, say, I think June this year onwards. So I can't answer about other private entrepreneurs and industries, but Chambal was the only one which installed a capacity without any cost or time overruns.
Okay. What role these plant growth promoting rhizobacteria can play as fertilizers instead of chemicals? Because lots of research is being going on that aspect also.
Yeah, I am. We as a policy don't deal in these products. We have a clear-cut policy in our company not to deal in products which are out of the purview of FCO or Insecticide Act or Seed Act.
Okay.
I don't want to be very bitter on these products. I was traveling in Madhya Pradesh in a district called Khargone. I went to a shop. He was having 27 variants of seaweed, zymes, humic acid, and all those things on his shelf. When I asked him, that I am also an educated guy, how do you recommend such products? There are some good products, some good seaweed, some good zymes, but majority of that products are not good for any of the crops. These and irrespective of what someone says, the knowledge about agriculture knowledge which I have, which says that you cannot breach the genetic potentiality of a variety. Like, for example, the genetic potential, I cannot grow a 6-finger irrespective of what hormones I take. It's similar to that. There are good products, but majority of that products are not good. I'll not name any products nor any company on that. There has to be a formal research-based data to support usage of such products on various crops.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
I want to make a couple of comments, and can I ask a couple of questions?
Dr. Shukla, I also want to have a question.
Please go ahead, sir.
I have a question for Mr. Rahul. You said that about the genetic modification of the plants. We have several genetically modified plants, but we are awaiting the approval from the government. So what is the status now?
Yeah, see, what I talked about is gene editing, not genetically modified products. There is a distinct difference between GM technology and gene editing.
But some of the crops, they have been produced through gene editing also, but they are still
not so far. So far in India, we have not done so far. Gene editing and its result has not come to even in the field level or laboratory level. It is only the molecular marking kind of breeding technology we are using in our country for breeding of this varietal development. As far as the GM technology is concerned and GM kind of I am not aware of, because I was not dealing with this matter in Department of Fertilizer in Indian Council of Agriculture Research, where I worked 3 years, 2 years back. So I'm not to give what is happening regarding the GM technology of the products which have been developed in our country.
Are you focusing have some focus on the micronutrients also?
In the Department of Fertilizers?
Yes.
Yeah, there is one kind of, you can say there is a committee which has been constituted in the Department of Fertilizers under the chairmanship of the additional secretary. This is an interministerial committee. They're looking into an incentive scheme for promoting various new and innovative fertilizers. Because mostly now, whatever the subsidization scheme, that goes to NPK and S. These are the 4 nutrients. On the brand names comes, or the generic names comes as urea, DAP, MOP, etc. So what this committee has been given the task that you identify the new and innovative fertilizers, as including the customized fertilizers we are talking about, how to incentivize the use of these fertilizers by the farming community. So the committee is veering towards that in addition to the present subsidization scheme, which can be tweaked so that there is incentive, people can use other fertilizers also. For example, suppose we are giving the subsidy, which can be, say, averaged around 4,500 rupees per hectare in this country. Instead of giving for urea, DAP, MOP, and all these products, can we give that money to the farmer and give him the freedom that you use this amount, this subsidy amount, for any kind of fertilizer you like? Then they can use for micronutrients, they can use for new, like nano fertilizers coming in the market, or any other biostimulants, or many other things. So this is the thinking now going on. It will take some time to fructify. A new scheme can come up and tweaking up the existing scheme. So this is the way I can say the government is thinking of, particularly in the Department of Fertilizer, promoting the micronutrients.
Okay, thank you.
I will just add to what Mr. Rahul has said. Department of Fertilizer took a lot of initiative in promoting micronutrients through fertilizer. They introduced boronated single superphosphate. They introduced boronated zinc, zincated SSP, and promoted and wanted the industry to come forward so that the micronutrients which are deficient soils can get those. But not much headway in spite of the Department of Fertilizer's big initiative. Industry has not picked that up.
Any particular reason, sir?
I would not be commenting on SSP industry. Mr. Rahul is sitting here, so it is not.
No. Mr. Srivastava, I gave you the reason for see, if you incentivize use of a particular kind of fertilizer, how you expect that farmers will switch over to other products which are not subsidized? So your subsidy structure is biased in favor of 4 or 5 products.
You're right. Government has spent a lot of money on promotion of sulfur, zinc, boron in various pockets. Even the soil health maps on which a massive exercise is going on in this country has thrown results. Geographies across the countries are deficient in zinc, in boron, in molybdenum, in sulfur. Government is taking initiatives, promoting, allowing people to come and sell those. In MSME sectors, you can put up a zinc sulfate plant. In fact, one sulfur WDG variant has been added into FCO recently, 90% WDG granules. So a lot of initiative government has taken to promote micronutrients, but again, till the farmer field, it is not reached.
Yeah, I think only a couple of minutes are left. So, Divyaji, can I ask, just one question? I think the discussion is too vast and too big, and actually related to every citizen of the country or everybody in the world, because without food we can't survive. And the food comes from the agriculture. So, I think the couple of statements made by Rahul are impressed, and the alternative for protein and the using the blockchain technology for the agriculture, perhaps in the supply chain, in the transportation, ensuring that right, the quality and the significance of the documentation is captured well and ensured that it reaches properly to the place. But my point is that the agriculture is in three areas. One is, the research in the areas of seed where the disruption is required, which is sowed. And the second is the crop. How you can, so a lot of deliberations happened on the crop, how to increase the yield, how to use less water, all those kind of things. But the third is very significant area where the technology could be significantly used is the supply chain, how to transport cold chains and things like that. So I think from any just in 1 minute, if somebody could explain that any technological advancement in this area. Rahul Saab?
I don't have much knowledge about this, so I'll not venture an answer.
No problem. I think
Mr. Shukla, Dr. Shukla, if you want, I can answer. I can try.
Please. I was
don't know it will be a right answer or not. You have asked for seeds, right?
Yeah, I said seeds and the crop and the supply chain. Seed is one area where,
yes, seeds and supply
disruption can happen.
Yes. So regarding seeds, just now Mr. Verma asked a question about GM. We are eating the oil which is GM imported from other countries. But we are not allowing GM mustard seed which is developed in our country. So we have dual standards in our government in taking the decision. One side say GM crop should come, so our yield increase and farmers are benefited. But one group is against GM seeds. So until we bring latest technology, GM seeds are used world over. Then why GM seeds are not allowed for number of crops? Our scientists have worked on GM seeds and genome modification. So until a potential of seeds are made, internationally seed you use as a capsule, where fertilizer also is given to seed, pesticide also, fungicide also. So seed is shown as a capsule, and where fertilizer dosage also come, stimulants are also given. So that seed has to be on international lines. What are the technologies available world over? We have to bring that technology today or tomorrow. Whatever late will suffer. And second, talk about marketing. Regarding infrastructure, cold chain, there are various estimates that 30 to 40, 50% our fruits and vegetables are damaged in transportation. And recently I was seeing in TV that Prime Minister has given signal to hundreds which train carrying for horticulture, vegetable crops. So this is a very good initiative for transporting the fruit or vegetable crops within 30 hours so they can reach fresh in time. And regarding cold chain, government has allocated this 1,50,000 crore budget for this purpose of creating farm grade and rural infrastructure. So once this infrastructure comes, and private sector will enter for direct purchasing from the farmer and direct selling to consumer. This is going to happen, which is the world norm. Nobody can stop. The time has come when aggregators who are IMM boys, IIT boys are entering this field as startups. They will purchase direct from the farmer, will process it, and will provide like Amazon on Flipkart direct delivery to consumer. And this is going to make the total scenario change of the market, and they will invest the money and create infrastructure. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Can I, Dr.
Thank you so much.
Can I just add a line if the time permits?
Sir, the ministry is already waiting. I'm really very sorry for that.
Okay, thank you.
I extend my heartfelt thanks to all of you, Mr. Raul, Mr. Agarwal, and Mr. Srivastava, for taking out time from your busy schedule and sharing your views with us on post-pandemic disruption technologies and post-pandemic. I'm really thankful to you all. And my special thanks to Dr. Suren Shukla for organizing the conference and giving me an opportunity to be a moderator in this session. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you, Agarwal Saab. Thank you, Raul Saab. Thank you, Vikas ji.
Thank you.
Ashish ji, thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Shukla. Thank you, Mr. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Dr. Shukla. Thank you, everybody, for giving us opportunity.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Divya ji. Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Divya ma'am. We witnessed wonderful talks from our esteemed panelists in the technical sessions. 22nd January will be remembered in the history of Jaipur National University as a day where we came across a plethora of distinguished personalities from the diverse fields of industry, education, and employment from around the world. Now, in the valedictory session of the Virtual International Conference hosted by Jaipur National University, I, Dr. Blessy Tankajan, welcome our esteemed keynote speaker, Dr. Abhay Jerry. Dr. Abhay Jerry is Chief Innovation Officer for the Ministry of Education, Government of India. Before joining the Ministry of Education, Dr. Jerry was Chief Scientist, Life Sciences and R&D Head for Persistent Systems Limited. Dr. Jerry is instrumental in creating Atal Ranking Framework for ranking all education institutions on innovation achievements. He is also the brain and driving force behind the Ministry of Education Smart India Hackathon initiative, which is now recognized as the world's biggest open innovation model, with participation from thousands of education institutions, lakhs of students, and hundreds of industries. Dr. Jerry has rich international experience, having worked in US, Japan, and Europe. He brings an extensive research experience in cutting-edge areas such as personalized medicine and personalized genomics, and he is keen on contributing for achieving the universal health care. We welcome you, sir, in the conference. I now request our head Center of Excellence, Dr. Suren Shukla, who is also the conference chair, to provide an insight into the day-long proceedings of the virtual conference held today. Sir, please.
First of all, welcome, Jerry साहब. Thank you so much. मुझे मालूम है आपका समय कितना कीमती है और आप, and giving your time is, we are blessed today. We're having you, and a lot of people are waiting at this moment. I can tell you more than 600-700 people waiting to hear you, and they have been waiting for a long time to know on innovations. Thank you, Blessy. Before we invite Jerry Saab, I would like to give you a brief on the conference. We started with in the morning with different sessions on the conference, and the conference was divided into 4 sessions. The overall theme is the business environment post-COVID, in which we focused on the manufacturing, where how the technology, excuse me, on the disruptive technology helping the manufacturing, and a lot of examples came in, and one particular case where Modi Care, the company, is a large, near mid-sized company, 2,000 crore revenue. How they used COVID situation in their favor to come out with and increase their revenue through using the different models. That's one very good case. And ex-chairman of Goodyear explained how in the COVID situation, Goodyear managed their operations. And in fact, the president of Usha International, Sandeep Tiwari, explained how he reduce the expense on the supply chain or the operations during the COVID and generated the better profits. So these are a few cases. In the first case, in the second, we had the HR focus where in every company, how the employees, whether it's a manufacturing or non-manufacturing, HR is an issue everywhere. How the people are handled in this situation, how their families are handled. And this was a very innovative, the people explained many innovative ways of supporting the employees during pandemic and their families. And though large number of companies have gone for retrenchment or laying off, but I think most companies in India supported the families, the people, and that's and how they manage the operation and improve the productivity also by working. And I think for future also this model is created. And in fact, going forward, myself, I would never like to work in any office. Going forward, I would like to work from my comfort, where so I think that's another stream of an opportunities created for the people, and pandemic has given so many opportunities. We discussed about the disruption in healthcare and how a few examples came up that the industry, the healthcare industry, is actually the patient moving from home to the hospital instead is going to be reverse. And perhaps in future, the hospital has to come home, or virtual hospitals. You never wonder that somebody in future may have the largest hospital without having a building. Possible. You may have a university without having a building, the largest university in the world without having an infrastructure. That is also a discussion, and I think I'm only hearing, it all. So I think without going further in detail, and agriculture conclusion you have already heard. You were part of the last few minutes of the discussion. So I would like to very much invite you to give your thoughts as our guest of honor and keynote speaker today in this conference. And I would like to hear you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Surenji. Thanks for the invitation. I would really like to thank Jaipur National University for organizing this brain-stimulating workshop, or what you can say, seminar, symposium, for the entire day. And when Dr. Suren spoke about various sessions and the kind of dignitaries who have addressed our youngsters, faculties, I think I'm too small in that regard, and I really don't know whether I will really able to add a value to your really exciting schedule program. Another thing is I work for Ministry of Education. So we are mostly focused on actually promoting education. I work very closely with All India Council for Technical Education, as well as University Grant Commission. So businesses aspect of it, I really don't know whether I will be able to speak very authoritatively on it. Although I worked with Persistent Systems, I'm still on their payroll. I'm sabbatical. I was heading their R&D, and before joining as first Chief Innovation Officer for Ministry of Education. So this is very, very exciting times, as Surenji rightly said. And what 2020 showed us is that if we are pushed to a wall, then we innovate, and we innovate at great pace. People talk about new normal. People talk about various other phrases, or they use various phrases. But if we have to summarize what we have achieved in last 1 year, is that a lot of business models have changed. A lot of style of functioning, which was prevalent for last 30, 40 years, got completely dismantled. New processes got adopted. People got familiar, or they made themselves familiar with new platforms, and eventually came out winners. That's the best part. Large number of institutions, large number of industry has come out as a winner. So initially, when this COVID crisis started, in March, when the first lockdown was announced, within 2 days, we announced, Ministry of Education announced a competition called as Ideathon. And at that time, the primary focus of that Ideathon, so on 22nd of March, we actually went ahead and announced it, is to get ideas in area of healthcare, which could be funded. And the focus was on COVID crisis. How to manage, how to test, how to treat, and so on and so forth. And we got some really interesting ideas. And some of those ideas now we are incubating. They will not only have impact on COVID or during COVID, but these ideas are going to help us in long run also. Then, our principal scientific advisor, Dr. Vijay Raghavan, he spoke to Prime Minister, saying that, sir, can we do something about drug discovery also? You know the vaccine story. We all are aware because it is widely getting reported. If an Indian candidate from Bharat Biotech has come, we all should be really proud of. Completely indigenously developed product. But PSA also said that can we think of drug discovery? And I will tell you, vaccine discovery is, the life cycle is far more smaller as compared to drug discovery. And we actually went ahead and announced Drug Discovery Hackathon for the first time. And PSA was of the view that it's okay that if we don't get medicine right away, but we should use this opportunity to actually create or give huge impetus to drug discovery culture in this country. We got some good ideas, and now we are in process of taking them forward. So what I wanted to say is that not only industries seek this opportunity to evolve their business model, even government organizations went ahead and tried converting this crisis into an opportunity. We are very small considered very slow, government, very old-fashioned. It's an elephant which never moves, and so on and so forth. These kind of adjectives get associated with us. Many times they are true, but if you really see the vaccine story, if you really see the kind of changes which government themselves have made in terms of e-governance, you will be really surprised at the pace at which government moved during this crisis. And every move, every change which was made created an opportunity for industry. Because we collaborated a lot, we gave orders a lot, automation happened, we tried going paperless, and so on and so forth. So, if you look at last year, from an innovation quotient perspective, I think it was the best year. Because a large number of brains who would never have thought or pushed themselves to innovate actually went ahead and innovated. And many times I internally tell my team members that I hope that the speed for innovation which we could achieve last year, we will able to sustain it even this year. And we are doing every possible effort to do it. Because mindset change is a very, very important thing. And if you really look at it from an education institute perspective, still the focus there is on marks, is on grades, is on workload from student side as well as faculty side. Innovation is not in there on their topmost priority listing because we are groomed that way. Many times professors are told, students are told that you are doing academics. It means you are pursuing Saraswati. And if you are pursuing Saraswati, then you should not pursue Lakshmi. Or if you do that, you are frowned upon. But we, now at Ministry of Education, believe that there are no better people than faculty, professors, students to simultaneously pursue Lakshmi and Saraswati. They can generate ideas. They can create new products. They can work on new concepts, which will eventually help generate wealth for this country. Because if we have to emerge as $5 trillion economy, which we all are aiming for, then our educational institutes need to emerge as islands of innovation, as islands of entrepreneurship. I will take time. Talk to sir. Sorry. Islands of innovation, as I was talking about. But currently that is not happening. Our educational institutes are not generating enough ideas. Our educational institutes are not creating enough IPs. About an hour back, I was talking somewhere else, and I actually gave the same example. If you look at just patent filing data from China, then you will see that on an annual basis, more than 15 lakh patents get filed. If you look at US data, about 6.5 lakh to 7 lakh patents get filed. But if you look at Indian data, only 45,000 to 50,000 patents get filed. And on top of it, about 60 to 65% patents are filed by non-resident Indians. We have 40,000 higher educational institutes. And together, these 40,000 higher educational institutes only produce 2,000 to 2,200 patents on an annual basis. We can safely say that about 80 to 85% of our higher educational institutes have never filed an IP. If you are not filing an IP, if you are not owning your ideas, then eventually how you are going to generate wealth for the country? We can always do a lot of seminars, lot of workshops. People will come, people will talk, people will give gyan, and people will go. The question we really need to ask is, are we putting enough efforts to create an ecosystem which will help sustain the new ideas which we have got from these workshops or from these symposiums? It's not that we are dumb people. It's not that great ideas come from China or US. It's also not that our regulations are so bad that they kill everything. It's always easy to blame government. It's always easy to blame someone else. But when we will look inwards, but what, as I said, we really lack is good ecosystem in our educational institutes to take ideas logically forward and to owe them, and if possible to even convert them into enterprise which can help create wealth for the country. This is what we really need to do now. Our professors, our faculty members, our students need to come together and solve problems, the problems which really matter. And currently that is not happening. I will tell you one small study which we did. We as Ministry of Education asked Stanford University to compare the quality of our engineers with engineers from Russia and engineers from China. And what we saw from that study, and I think many of you will not be very surprised to know it, is that our students are very good when it comes to theory. But if you ask that person to apply that theory and solve a problem, they falter. It means the problem-solving skills of our technical people, forget about our non-technical people, is below par, is far below par as compared to international standards. And the primary reason is what we are doing in our educational institutes, like chasing marks, chasing grades. So we have created many parrots who know theory, but they don't know how to apply. our problem solving skills, our design thinking skills, our cognitive skills. Terrible. And that need to change. And we, as educational institutes, really need to aggressively work on shaping our students in that direction. Because of this swallow and vomit kind of an education system, rote learning kind of an education system, which we have cultivated over a period of last 70 years, we are not creating youngsters who are capable of solving our own problems. And they will always look at others, either to government or either towards Western companies or Western world to come forward and solve their problems. We are not offering solutions. Even if we are offering, we are not offering world-class solutions. Because if we have good ideas, there are enough takers and investors for that good idea. Rest assured, there is no kami. पैसे की कमी नहीं है. कमी कहाँ है? कमी अच्छे ideas की है. There are 450 incubators in this country. Soon we will have 600 incubators because many of them are in pipeline. But if you really look at the occupancy and the kind of what we can say ideas or ventures in these incubators, you can safely say that more than 50% incubators will be more than 50% underutilized. It's easy to create infrastructure. We have to work on changing the mindset. We have to tell our students, we have to tell our faculty that we need to celebrate a new idea or a good idea, because idea gets killed at home by our parents initially, and then in our schools and colleges by our teachers. Because many times they say, idhar udhar ki baat mat kar, marks kitne hain, wo dekh. We need to change that. And as Ministry of Education, we are also taking enough steps to change. Recently, we announced National Innovation and Startup Policy for faculty and students. And the primary reason why we did that, because we wanted to incentivize faculty and students to do entrepreneurship, to pursue entrepreneurship. Because initially, if you really look at the revenue sharing, the IP sharing policies of institutions, were biased against the innovator. One professor told me that the institute sharing, revenue sharing model of his institution was he has to give 50% to 60% share to the institute. अगर 50% पैसा इंस्टीट्यूट निकाल लेगा, 30% पैसा इनकम टैक्स निकाल लेगा, तो फिर बचता क्या है? कौन क्यों करेगा एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप? We said we need to change that. Then एक बच्चा मुझे मिला, बहुत ब्राइट था, एंड मैं ऐसे ही कोई भाषण दे रहा था, तो ही केम एंड सर बोला, सर आप ये क्या बोलते हो? मैं मेरा आपको एक एक्सपीरियंस बताता हूं, मेरा खुद का एक्सपीरियंस बताता हूं, ऐसा वो मुझे बोला. He said from a very prestigious institute, I will not name, it's one of the pioneering institutes in the country. He said, sir, I started working in hostel, came up with my venture, and started making some small amount of money. I used to work in the evenings. मेरा सब क्लास होने के बाद मैं शाम को आता था, मैं वो मेरे वेंचर पे काम करता. So when the director came to know that he has started making some small amount of money through this venture, he called that student and said, "Where is the institute's revenue share?" So the student said, "Why I should give institute? I have not used institute facilities. I have not used institute laboratories. I have not used institute's any library or any of the facilities in a sense. This is my venture." Director said, "No, you are wrong. You are using hostel's internet. And because you are using hostel's internet, you are using our institute's facility. The IP of your business belongs to us. And that's the reason you need to give us a revenue share." This is ridiculous. We said this needs to change. And many such things. So I will request even Jaipur National University to look into our policy. It's an innovator bias policy. I said very openly. Because we want to have policies where we will allow students to fail. Try and fail. Because we have to somewhere replicate the model which Israel is following. Where in Israel, failure is considered as badge of honor. I don't know, you did today seminars and you said you called ex-chairman of Goodyear or someone else or from Usha or good, very good. But whether you called anyone who failed as an entrepreneur to tell his story, how he failed and why he failed, because that will be a bigger indicator to youngsters who are keen on pursuing entrepreneurship. I will request you all to look at one platform which is very famous in Israel, very famous. I apologize to name that platform here because but it's a name of that platform. But I will share that platform name. It is called as Fucked Up Nights. You know, you should look at that platform. Fucked Up Nights. What they do under that platform is that they get entrepreneurs who genuinely tried and have failed. And it is extremely well attended program because large number of students or youngsters who are keen on pursuing entrepreneurship want to know where people falter and what kind of precautions they should take. Extremely well attended program. You should look at that. Moreover, if you really look at Israeli ecosystem, the funding part of it goes more to a person who has record of or track record of failures. So if I am going with my idea to an investor, and if someone else is going with his idea to an investor, and if he has track record of 2 or 3 failed startups, the possibility of getting funding to the other person is far more than getting it for me because I have not failed earlier. So the risk is high. And the ecosystem treats the other person who has failed twice or thrice as a much more mature person who has learned from his mistakes and will not repeat the same mistakes again. And hence the possibility of success is high. And he gets the funding. What they call is a chutzpah culture. Chutzpah. We need to eventually establish that kind of a culture in this country. We want students, we want youngsters to not afraid to fail. I don't know how much time I have.
Plenty.
No, not plenty. But I will stop here. Before I give another example of how our ecosystem creates problems for students. So we speak to large number of students and try them to get into entrepreneurship. So many students told us that, sir, it's easy to talk, but कभी किया है क्या आपने? Problem कितना मालूम है उसमें? Rigmarole, the kind of tensions, the kind of pressures you have to go through. Our parents don't allow us to do that. Our partners don't allow us to do that. My girlfriend or my boyfriend is not allowing us to do that. Please understand, sir. Our society is risk averse. They want us to take good jobs in top 5-10 companies. And शाम को घर आए, शांति से पिक्चर देखे, वीकेंड पे घूमने जाए. And they are not wrong. कौन करेगा ये मगजमारी? Even if we want to. Even if we are interested in pursuing our entrepreneurship, our parents, our relatives, our spouses, our partners are not allowing us to do it. Can you do something about it? So we said, we will think of some program, a formal program, and we conceptualized it. We were actually working for a year on this. And we conceptualized program called as MBA in Innovation, Entrepreneurship and Venture Development. We called it a normal MBA so that people can understand. But it's not a typical MBA program. It's not a classroom-based program. It's an incubator-based program. The classroom component of this program is only 30%. And the program is so flexible that you can take admission in a batch. Yes, as per Supreme Court guidelines, you have to give some basic tests, but you can join in a batch. So, under the garb of the MBA program or this program, we want students, or we are telling students, that you should go ahead and pursue entrepreneurship. So, to the outside world, your parents or you yourself can tell that I am doing MBA, mera beta ya meri beti MBA kar rahi hai. But under that MBA degree, you are actually pursuing your entrepreneurship with right kind of mentors and guidance, because it's an incubator-based program. So in 2 years, you are on track of entrepreneurship. If you fail on that track, you at least emerge as entrepreneur. Which industry you want? So we started this program in 4 institutions as pilot. We got some good response to it. I won't say it's a phenomenal response, but yes, we got good response. So now this year, we have expanded to 15 institutions. I don't know, due to this COVID crisis, how many institutions will actually able to get people for this different MBA program, because it's an incubator-based program. But we believe that this is the way forward. Because if we have to change the mindset, we have to come up with innovative concepts and ideas to actually attract students to do it. We are doing, as Ministry of Innovation, multiple other initiatives to promote innovation and entrepreneurship. We have established institutional innovation councils in about 2,000 institutions, and we are trying to handhold these institutions on track of innovation and entrepreneurship. And the primary reason, again, was that when we sit on forums, when we sit in symposiums, when we sit in meetings, everybody talks about innovation. Everybody talks about promoting entrepreneurship. Everybody talks about startup culture. But if you ask them in private, many of these leaders, many of these vice chancellors, many of these directors, that what you are doing to promote these kind of activities, then many of them falter in giving a very good answer. People are doing in bits and pieces. But if you ask them whether they really have the roadmap for it, then the answer is no. And the primary reason is that it is not their fault. It is not that fault. Because people before becoming vice chancellors, they come from a very different background. Many of them come from basic sciences. Many of them come from arts field like sociology, psychology, history, geology, geography. And when they become vice chancellors or directors of institutions or principals, and suddenly they are told that now pursue entrepreneurship, now pursue startup, they suddenly falter. They don't know what to do. Very well-meaning people. They want to do, but they don't know how to go about. So to handhold these kind of institutions, again, we conceptualize this Institutional Innovation Council program. To some extent, we are successful in it. In some, at some times, we are also faltering or reinventing, because these models were never existed in this country. So together also, we are also learning. But I can proudly say, through these IICs, in last 2 years, 2.5 years, our institutions have organized more than 20,000 programs related to innovation and entrepreneurship within this country. 20,000 programs. And if you really look at involvement of faculties and students, the cumulative involvement, the data which I have is about 26, 27 lakh faculties and students. It's not a unique number, because one faculty or one student can get involved in multiple programs. So please, the number of programs is unique, but faculty and student program is not unique. But that kind of involvement actually we could create in this country. So we believe that if we have to emerge as $5 trillion economy, which we all are aiming for, undoubtedly due to this COVID crisis, there is contraction, but this contraction is momentary. We already have started seeing green shoots. Our Sensex has passed 50,000. Although today it came down by 700 points, but we have actually reached there. In 1992 or 1991, when we started our liberalization, our Sensex was at 1,000. We are now at 50,000. So we are growing. So we should aim for this $5 trillion economy, and which we are aiming for. And if we have to actually achieve that, then we need to generate large number of ideas. And there cannot be better place than our educational institutes to generate these large number of ideas, emerge as islands of innovation, and actually help create wealth for this country. I hope that Jaipur National University will also play a very, very important role in this wealth creation, because you are Rajasthanis, you are based out of society where entrepreneurship is within your genes. So you have to be at the forefront so that your example could be cited to others. I just hope that such kind of programs get organized. You motivate more and more people towards entrepreneurship and help this country grow forward. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity and inviting me.
Thank you, Dr. Abhay Jerry, for your words of wisdom. Your thoughts were truly commendable and worth pondering. Sir, really, year 2020 has taught us that no wall can stop the human race from emerging winners if we are committed to it. And a lot of responsibility lies with the educators. And sir, we promise that we will do our needful. All good things comes to an end, and every end is the beginning of a new trend. Before we end today's conference, I, Dr. Blessy, would like to take this opportunity to propose the vote of thanks. To begin with, I would like to thank our chief guest, Mr. Manoj Chugh, for being a part of this virtual international conference. His presence has added grace and grandeur to the event. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to our keynote speakers, Dr. Abhay Jerry and Mr. Gary Cohen, for sparing their valuable time and their enlightening words shared on this platform. I would also like to appreciate our distinguished speakers of all the sessions for accepting our invitation and gracing us with their benign presence in this virtual international conference. I thank our Chancellor, Dr. Sandeep Bakshi, for providing ample opportunities for the overall development and growth of every associate with the university. Sir, your presence itself is a source of inspiration and motivation. Thank you for all the necessary permissions, support, and help extended to us from time to time. I would like to thank our Vice Chancellor, Professor H.N. Verma, for all the guidance and help required for organizing this conference. I extend my hearty gratitude to Dr. Suren Shukla, Conference Chair, for organizing a conference of such a vast caliber. Your vision helped JNU to attain newer heights by hosting a galaxy of renowned and learned personalities into this virtual international conference. I would like to thank our moderators in all the 4 technical sessions, Dr. Divya Srivastava, Dr. Rajesh Mehrotra, Dr. Suren Shukla, and Dr. Savita Shivani. I would like to thank the entire IT team headed by Mr. Mukesh Chaplot and Professor Harveer Singh for wonderfully hosting the conference on this digital platform and for providing all the required infrastructure for the same. The team comprised of Mr. Yogendra Rathore, Mr. Dharmendra, Mr. Praveen, Mr. Surendra Saini, and Mr. Krishna Singh. I would also like to thank the promotion coordinator, Ms. Sarita Das, and Mr. Sameer Mishra for taking the conference across the globe. I am indeed indebted to thank Mr. Devesh Khandelwal and his team for designing beautiful creatives, which has indeed made our conference look more beautiful. I would like to thank all the participants for joining us and for being a wonderful audience. I request your pardon if I left anyone unnamed who has helped a helping hand in making this conference a great success. Last but not the least, I would like to thank the Almighty God for the divine grace and wisdom bestowed on all of us. With this, we come to an end of the International Conference on Business Environment Post-COVID, hosted by Jaipur National University on 22nd January 2020. I once again thank you, Dr. Jerry, for your gracious presence, sir, among us and sparing your valuable time for us. We will be sharing the deliberation report to you in a few days from now. Thank you all once again.
Thank you, Dr. Jerry. It was wonderful to hear you.
Thank you. Namaskar.
Namaskar.